Hello, 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 everybody. Welcome on in, and thank you all so much for joining us for this final day of Turf Wars 21, our TTRPG charity series, as we have been bringing in all sorts of wonderful, wonderful folks, viewers, content creators, amazing folks across this community to celebrate Trans Awareness Week, and today to honor Trans Day of Remembrance as we raise funds for Stonewall Community Foundation. Thank you all so much for all of your incredible support throughout this week. Thank you all so much, everybody who stopped in to watch us, help donate, help share and spread the word. This has been such an amazing community effort and such an incredible cause, and we could not have done this without you, and we thank you all so much. Today is our final day here with Turf Wars, as we have been streaming for now 8 days in a row, bringing you tabletop role-playing games with over 20 trans, non-binary, and gender-diverse content creators here, helping roll some dice and raise some great funds. With this incredible community, we have raised $1,750 so far over a week period. Y'all are incredible. And we are going to keep it going today. First up, we're going to have a game of Dungeons and Dragons, where we're going to be playing through the intro to the Wild Beyond the Witchlight campaign. Coming up at 2 p.m. Central, in about 3 hours, we are going to have a panel discussion with some wonderful folks about gender diversity in gaming, both tabletop role-playing games and video games. And we are going to help also field some questions, both from social media and chat at that time, as we hold our panel discussion. And at 4:30 Central Standard Time, we are going to be ending the day with another game of D&D, where I'm going to reunite the Ghouls for Charity, some wonderful folks that helped raise some funds back in October for the Transgender Legal Defense Education Fund. And we are going to be playing through a ghost hunting mystery game of D&D, as the Ghouligans reunite once more to go out and host their own version of ghost hunting adventures. Thank you all so much for all of your incredible support. This has been amazing. Before we get started with our game, I'm going to have our wonderful players introduce themselves, tell you a little bit about themselves, where you can find them around on the internet, and who they're going to be playing this morning/afternoon/time zone. We will start things off in the top left corner with the fantastic Bookish Reader.
Hey everyone, my name's Bookish. I use they, she pronouns. I mostly play cozy games and just got into shooters, so that's starting that. You can find me on Twitch as a Bookish Reader, Twitter as well. The occasional post on TikTok, but don't count on me being there. Today I'll be playing Zoradius, who goes by Zora, and they are a tiefling bard. I know, pretty stereotypical, but we are who we are. Yeah. We'll find out more about Zora later, I guess.
Look out, folks in the LGBTQIA2+ community gonna be playing tieflings until they no longer exist in D&D. And that's not gonna happen, so just be ready for it. We're always going to be here. Next in line, we have the fantastic Jet Parker.
So, hello, I'm Jet. Any pronouns are fine. They, them, she, her, he, him. As long as I know that you're talking to me, all is good. I'm a voice actor and an audio engineer. You can find me on Twitter at Barker Voiceover. And today I will be playing Sylvius, who is a half-orc wizard named by a half-elf.
Very exciting. Next in line, we have Ducky the Dark One.
Hi, I'm Ducky. I go by they, them pronouns. You can find me basically anywhere at Ducky the Dark One. but I mainly do TikToks. Today I'm playing Svetin's Faust, who goes as Slade, and he is a completely normal human cleric.
Completely normal.
Completely normal.
Next in line, we have Project Ruby.
Hello, I'm Ruby. I'm a queer variety non-binary streamer from Portugal. You can find all my relevant information, socials, latest videos, and all of that at projectruby.eu. I recently just started Pokemon Silver. I do retro games. Pokemon Silver is now retro. Ugh. We're getting old. But yeah, I play retro, I play modern, I play indies, a little bit of everything, and also podcasts. So yeah, very excited to be back. Thank you for having me again.
Of course, of course. And now I have to rethink so many things about my life, given that Pokemon Silver is a retro game now.
I know.
Okay.
Oh, and I'm playing Luca, a high elf sorcerer.
Ooh. And rounding out our group of players, we have Revhead Kid. Tell us a little bit about yourself.
Hi, my name is Jay. I'm a Revhead Kid on all platforms. I primarily do TikTok and Twitch. I'm a variety streamer, but I do a lot in Minecraft. I have a lot of SMPs and servers. Today I'll be playing Prickett Spiegel, who goes by Wade, and he is a human monk.
Very fun, very fun. A very interesting group of characters I'm excited to get to meet. And anyone watching, if this is your first time in the channel, I am Wesselhausen. I'm a queer and non-binary content creator here on Twitch with a very queer and inclusive focus on Dungeons and Dragons and tabletop role-playing games. It is my belief that there is a tabletop role-playing game out there for absolutely everybody, so even if you are not a particular fan of high fantasy and things like Dungeons and Dragons, I can find you a mystery game. I can find you a game that's like Studio Ghibli. I can find you a game that is like magical transforming anime heroes. I promise you, I can find something for you. And it is through this medium and through this storytelling genre of role-playing games that I find that it is so incredibly empowering and impactful for queer artists and queer storytellers to be able to tell our own stories and to be the ones in control of those stories. We don't have to rely on somebody else using stereotypes and trauma to put ourselves in the forefront of those stories. We get to be the heroes. We get to roll the dice. We get to be complicated and complex and not just standard tropes that you find in media. And there is something so incredibly powerful about queer stories being told by queer people. So thank you so much for joining us today. Like I said, today we are going to be playing through the intro to the Wild Beyond the Witchlight campaign from Dungeons and Dragons. So, with that being said, let's jump right on in. The traveling extravaganza, known as the Witchlight Carnival, visits your world once every 8 years. You have a dim memory of sneaking into the carnival as a child without paying for a ticket. That memory has grown foggy over time, though it still conjures an admixture of emotions, wonder and awe mixed with loss and regret. During this childhood visit, your character lost something. You tried to find it, but the carnival owners, a pair of elves named Mr. Witch and Mr. Light, were decidedly unhelpful. "Silly, screeching little cricket," said Witch. "You forgot to buy a ticket." "The carnival goes round and round," said Light. "The multiverse is our playground. Nothing's free and nothing's lost, but everything has its cost." As time passed, your heart became less heavy, and you gave less and less thought to that which you had lost. But now, for reasons you can't explain, the longing to retrieve that which you have lost has resurfaced, and has brought you back to your old village. The Witchlight Carnival has returned, and the five of you find yourselves standing near a ticket booth by the entrance at twilight, just as the carnival is about to open. You look around and you see the others. Vague memories of them also as children growing up in this village, attending the Witchlight Carnival as well. And without knowing how or why, you understand that each of you have been brought here by fate to find that which you have lost. If each of you would like to describe your characters, describe what we see, and afterwards we will figure out exactly what it is what each of you has lost. Bookish, we'll start with you.
Okay. Zora is a little bit, just a little bit standoffish, is a little bit unsure because, being a tiefling, they're not always welcomed places. Um, Zora's green skin has patches of scaly iridescent, like little patches of iridescent scales, and their long black hair has shaved sides, and two blue curling horns stick out of their forehead. Um, they the reason that they feel safe enough to come back to this village where they grew up is that they know that uh, on some level they have earned a grudging respect from the villagers for standing up to the nobles in the area.
Perfect. And uh Zora, as you look on at the Witchlight Carnival, you understand that which you have lost whenever you were a child. Zora, you lost the ability to keep secrets. Ever
All
since
right.
you were a child, you had been unable to keep a secret from anybody. There was always this pull to tell the truth. And it was that same pull to tell the truth that has caused you over the years to stand up to nobles, to stand up to those who would try to keep secrets and make deals and um, use their power to subvert the efforts of others. Thank you, Anonymous, for donating $49.99, getting us up to $1,800, starting us off right. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh. Holy heck. So Zora, you look around, and you see Ruby. If you wouldn't mind describing your character for us, and we'll find out what you have lost.
So Luca is just this very tall being, and they have huge, like platinum blonde hair, and they just are wearing this outfit that looks just right off like a runway, and like it's like there's a corset, there's like very intricate, very, you can tell that they're very, into their looks, into all of that. And so that they actually started a makeup company, and they were actually just kind of, pitching it to various people and try to sell it in different markets. And they just kind of felt this pull to, since they were in the area anyway, at least that's what they're telling people, since I'm in the area anyway, I might as well come to this place that I've been to once as a kid, I guess. And that's how they find themselves here, or at least that's what they tell people.
I love it. So, I feel like
Oh
this
no.
is entertaining enough. As somebody who runs a business, Luca lost their handwriting when they were a child. So no matter what you try, your handwriting always comes out unintelligible, almost akin to like a doctor's handwriting. whenever you are attempting it, so that folks actually have to like use magic to comprehend what you write down. Um, I feel like this is very fitting for somebody wanting to run their own. But you probably are used to having an assistant notate for you, because you understand this fact about yourself.
Very
Um,
that. Like it comes across as like them being like a diva or like bitchy or whatever, but it's fully because they can.
they're like, no, no, I swear I'm not doing this to be rude. I just like, I need this person to write this down for me because I cannot. So Luca looks over and sees their childhood friend, Zora, who has also returned, waiting nearby at the entrance to the Witchlight Carnival.
Oh, hello there.
Hi, it's been a long time, hasn't it?
It sure has. I haven't even thought about this place in so many years, but you probably heard of my makeup business. It's called Gaslight Girl Boss Gatekeep. And I've been around the block and I was like, oh my God, I'm gonna be picking up new supplies and I'm gonna be pitching to some new, markets and stuff. So I figured I would stop by. I wasn't expecting to see you. How have you been?
Life has not been quite as kind to me as it seems to have been to you. Uh, you know, but I'm doing my best. You know, people are awful, and I can't stop telling them that they're awful people.
That's fair. Would you like a powder? Um, for no reason in particular, it just helps you feel better, And if you're gonna fight and if you're gonna stand up for what's right, you might as well look even better while doing it. You know what I mean?
Are you telling me I'm oily?
Um, no,
These
it's just
are.
like
This is. I was born with these shiny patches. They. Are you telling me to cover up who I am?
no, obviously not. It's just that we just get very sweaty, especially now during like this season. It's very weird. Global warming is a thing too, allegedly. I don't know, but we could all use some refreshing. We can also always look less sweaty, I suppose.
As Luca is trying to dig themselves out of this hole that they have dug for themselves, uh, Jay, your character is walking up. Go ahead and describe your character for us, and then we'll figure out what they have lost.
So my character is a relatively tall, kind of lanky man. He's human. He is wearing some pretty nice clothes. Um, sorry, one second. It's kind of a blue robe, with some yellow underlining to it. He's got kind of black, poofy, curly hair, and his birth name, which many people might know, is Prickett, but he often told people his name was Wade.
Wade, perfect. So Wade walks up. Uh, Wade lost their sense of artistic creativity when they were a child. Um, and was unable to draw, was unable to paint, was unable to dance.
This is really
Um,
funny because he's proficient in The Wire
oh
as part
no!
of his background.
So so it has always been something that you have craved growing up. It's something that you've continued to practice on it, and no matter what you do, you learn the strings, you learn how it should be done, but something always goes wrong. The rhythm is incorrect. The tuning is incorrect. Something always goes awry, and it never seems like you can properly express your sense of artistic creativity in the way that you envision it inside you. And so Wade arrives as Luca is talking about other people being sweaty while kind of perspiring due to like being kind of called out, and is like, no, this is fine. No, you use it like this, and is starting to like have like nervous sweat on their brow as they are talking to your childhood friend Zora as you arrive.
Wade is going to approach and put his hand on Luca's shoulder and smile like a very charming smile and say, I see not much has changed since I've been gone.
Oh, hi. They put their makeup away. Like, let's stop this conversation right now. This is a great opportunity to move along. How have you been? I see you. You also decided to join us today. Is everyone feeling nostalgic or what?
I've been thinking a lot about the village lately and decided to stop by.
I suppose nostalgia is one way to frame a quest for justice. Yeah.
A quest for
Sure,
justice?
I'll go with
Yeah.
that.
Well, yes, it's a quest for justice. That that one winter where the food was scarce and I lost my sibling. Those nobles, they have to pay for that. They have to pay for taking our food. So yeah, I'm back home and searching.
How do you plan to make them pay?
Well, I have to find them first, and over the years the mind wanders. You know, you think about how you want to do things. But I don't know yet. I learned how to make instruments in the meantime though, so that's I guess I can carve some stuff. I could carve
Nice.
them.
Listen, we can all. The good thing about us coming together is that we can brainstorm. I happen to be very good at brainstorming. I'm very creative, so we can come up with various solutions to these problems. Listen, the last thing I would like to do is start a business, so they must pay for the fact that I've had to work so hard. Do you know how hard it is to start a business when you can't write? Like, it's hard. It's difficult. I don't know. I don't know if you could relate because you seem significantly smarter than me, but I just can't write. So we have to do something.
You can't write?
Well, it's a long story. So I can read, and I've learned how to read, and I did. I think I've written before, but I just can't. Like, it all just, when you go to, you know, someone very famous, which, I can kind of relate to, and they give you like an autograph. That's what it looks like. But like, I don't actually intend on giving people autographs, not at least like all the time.
Luca, you pull out a small piece of paper and you go to show them, and you write like some quick little sentence like, "Hello, my name is Luca," something like that, and you hold it up to them, and it literally is like squiggly lines, basically. Like you look at it and you're just like, "That's not." I watched you try to make letters. Like I watched you that.
Do you see what I mean? Like, I tried. It's pretty though. We can probably hang it somewhere.
Maybe the nobles took away your ability to write.
Ugh,
Curse those
probably.
nobles.
As this is being said, Jet, your character arrives on the scene. Go ahead and describe them, and then we'll find out what they lost.
Yeah, so Sylvius has sort of grayish green skin. He's fairly tall, but aggressively slouches over in an attempt to not call attention to himself. He has sort of short, very like neatly parted black hair, very much looks like an academic, but has, very, very typical sort of orcish tusks. He wears sort of a purplish tunic and a grayish blue outer vestment. And curiously, what you've not noticed about him before, something that he didn't have in childhood, are you can't see most of his hands or his forearms, but from what you can see from his fingers, instead of them being the normal sort of gray green of the rest of his skin, the the flesh has become sort of purplish and odd. Um, so he's just sort of chilling, looks a little bit uncomfortable, but he's around and sort of smiles sheepishly.
F- Funnily enough, as you attempt to smile, the thing that Sylvius lost when they were a child was their ability to smile. So everything kind of comes out as like an attempted smirk or like a half smirk, but Sylvius is never able to fully smile through the years, having lost it at the carnival whenever they were a child. And you arrive with now you arrive as you are coming upon them discussing Luca's inability to properly write. Um, and something about it sounds akin to your own loss. There's something about it that kind of like gives you pause as you arrive and you see the others that you knew as you were growing up as a child here in the village. You see Wade and Luca and Zora.
Did you get into abstract art?
Well, this was supposed to be a cute little sentence introducing myself, but we can go with that. We can go with that.
Oh. A sentence written.
I can't
Apparently.
write.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a whole thing. I try, but I really can't. I feel like I could at some point, but yeah, it's a whole thing. How have you been?
I've been all right. I'm on track to finish my dissertation later this spring. All in all has been relatively fine over at the college. But aside from that, I feel as though there's a certain kinship in understanding that something was lost. Perhaps something will be found. Is that why you have come?
Well, I was around, I've already told a lot of wonderful friends here, but I was just actually here to sell makeup and to grab some new resources for new products. I have a launch coming up soon, but we don't need to talk about that. But yeah, I just saw the carnival and I was like, "Oh, wig, I've been here before. I should just I guess let me go in. Let's check it out."
Well,
And then the rest
timing
is
is what it
history.
is.
Well, I would like to say that it was nostalgia or a feeling of finding something that was once lost. And as much as it is that, it is also the one thing I have been driven by for the last couple years, I suppose.
As the four of you gather outside, just kind of waiting for the carnival to open, finally, our final guest is able to arrive. And it has taken them a considerable amount of time, longer than the rest of you, because when they were a child, they lost their sense of direction. Uh, And so, Ducky, introduce us to your character as they are kind of like stumbling down the street. You actually come like pouring out of the back entrance of the stables that are like across the street. Like, so sorry. I thought this, but that's what I was looking for. I'm so sorry. So go ahead and introduce yourself as you come pouring out of the back entrance of the stables, like covered in chicken feathers and hay as you have stumbled your way through.
So you see this, I guess everyone's tall here. This tall man with this beautifully brimmed hat and completely gorgeous clothing that cover a little bit of a heavy armor type deal. He's got a instrument on his side and a shield on his back, very chunky and covered in everything. Um, he uh wow, my mind went blank. His hair is very long and black and silky, and underneath, he's got little accents of purple on his face. Um, and as he stumbles out, he's like, "Oh, that was the wrong way. Okay. Oh my goodness. It's been so long. I'm glad." And he takes off his hat because he was kind of using it as a disguise. He's like, "I'm so glad you guys, it's you. I've been trying to get here for days. Glad I didn't miss it. How is everyone? Wait a second. Luca, I love your makeup. I'm using it, and you see he has like black and white on his face a little bit that go with his yellow and purple eyes. It's just like, ah, gaslight gatekeep girl boss, the best. I love it so much. Wait, it's been forever since I've seen you, but we can talk about that later. Uh, but how are the rest of you? How have you been?
And one more time, what is your character's name? Oh, it cut out there real quick. What was your character's name, Ducky?
Uh, my character's name is Slade.
Slade. Perfect. So
Yes.
we have Slade and Wade. Love it. Wonderful. So we have Slade, Wade, Sylvius, Zora, and Luca. Beautiful. So Slade slides in, making a stir as he does, and joins the rest of you.
Well, you asked how we've been, I suppose. Uh, you know, life has not been easy, but I have, carved out a living for myself. I learned how to work with wood, and I can carve a couple instruments. Uh, I won't. The quality is maybe not, you know, on par of what would be sold by most vendors, but they're functional. Sounds come out of them. It's enough to make a bit of a living, you know.
Wade moves from Luca and wraps his arm around Slade, and he is like, "Hello, my old partner in crime." You would not believe the life I've had. I have joined a monastery. I
Surprising.
left, but I joined it.
Not as surprising.
They taught me how to fight good, and that's all that matters.
Learn a skill, leave it
Leave it behind immediately.
immediately.
No
Yeah.
loyalty. Absolutely not. If they come around here, I wasn't here.
Same.
Oh,
Do
I
still
was.
sign gifts
And
for
tell them about my
$2
makeup
thing.
too.
Absolutely. Just say it. It's Wade. From Wade, I will tell the monastery about your makeup if I ever happen to run into them again.
Thank you so much.
I'm sure the monks would love it.
They probably need it, to be honest.
Yeah, probably. There are some interesting characters there.
As you say that, Luca, you see the front of the Witchlight Carnival light up, and the ticket booth itself, like a little, you watch this little goblin push the doors open, and you see she has this shock of pink hair and these bright, incredibly large spectacles with light pink glass. And she's got tons of bangles around her wrists. And she looks over and she says, I've been here the whole time, and I've got to say, you have got to stop getting into the habit of telling people they have to put on makeup. Honey, everybody's journey is different.
Listen, I gotta make a living somehow.
I
These nobles haven't made our lives easy, have
I
they?
get it, sweetie. One, nobles suck down with the system. But two, sweetheart, you can't be telling people that. That's rude.
You know, I'm just trying to like enhance their beauty. I'm not saying anyone is ugly.
She
You can always
stops.
do it a little bit.
She stops for a second. She goes, "Wait a second." And she presses on the side of her glasses, and like more like little lenses pop out on either side. And she takes a look at the five of you, and she goes, I see we have some return guests. Very interesting. We usually don't get a lot of folks coming back after so many years. Hello, hello. As she presses the side of her glasses again, and all of the lenses retract, and it's back to just like her little, like, light pink spectacles. She looks over and she goes, Interesting. Someone's already paid for your tickets.
Who?
She looks over and she pulls out 8 incredibly large gilded tickets, and you can see there are like 8 little spots that look like they could have punch cards, like it's like a punch card ticket. And she fans out the 5 of them and hands one to each of you and says, "I was told to say that these are courtesy of Miss Ellywick. I'm told you can find her inside somewhere. I hope you all enjoy the carnival."
I don't remember getting a meet and greet pass.
Is
Well,
this name familiar to anyone?
Each of you may roll a history check at disadvantage. Since your memories of losing what you have lost are still slowly coming back to you, anything regarding that encounter will be made at disadvantage. So it'll be a history check, roll twice, and take the lower result.
That's a 6 for me.
3.
That is coincidentally also a 6 for me.
Oh, okay.
What die do you roll for?
That'll be a d20, and you'll add whatever your history or intelligence modifier are. And you're going to roll twice and take the lower result. What did Luca get?
Hold on.
Oh, Shiza! Thank you so much for that $50 donation! Let's go! Y'all have raised $100 so far today. That is incredible. Thank you so much, Sheezy. That's so incredibly sweet. Thank you, babe.
I got a 1, so I don't think I need to roll again.
Nope, no, you're good. That's definitely
1 plus 3.
You rolled once and took the lower. You were like, nope, I'm good.
You could roll again to see if you'll get another 1.
Just get it out of the way.
Just get it out of the way.
Oh, it was
That's
a 12. There was a 1 in there.
It's a 12 for me.
It's a 12. So, you do not recognize the name Eliwick from your past. However, Sylvius, as you are a studier of the arcane arts, you have heard reports and sightings of a gnome planar traveler who has been making their way across the multiverse and has kind of been making mischief and inserting themselves into like planar business and finding ways that they can kind of like toy around with things and upset the balance, and more than anything, use their talents to help those that have been wronged or stolen from. They're like a planar Robin Hood, basically. This little gnome. And so you've heard the name Eliwick like whispered about, but you've never met them before. That's kind of like about what you know.
I don't know where, but I do know who, not personally, but in terms of documentation. And we would do well to find her on the inside.
All right, I trust your judgment. I mean, you are the one who did go to college, and so I suppose if you've heard something about them and you say we need to look for this person, I suppose that's what we should do.
Uh,
Excellent.
the goblin looks up and says, "Now each ticket is good for 8 attractions. You're welcome to do one multiple times. I myself am always a fan of the teacups. What can I say? But once you're done, then you don't get to do any more. You can always come back and buy more tickets if you want. But have a good time and stay out of trouble." And the grand double doors to the carnival open up. And immediately, right, Kale? Thank you for donating $150 and getting us all the way to $2,000. Thank you so much. You are so incredibly sweet. You're such an amazing person. Thank you so much. Hell yeah. Oh my gosh. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out how to make words right now. Um, Thank you. Thank you so much, babe. I'm gonna have to raise our goal again in a minute as soon as I can make words happen. Huh. So you all, the grand doors to the Witchlight Carnival open up, and immediately music and smells of sweet and salty and savory foods just come pouring through the open doors. You can see all manner of fairies and elves, and you see half-orcs. You see an ogre or two are like just walking back and forth through the carnival grounds. You see incredibly large stilt walkers breathing fire into the air as the carnival comes alive. As you all are looking around at the carnival itself, there are a number of different attractions that you can check out here in the Witchlight Carnival. So we have the bubble pot teapot, akin to like the teacup rides that you are used to. We have the Mystery Mine, which is a like a small little like roller coaster minecart type attraction. We have the Hall of Illusions. We have snail racing. We have a carousel. We have a like a almost like a flying type one, like the rides where you go up and you get in the thing and you fly around on little cables. That is the Dragonfly ride. There is the Feasting Orchard, the Gondola Swans, and then there is also the Pixie Kingdom. There is a incredibly large, big top tent that sits far in the back towards the center, that allows for folks to participate in like shows, and any of the like shows and like performances that happen in the big top don't take your tickets. Those are kind of like free. So if you want to participate in any of the attractions, you have to utilize your ticket. But other than that, any of the shows within the big top are there. You can see that there are some sections that are sequestered for personnel only. But other than that, you are welcome to explore the Witchlight Carnival as you wish, in hopes to try to find this mysterious benefactor, Miss Eliwick. What would you all like to do?
Might I make a recommendation? I feel that people often find many things in a Hall of Illusions. It just feels right. It feels
That
I
As
feel
long as
drawn
I'm
to
not
the
first
Hall
in
of
line.
Illusions. Yeah.
and I start heading in the opposite direction to the Hall of Illusions.
Wade grabs him and steers him in the right way.
So
To the Hall of Illusions.
that's so all of you are going to be making your way to the Hall of Illusions.
Yo.
Mhm.
Wonderful, wonderful. Give me 1 second there as we do some scrolling. And we find the right spots. As you all are making your way across the carnival grounds, um, you start to reach towards the Hall of Illusions, and it's a smaller tent. This one is bedecked in like pastel colors and all kinds of like purples and pinks. And every once in a while, you can see like wisps of smoke come off of like the purple and pink swirls that bedeck the outside of the tent itself. And as you start to arrive, all of a sudden, you all are stopped as a 12-foot tall walking tree, garlanded in golden ribbons, steps forward and reaches all the way down, and begins uh, pulls out a dandelion and blows it into the air, and all manner of these like floating dandelion seeds start like pouring down over top of you, and you can see this small crowd of like 4 tiefling children come running forward and all trying to like grab at the dandelion seeds in the air, and you can look on as this tiefling man and this human man like kind of like look on at their kids as they are snatching at the dandelion seeds in the air. And one of the kids looks up at Zora and says, "Catch one! Catch one!"
Zora reaches out their hand and like watches as one of the dandelion seeds just like falls right into the palm of their hand.
As
And they
the
lower it down to eye level for the children.
As the dandelion seed touches your hand, you watch as when it settles, it turns into a gold piece. You watch as one of the dandelion seeds hits the hand of one of the small tiefling children, and all of a sudden, this small firecracker goes off in their hand. Another dandelion seed hits, and you watch as like one of the children's fingers, like their pointer finger, starts to glow brightly, and all of them are like giggling and laughing, and they go running back to their parents to like show them what they got.
Nice to see the children happy. Wish that could have been me.
The large tree bends down and hands each of you a full dandelion. And because it is like a dandelion that grows on this incredible 12-foot tall tree, it's like basically the size of like a sunflower as a dandelion. And hands each of you one. And looks down at Zora and says, "Do not worry, child. Everybody can find fun here. That which is lost must always be found. That is the definition of something that has been lost. Just because you have not found it yet does not mean that you won't. Have fun at the carnival." He stands back up, incredibly, incredibly tall, and goes like galumphing to the next section of the carnival. And you see like more adults and kids are kind of like mingling together. And the next time he kind of holds up a very large pine in his hand and crushes it, and sparks shower down on like the next group of folks.
So, what did we do with these before going into the House of Illusions, I suppose? Just, Zora takes a deep breath and just, like, blows the dandelion.
As you blow the dandelion, what is the one thought that runs through Zora's head?
The one thought that runs through Zora's head is after seeing those small children, Zora wishes that no other tiefling children have to go through what they did in their life. Um, yeah.
As you say that, you kind of like, you hear this sound that kind of like catches your eye. It catches above everything else in the carnival. And behind you, you hear the small tears and sniffles of this purple tiefling child, kind of like stopping, kind of like looking around for a second, and all of a sudden you hear, "Oh, honey, sweetie, we're right over here." And the child like looks and sees their parents across the way, and immediately runs towards them. And you watch as the dandelion seeds in the air glisten for just a second before settling to the ground.
I'm gonna cry. Well, to the House of Illusions, I suppose.
Onward.
You all step forward, and you can see in the Hall of Illusions. It is manned by a very, very, very tall elf and for a second you kind of like stop for a second and look them over. You start to realize that their ears are prosthetics, and that they are wearing a wig. And you see this like series of like hands moving and trying to like stay put as their incredibly tall robe bursts open, and you see that it is three gnomes stacked on top of each other, pretending to be a alphabet. So sorry. Welcome to the Hall of Illusions. I am the keeper of illusions. And they look at their hand for a second and they say, Gardner? Gander? Can you read this? And he like sticks his hand into the coat. He goes, it's Gander. I am the keeper of illusions, Gander. Present your tickets for entry. And each of you hands up the ticket, and this little like swirly symbol gets punched into one of the slots on your ticket of 8. And Gander and his 2 assistants you see one hand each emerge from the thing, and all 3 of them usher you inside. And inside the Hall of Illusions, you can hear all manner of like giggles and little like silly screeches where someone's like, ooh, as folks are like inside the Hall of Illusions. And this is a part, it's like part Hall of Mirrors, part fun house. As you make your way through, there are multiple times where Wade, you look into one of the mirrors and you see a version of yourself that's about like 2 feet tall, and it looks up at you and it completely waves at you, separate of yourself, and then it starts running backwards back to like the foreground of the mirror, or like the background of the mirror, and it gets like even smaller and smaller and smaller until you see a little poof of pink smoke in the mirror.
He stares at it for a moment. He lets it roll around in his noggin. And he decides to just hold on to it. He'll just come back to that in a minute.
We're gonna put a pin in that.
We're gonna put a pin in that. If it happens again, he'll immediately bring it up to the others.
And not too far down the next row, you see it happen again, but as you do, an incredibly tall, like an even taller mirror version of Slade peeks around behind the miniature Wade in the mirror and kind of like gives a little bit of a hello.
He looks around to see if he can see where Slade is in the real world. Like, just make sure he's got eyes on him.
Yeah, Wade looks over and Slade is like a few spots down. Slade, you're looking at, there are a number of mannequins that are all dressed up in like fabulous garb. And you kind of like look over at Wade, like confused. Wade has this like look of like curious shock on his face. You kind of like look over, you're like, what?
Slade, come here.
Yeah, I'll try.
I don't know why we're not keeping you closer. You're not very good at directions.
I've run into 7 mirrors already, but these outfits are to die for.
As you turn back to these outfits are to die for. You turn back and all the mannequins have like shifted pose and are now like posing fashionably.
I stumble over there.
You look in the mirror and you see the same thing. All of you do. You see a very, very tiny version of Wade, and you see an incredibly, impossibly tall version of Slade that actually has to like bend down a little bit to fit within the confines of the mirror.
I feel like this is accurate though.
I can take you out. I can take you right now. just throwing that out there.
I mean, I guess.
And we will leave you in the mirrors.
Oh, don't leave me in the mirrors.
I mean, I
Meanwhile,
suppose if you've lost your sense of direction, and your direction is if you set the intention of forever being stuck in the maze of mirrors,
Are you ever
Then I'll
really
get out.
lost?
But then I don't know how it works.
this was not something you decided to test beforehand?
Well, I tested a couple times and then I ended up in the wrong place. And then let's just say I've been through out of a lot of bathroom windows because I came in through the wrong bathroom window. So
I
I
won't
ha-
ask what you were trying to do going through a bathroom window in the first place, but
Do you perhaps think that you never actually intentionally left the village, but you wandered off and didn't know how to get back?
maybe.
Oh my gosh, I love that. So Slade, you do still have your dandelion. If you would like to try that to help you navigate the maze of the Hall of Illusions.
Yeah, probably, yeah, because it's just did not want to be left behind here. It's trapped for 1,000,000 years here. Let's not do that.
So as you blow on the dandelion and think about this, this is going to negate the disadvantage that you would have on your survival check to make it out of the Hall of Illusions.
Oh,
So you actually get to go ahead and roll with advantage. So roll twice and take the higher result for survival as you are going to try to use the trick that Zora suggested and think about staying in the Hall of Mirrors for your sense of direction.
easy. It's simple. Just think about all the lovely outfits and the totally being taller than Slate all the time, and it's perfectly fine. That's a 13.
A 13, perfect. So as you go, you kind of like you watch as the dandelions glisten for a second and then almost float forward and almost like dance along in the air and start creating a pathway out for you all.
nice.
Perfect. Gonna
Sylvius, can I get a perception check from you, please, real quick?
Okie doke. That's a 5.
A 5. So you have been kind of like pleasantly entertained by everything that you find here in the Hall of Illusions. Mostly because these are very wonderfully done enchantments. And like full enchantments of illusion magic and enchantment and all these beautiful conjurations of magic together to make this place something like fun and silly. And so it's kind of like caught your eye for a second, and you hear a from behind the five of you, and when you go to look back, you see a single large black, almost like crow or raven feather, lying on the ground behind the five of you. And you don't remember anybody else coming in after you. You haven't seen anybody come through. You kind of like stop and look back around, and you don't see anybody.
Can I pick it up?
Yeah.
Let's just sort of hold on to it. But it's only the one.
It's only one.
Huh. Okay.
You
Meanwhile, I would
all
like to believe that Luca is like distracted with the mannequins and like posing, like copying them. Like every time like they turn around and they change poses, they're like, "Oh, I see you."
Luca keeps like turning around and striking a pose, and then turning around and all the mannequins have done the same thing. And then like turning around and be like, okay. And all of the mannequins do the same thing. Like, and you keep doing it, and finally like Zora and the others have to like almost like drag you out of the Hall of Mirrors. You see like the one hand come from off screen and just like grab you by the collar and like pull you away. And as you do, you turn around one last time and you see all of the mannequins are like pulled in a direction like they've just been pulled to like leave. But you all make your way through the Hall of Illusions. Surprisingly, probably for the first time in very many years, led actually by Slade, who is able to help lead the group out via this dandelion. You have you did not see any trace of any other gnomes inside the Hall of Illusions, so it does not appear that this mysterious Eliwick is within. As you all emerge back out the entrance, having come out the other, made like a full loop around inside.
I'm amazed we got out.
Amazed. I like what you did there. Well, I suppose. Does the dragonfly, does that go like, is that like one of those where you like fly over the fairground and you get like a bird's eye view of everything kind of situation?
It is. So it's got a starting station, and then it carries you on a little like cable, and you are like strapped into a contraption that looks like a dragonfly, and the cable runs the entire length of the carnival, as you get to like look down at all of the attractions and all of the carnival goers.
I think maybe that might be a good idea just to get a feel for what we're dealing with here. Have a look.
Bird's
If
eye
we
view.
see something, yeah. Dragonfly's view.
Y'all,
Yeah.
as you look around, you do note that over that way there is also the feast ground, the feast orchard, where you can get food and drink. And right over near there is also where a lot of the staff quarters are. Right around there, and then continuing beyond and behind the big top tent. So y'all make your way back across the carnival grounds, and you arrive outside, and you can see it like dips down, and each one of the dragonflies can fit 2 people. Um, and so you can buddy up, or each of you can take your own dragonfly if you wish. You see that there's a very small fairy, and she introduces herself as Periwinkle, and you can see that her wings are actually in the style of a dragonfly, as as she introduces you, and you can see she's got a like a heavy set of like artificer's goggles on the top of her head, and she wears a like a jumpsuit almost. And you can see there's a number of spots that look like grease or oil are around on it. And she says, I invented these. I wanted folks to be able to take in all of the sights of the carnival as they wish. It's one of our favorite rides. Oftentimes, a lot of folks do it because sometimes the attractions like to change where they're located. It's why we don't hand out maps. But this is a great way to get reacquainted with the carnival sometimes. Also, sometimes folks wander off. It's a great way to be able to like look down and like see if like your friend or your parent is like somewhere else because you lost track of them. It happens sometimes. Do you want me
Would
to
you
go for a
say
ride?
it's a great way to find the things that you have lost?
She goes, oh, I know it's a great way to find people that you've lost, but I don't know. I've never tried that. It's worth a shot, though.
Yeah, it is. Sure is. Um, how do we want to pair up, or do we want to go by ourselves, or?
I'll say this: if you pair up with basically one of you will be helping the other, so you'll be able to one of you will be able to roll at advantage for perception. Otherwise, you can kind of hedge your bets, and all five of you can go separately, and all five of you would get to roll separately. So.
I'm afraid of heights, so I need someone who's who's strong enough for me to grip on their hand and it not breaking, and also someone that can tolerate my screaming. So does anyone volunteer?
I volunteer. I'm sure I can handle it.
Slade is like, absolutely.
Let's go.
So Slade and
Let's do
Luca will
it.
be going together.
Now, if you don't mind, I haven't had a moment to talk to Sylvius yet, so I would love to ride with them.
As expected, yes. I will ride alone.
No, next time me and you will. But we talked when we first got here. I just haven't talked to Sylvius yet. He's been off on their own, so I just want to give them some time too.
Perfect. So Slade and Luca, you board up on the first dragonfly and head up into the air, followed by Wade and Sylvius, and then Zora behind them. So Slade and Luca. Out of the two of you, one of you will be making the perception check at advantage as you are looking around the carnival grounds. Who would like to make that roll?
I have +2 perception.
I have +5.
Ooh, yeah. Please do.
I min-maxed.
Let's go.
Do I roll anyway?
So you're assisting with the roll, so you actually get to provide an extra roll to Slade. So Slade gets to roll twice and take the higher result and then add 5. So rather than the two of you rolling, you're kind of like helping the other person have a better chance.
I'm just screaming the whole time.
It's exactly 100%.
I got a 21 total.
21 total. I love it. So,
Yes.
as you all are making your way around, I'm going to keep that in mind in just a second. I'm going to get everybody's individual roles. But all of you do totally recognize that, like, as Slade and Luca are going around, every single time they reach a new section, every single person in that section all looks up at Luca just screeching into the air, terrified. Even like all of the children are looking up like they know they can't get hurt, right? Like they're fine. Yeah, it's fine. Okay. Um,
This is
uh,
perfect. I can see people's faces.
Wade and Sylvius. Out of the two of you, who would like to roll at advantage?
I have a +3 and I'm willing to use the dandelion.
Go for it. I have +2 and
Ooh.
I'm not willing to use it yet.
So you will get to go ahead and roll twice and take the higher result. And as you blow on the dandelion, what do you ask your dandelion?
I would like to know where in space, if Eliwick has a tent, if it can either be highlighted or if it can be used as pathfinding.
Okay, perfect. So go ahead and roll twice, take the higher.
Right. 16 +3. 19.
19, perfect. And finally, Zora, you are riding alone. Now, you had asked Periwinkle if you could find that which you had lost. Is that what you would like to search for as you are riding around on the dragonfly?
Yes.
Go ahead and give me a perception check or an arcana check, whichever would be better for you.
Oh. An Arcana check, which is an 18. I rolled an 18.
Okay. So we will start with Slade and Luca. As you are looking around, Slade, you got a 21. You can see, you don't catch sight of a gnome. You figure at this point she must either be within one of the attractions or within somewhere within the big top or like a staff tent of some sort. But you do catch sight of you hear a little bit of a fluttering around you, and you look around and you don't see anything, but you do see another large black feather slowly float and land on your dragonfly. Very similar in style to the one that Sylvius found. Clearly, something or someone is keeping their eyes on you. Wade and Sylvius. As you two are floating, Wade, you wanted to catch up with Sylvius. So what are y'all chatting about? What are y'all doing?
Well, Wade is asking how that whole college thing went. And if he's found anyone interesting since they've last met up.
Well, it's much as one would expect from being at a majors college. You meet all sorts of spellcasters. I always thought I would feel lonesome, and sure, there might not be any other half-orcs in my age group at the program, but everyone has their own sort of mileage. You know, Evander, who you have a vague recollection of basically being like Sylvius's adoptive dad, mentor person. Evander was very good about introducing me to other members of faculty and so on and so forth. I think my favorite professor dresses like a necromancer, but serves as a botanist. I enjoy the contradiction. And what about you? You said that you went to a monastery, but you left. Why?
So I'll tell you something that I didn't tell Slade. They presented as a monastery, and they taught me how to be a monk, but they were a bunch of criminals. They were called, I mean, I should have noticed, I should have known right off the bat what they were, because they were called the Crimson Dragon Syndicate. So
You don't regularly hear monasteries be referred to as a syndicate.
Maybe it was, new movement.
entirely possible. It wasn't even them being criminals part. It was, there was this guy there that me and him just kept butting heads, and I think he put a hit out on me, so I left.
Oh, yes. Well, that explains why. Do you still sign in guest books under an assumed name?
I sign in under Wade.
Good. I'm proud of you.
As you each are talking, Sylvius, you can take a second and you blow on the dandelion as you had before, and the dandelion seeds shimmer and glisten, and they slowly start spiraling down, and they settle over the big top and over the feasting orchard.
Two at once.
Now, Zora, as you are looking around, you appear more inquisitive as you are searching. Your eyes are darting from spot to spot. You're looking in places that others wouldn't think to look, because you are not looking for a person. You're looking for that which has been lost. And it occurs to you, everyone has kept their eyes glued within into the carnival grounds. And you stop and you look to the right. And you can see around the carnival grounds is not the outside of the village as it has been shown. While you are within the carnival grounds, as you look out and to the right, you see this vague bit of green mist and fog that encompasses and surrounds the carnival. The carnival acts as a gateway into the Feywild, into the realm of the Fey. And slowly, almost like a beacon, you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lights emerge within this fog. Somewhere out there in the Feywild are each of your lost possessions. And it is up to you to find a way out of the carnival and into the realm beyond to search for what you have lost.
Okay.
Slowly, each of your dragonflies returns back to the start. Luca screams a little bit more, and Periwinkle has to be like, "Excuse me, you're back, you're back, you're back. Can I undo your safety harnesses that we're gonna keep you completely safe and not let you fall? Can I do that, please? Thank you." Periwinkle helps Luca off of the dragonfly. And slowly the other two come in and you all disembark and meet back together so that you all can discuss what you found on your ride.
So, what did everyone see? I was busy screaming my guts out, so I didn't see anything. I would love to hear what y'all saw, if anything.
I used the
I saw
dandelion
more than I
and
bargained for. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
sorry. I used the dandelion to try and locate our sort of search. And it returned two results. One is the feasting orchard, and one is the big top. So perhaps waypoints for sometime in the future.
I
No, go ahead. Go ahead. Processing.
You're good. I found a nice little black feather, maybe attached to something or someone watching us. Not attached anymore, obviously, it's fallen off, but good to keep an eye out.
Mm-hmm. I saw beyond the carnival, beyond the green mist, where are the things that we lost? Those Luca's handwriting, your sense of direction. They're out in the Fey Wilds. We're not at home. Not really. Yes and no, I suppose. I think.
Do we get there?
I suppose that is the question, isn't it?
I'm firing my Uber. I'm reporting him. He brought me to the wrong place.
If there's an entrance, there's gotta be an exit. Go back the way we came. Though I don't want to have to go backwards through the illusion of mirrors. Maybe not
I
exactly
don't think
back
we
the way
have to
we
go
came.
through the mirrors to get there.
Sometimes stepping backwards helps. Can't
Has that
explain it.
has that worked a lot for you?
No. But I'd like to think that stepping backwards, retracing your steps.
We do have some more, we could still go on other attractions to maybe get other clues, since it seems like this one was very helpful.
Mm-hmm.
I
Maybe we
mean,
could go
we're
on a third.
the Big Top and the Feasting Orchard were indicated as places that we should.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I know that
I
the
agree.
big top. You said before that the big top doesn't require the like punch card system, but I'm assuming that the feasting orchard does.
It does. So
Okay.
it kind of acts as almost like a buffet banquet hall where you get a punch card and then you get to like go in and like eat and drink your fill and then you can leave. But if you want to come back in, you have to punch again, so on and so
Okay.
forth.
And is that en route to the big top?
It is actually. So since you're kind of like on the outer edge, if you continue along the right side, the feasting orchard is right nearby, and then you would continue on forward to the big top.
Okay.
Well, I suppose as the Feasting Orchard is on the way to the Big Top, we fill up on some food and drink.
Let's
Or
do that.
if this is Faye,
Be careful.
yes, everything has a price.
So, as the five of you head forward to the feasting orchard, you can look on and in, and there are it seems quite small on the outside, but as you are looking in and kind of like breaching your head past the little fence posts, you look over and it's almost like the rows and rows of trees and the rows and rows of tables continue and continue and continue. And all of these trees are filled with food, not just fruit or vegetables. There is a tree that has like magical glowing like large casks of wine hanging off of it. Each one of these trees seems to have a different thing. And you hear tons and tons of cheer and merriment inside. And somewhere further in, you hear a lyre being played, and atop a table sitting almost perfectly in the center of an orchard, you see a small gnome decked in green and gold, who is dancing amidst the table, looks over at the five of you, and gives you a little bit of a wink. We're going to go ahead and take a real quick short break so that folks can use the restroom, grab some water, and whenever we come back, we will start towards wrapping up this fun Feywild adventure. Thank you all so much for all of your incredible generosity. We have already raised $250 on this finale day, getting us to $2,000 raised for Stonewall. Y'all are incredible. We're going to take that real quick short break. Grab yourself some water, grab yourself a little snack, and we will be right back. And welcome back, everybody. Thank you all so much for sticking with us through that break there. I hope everybody got a new beverage, a little snack, as we head towards the end of our little Witchlight Carnival adventure. So, last we checked in, our heroes had made their way to the feasting orchard, the kind of like outdoor banquet and buffet hall of it, as they were getting their tickets stamped. And you see this stamp looks like a little like cutout of like a piece of pie. Um, as you get your ticket stamped, you look on and in the grand center of the feasting orchard, atop one of the tables, dancing and playing music for everybody, is a young gnome woman bedecked in greens and golds, playing a lyre. You see them switching over to playing a violin, and they keep like switching back and forth between instruments. And as they do, they kind of catch sight of the five of you, and she gives a very, very broad wink in your direction as she flourishes at the end of the song, and everybody around erupts into applause. And you see a number of times some of them actually reach over and hand her like gold coins. A number of times folks actually hand over full tickets for the carnival over to her as payment for her performance. And she kind of like skips through the audience past everybody. And she kind of stops down at a table next to the five of you, goes, "Ooh, certainly took you all long enough. Hello, hello. Welcome to the carnival. I hope you've been having fun."
So far, so good. Do we know you?
Well, I would certainly hope you know me. I made sure you got in.
Eliwick, I presume?
Of course. The one, the same, the only.
Thank you for bringing us in.
Of course.
Beautiful performance.
Thank you. I do certainly try. I've studied long enough for it.
And is this
Hello.
yours as well? And Sylv pulls out the sort of raven feather.
Oh, no, that's his. And she points behind the five of you, and shimmering in the air, you see this, like, just barely visible, like, humanoid form. Like, kind of like that point where, like, invisibility, it kind of, like, shimmers in the air slightly, so it looks almost like air vibrations. And slowly that fades away. And you see standing before you this form of a kenku, this like raven-like person standing before you, and behind them are bright yellow butterfly wings attached to them. Uh, they kind of look over and say, sorry, kettle wreath, kettle wreath, kettle wreath, kettle wreath," and introduces themselves and shakes each of your hands. And Ellie says, "So sorry for the subterfuge on his part. He's a little worried, understandably so. There are eyes everywhere, and not all of them are as generous or kind as myself or witch or light."
We were here a long time ago, and there was payment made, and we tried to ask. The payment that was taken, do you know if it was taken by witch or by light?
Oh, it's very unlikely either of them would do so. Witch and light, as long as payment is made, they don't ask questions. But there are others that take the payment and don't report to them. They have far more nefarious bosses.
Hmm. Um, I'm not sure if you have noticed the predicament we find ourselves in, where it seems like the carnival has set up near the village, but I don't know if you've taken the dragonfly ride and looked further past the carnival.
Oh, so you've seen Prismere.
Is that what's beyond the green mist?
Yes. The domain of Prismere exists on the outskirts of the carnival. Its ruler, or what was its ruler, adored this place and made sure that her domain existed such that she could always visit it. However, it's no longer under her control, and her assistant here, Kettlereath, reached out to me in an attempt to find those who could help. A coven has taken control. They've split it into 3 terrifying and twisted domains. What once was the beautiful land of Prismere in the Feywild has been split amongst them, each taking control of 1/3 of the land. They've named it Hither, Thither, and Fro. And it is here that they continue to prey upon others, sending secret agents and hidden Fey into the carnival to prey on those and take that which they can to continue to further their domain.
And those things would be things such as the ability to lie or someone's sense of direction.
Sometimes it's a feeling. Others have lost the ability to fear, admittedly not something that everybody wouldn't mind losing, but others have lost the ability to laugh, to cry. Others have lost themselves and been taken. Whatever they can grab, they will take. And they have.
They certainly have.
I owe Kettlereath and his mistress, Sibylna, greatly. It is with their aid that I have been able to do much of my work across the multiverse. But this is too great for just me. I understand that each of you have lost something.
That we have.
I figured.
I used to play the wire as well as you did.
Is that
Can't
so?
strum it anymore.
Give it a go. And
All right,
Eliwick hands it over. And I will ask you to make a performance check at disadvantage, Wade.
All right, he does. He puts his hands out. He goes, "I have my own," because he still kept it around. He still drug it around with
Oh,
him,
okay,
even though
okay.
he couldn't. So he pulls his out. He pulls like in the back of his robe, and he pulls it out, and it's like it's an older one. He's had it since he was a child, but he's kept it, and he still plays it even if he's not very good at it.
So you'll roll twice and you'll take the lower result for performance.
11.
11. So you managed to get out the basics of a tune, but it's kind of like disjointed. Like bits of it don't carry the proper rhythm. But Ellie goes, I see that there is some level of talent there. Admittedly, they probably took a greater portion of it. But have no fear. Your heart is still in the right place.
Is there a way for us to reach what is beyond the green mist?
There is. Admittedly, it comes in one of two ways. Either we can. She kind of like stops for a second and like looks to the left and looks to the right and says, we can either steal from Mr. Witch and Mr. Light, or one of the five of you can be deemed the monarch of the carnival at the upcoming Big Top Festival.
What is the monarch of the carnival?
Very intrigued.
At the end of the Grand Big Top Festival, the performances that the entertainers put on, one guest is permitted the title of the monarch of the carnival and is crowned as such by Mr. Witch and Mr. Light. Now, guests can perform tricks, make people laugh, show off dazzling displays of arcane talent. Many people have won in many different ways, but there is one such mirror in the Hall of Illusions that will respond to the monarch of the carnival and only the monarch. And it opens a portal to Prismere. It is one way, so once you head out on this adventure, you must find your own way back. But it will start you on your journey.
You mentioned stealing.
She looks over and goes, to be fair, that I did. In order to crown somebody the monarch of the carnival, you need two items. A pocket watch, which Mr. Witch carries with them at all times, and the Witchlight Vane, a rod that Mr. Light carries with them at all times. You would have to find a way to steal both items from both people, and thus be able to technically crown one of you the Witchlight Monarch. Or you can have a little bit of fun.
I vote for the fun.
I'm
I
down.
do
I'm
not
down for
disagree with
fun.
that. Yes.
Every single person, yeah, no, fun, like fun, fun and not stealing from Fae lords of
Yeah,
a
let's
Fun
carnival.
and not criminal.
Stealing from the Fae is a bad move.
I have been keeping something. I do have a little bit of background knowledge with music stuff, and it kind of like points to his huge vo- full on his side. That's very obvious. Just like I was in a very good band. Well, they weren't. Eh. I was in a band with good people, but a horrible manager. And I know a thing or two about instruments. Maybe we can all talk about our talents and see how we can put it together for a big show.
I
As a
have
sorcerer, I could probably do the effects, special effects for the performance.
Yes.
I
And the
have
makeup, of
some
course.
proficiency with a bagpipe.
Bagpipe,
Ooh, okay.
lyre, bowl, anything else? Looks to our half-orc friend.
Let me check.
Sylvia said, ooh, hold on.
Hang on. Please hold.
Our friend here from Mage College might have some tricks up their sleeve.
I mean, the thing with Sylvius is that he's very good at academic things, but dreadful at performance things. But he speaks 4 languages, which is not helpful in this circumstance.
Sylvius could always
Use a little bardic inspiration.
tell a story across multiple different languages and provide their own translations.
Tell a story with a fun little soft band behind it.
Or if
A
you
little
have any
pyrotechnics.
like magic or spells that you would like to try to utilize in fun, creative ways.
Yeah, I do have minor illusion for that.
Ooh.
That's always good.
Eliot kind of looks on and says, "Well, I think you all have a goal in mind. Make sure one of you gets crowned the monarch, and we will see where we go from there. When all else fails, I absolutely love Mr. Witch and Mr. Light. I love this place, but if it comes to it, I don't mind helping our friend here," and points over at Wade, say, "perform just a little bit of criminality. Just a little bit. But we'll keep that as a backup for you."
A backup.
Kettle Wreath says, "Don't worry, I'll keep watch. I've been checking around to make sure that there aren't any agents of the Coven here at the carnival right now. I haven't seen any yet, but that doesn't mean that they're not around. So just be on the lookout, and good luck in your performance." And you watch as that shimmer takes over and they turn translucent and invisible once more. Eliwick says, "Well, feel free to help yourself to food and drink if you'd like. The performance at the Big Top should be starting in just about 15 or 20 minutes."
So maybe a drink?
I would like to keep my mind clear for the performance. Ugh. Oh, I will not imbibe.
And also figuring out what exactly we should play. Don't have that much time to practice, but I'm sure we could all figure something out.
Do we
And
intend to
there-
perform?
I was going to say, and there are some of you who do still have dandelions at the ready.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Absolute was going to use it during the song.
A little extra help with the special effects, you know.
So some of you grab beverages and food, others abstain, and you slowly make your way over to the Big Top. And as you enter into the Big Top, things are already going. It seems like there is always a show going on here. You see fire breathers, you see trapeze artists like flying through the air. You watch as a series of clowns are like tumbling and joking with the audience and squirting them with like the little flowers. And they are all led by this portly clown in like greens and purples, and they have like a big frowny face painted on their face. And you see they already look really surly as is, and are just kind of like overseeing all of the other clowns. And they have a big old, like an obnoxiously large name tag on their lapel that says, "Hello, my name is Thaco." And they look on and just kind of like are very like sour and dour the entire time as they watch all of the other clowns. Um, And you can see they have like an obnoxiously large clipboard that looks like it has an incredibly complex and complicated like grid on it. And it supposedly is like how Thaco keeps watch of like all of the clowns and knows exactly when clowns are supposed to do the things. And so you get the idea that like Thaco's the person that's responsible for the performance here within. Um, and as you arrive, you watch as all of the lights dim down, and all of a sudden, streamers spew into the air. Glitter explodes all over everybody. And Mr. Witch and Mr. Light emerge. You see, Mr. Witch is dressed very smartly in like a ringmaster's suit. And has like this very, very, very fancy top hat on. And Mr. Light is dressed in this like very slim fitting red and white, almost big top style bodysuit with like big, like ruffly collar and wrist coverings, and moves in this very like lanky, almost constantly tumbling manner. And the two of them step out, and Mr. Light holds on to the Witchlight vein, and you watch as Mr. Witch clicks the pocket watch and puts it back into his watch. And as it does, all of the lights circle around into the center, and they both hold out their hands. And you hear Thaco clear their throat and step forward and say, "And now is the time of the show when those who would like to compete for the Witchlight Monarch may step forward and perform, please. One at a time. Please do not rush, sir. Stop running forward. Please keep your child in their seat. Step forward." Very monotone, very... Oh no! Give us 1 second. It appears that we lost someone. Give us 1 second, y'all, as we get them back in. Apologies for technical difficulties there. Folks, we're gonna, real quick, I'm gonna switch over to my starting soon screen so that I can help get us back situated, and we will be right back with the finale presentation. Give me 1 second. Thank y'all so much for sticking with us through that break there. There we go. All good, Jet?
Yes. Sorry about that.
Wonderful. No, not a problem. Not a problem at all. Come on, technical difficulties. They happen every once in a while. So, after Thaco's very monotone delivery, you all are granted the chance to step forward and perform. So, what would you all like to do?
Um, I think I would like to uh play a song on the bagpipes, um and just sort of fill the space with uh noise and like sound and just an overwhelming, like, you know, the way that like bagpipes can like make you feel like your bones are rattling, and just like that very full kind of noise that fills a space. That's what I'm going to try and do in this big top, just to bring a whole, like, a sound bath of bagpipes.
Sound bath of bagpipes. I love that
Yeah.
description. Go ahead and give me a performance check, please.
Alrighty. Oh dear, that was not good. That was a 10.
A 10. So it kind of starts off, and you see that everybody in the audience is just kind of like ambivalent about it. Like they're like, "Oh, okay. This is starting. This is nice." Thaco is loving it. Like Thaco still doesn't smile, but like Thaco is like bobbing his head to like just this like cacophonous sound of bagpipes. Um if an incredibly sour and dour clown could smile, Thaco would be doing so right now. Who would like to step in and continue the performance and aid Zora?
I will.
Okay. So Luca steps forward to start providing some atmosphere and
Yes.
things. So how do you use your magic to provide the special effects?
So I have frostbite. So I was kind of visualizing, a Walmart Frozen situation, a knockoff Elsa moment. Um
So you continue firing off these frostbite spells into the air, and as they do, they like shower down like snowflakes and like little ice crystals, and you see everybody around like, ooh, ooh, oh, there's atmosphere, ooh. And so I will say that will provide advantage to the next person who wishes to perform. Who would like to go next?
Um,
As Wade would love to go.
Okay, perfect. So Wade,
Yeah.
you step forward with
Mhm.
your lyre. Now,
Mhm.
traditionally, you would have disadvantage. However, due to the like starting bagpipes and the as we the Walmart brand Elsa snowflake special effects, it's actually going to negate the disadvantage that you would have, and so you'll actually be able to just roll a regular performance check.
um,
Alright.
can I also pat him on the back and give him guidance?
Yes,
Oh.
you can. So you're gonna get to add an extra D4.
Well, on top of that, because Wade loves to just push his luck. When he gets on stage, like he smiles and he winks at the crowd, and he like very charm. He's a very charming man. He's very good with his words. Usually, it's been a while since he's been good with an instrument, though. But he takes the sun. He takes the seed and he blows it out into the crowd.
Okay, perfect. I will give that an effect in just a moment.
Okay.
So what is your performance check total? So it'll be a D20 plus your performance plus an extra D4.
All right. That is a 14.
A 14. So as you go to start playing the lyre, you notice that those same issues start start coming up, where you are like struggling to maintain the rhythm, and as you blow the dandelion seed and it starts to like fall around you, you watch as they almost brush against your fingers and assist your fingers with playing, so that as you are playing the lyre, like your fingers go to like fall off kilter and fall off of the rhythm, and you notice the dandelion seeds keep like pushing your fingers along to continue playing, and just like swirling around you, and you watch as all of the crowd is like now like actively oohing and awing, and you watch as Mr. Witch turns to the three of you and gives like a look in his eye. So, Sylvius and Slade, what would the two of you like to do?
I can add some final accompaniment, and then you can start the story.
Ooh.
Yeah, I mean, what I was thinking of doing, especially if we're leaning into the music, is minor minor illusion can create sound, which means that I can harmonize with whatever you do.
Ooh.
I love it. So we want to add the final instrument and then the harmony to go along with it. So Slade, go ahead and give me your performance check.
I would like to, as Slade is preparing to start their performance, I look over to them, and the sound bath from the bagpipes gives them bardic inspiration. So you get an extra 1d6 to your ability check.
Ooh. I
Can
don't
I
think
also
I
use
need it,
my dandelion to help them?
You want to use
Since
your final dandelion as well?
but
why not?
Sure, okay. We'll come to the dandelion in just 1 minute. Slade, what did you roll for your performance check?
so my performance before bardic inspiration is a 22, and then I rolled a 5, so that's a 27 total.
Wow.
I have a
So,
+5 in performance.
and you are
I have a
playing.
+4.
You're playing the viol. Is that what you're playing? Like a
Yeah,
violin.
yeah.
So
It's like a violoncello thing.
you start playing, and your reed is just gliding over the strings, almost on its own at this point. And as the frost and the snowflakes continue to pour around, you watch as Luca blows into the dandelion, and this last one, as it does, it almost catches each of the tones in the air, and you watch as it begins to provide color to each one of the instruments that's playing. You watch as this deep blue colors the undertones of the bagpipe around you all. You watch as these beautiful, like light showers erupt up from the blue anytime the lyre begins to pick up, and then these dancing wisps of green play through the air as you add in this violin string instrument. Sylvius, go ahead and give me either a performance or an arcana check, whichever is going to be better for you, as you layer in the last element with this minor illusion spell.
22.
22. As you kind of like listen in and you kind of like hone in, and as soon as the colors emerge, given shape by the power of the dandelion, you stop for a second, and colors are easy. Colors are complementary. Colors are compatible. And your magic slowly emerges out, and you watch as this minor illusion spell latches onto each one of the colors, and you watch as it becomes highlighted in like this dizzying array of complementary colors, pouring over each of them and providing this like beautiful, harmonious tone to each one of the instruments at a time. And you will watch as this color sensation of music and performance washes over the crowd, and it goes silent. And every single person in the big top erupts into cheers. You see all of the clowns begin like pouring over the five of you in glitter and in sparkles. And immediately like five of them come rushing up and scoop up the five of you in these like big tall chairs, and like raise you up into the air, like almost in this like acrobatic style. The trapeze artists come flying in, and each one of them deposits a golden crown of butterflies atop each of your heads. And you hear Thaco almost go to like break character for a second. It's like, ladies ladies and gentlemen, I present to you all your monarchs of the carnival. He kind of stops for a second, pulls the microphone away, goes, what are your names? And you each give your name one at a time, and he slowly introduces you all in monotone voices again. And as you do, you watch as Witch and Light step in front of each of you, one at a time. And Witch clicks the stopwatch, and Light taps your shoulder with the Witchlight vein, and you feel this like tingling sensation behind your back, in between your shoulder blades. And each of you has been blessed with the charm of the Witchlight Carnival. 3 times for 1 hour apiece, each of you may make beautiful butterfly wings appear on your back, giving you a flying speed and granting you a +5 bonus to charisma checks with denizens of the Feywild. After you have used this for 3 times at 1 hour apiece, the charm fades, and while you still maintain the title of the Witchlight Monarch until another one has been crowned, that actual special power that it grants will fade away. As things come to a close and the action picks up again, you see Eliwick over at the entrance to the big top, and she kind of like peeks her head in. She's like, psst, psst, come on, we gotta go. Come on, it's time. We gotta go now while they're distracted. Come on.
Oh, right. Yes. Like bowing a little, like continuously bowing as walking out.
Yeah.
There we go. Y'all like thank you. Yes, we got it. Thank you. We're going. Okay, like we're gonna go. Please, thank you. Bye. Bye. Thank you. I'm good. Thank you. Bye. So she greets with all of you outside of the big top tent. She's like, thank you. So. Oh wow, this is great. All 5 of you. Oh, okay, show offs. Thank you. You just needed one, but all right. I guess all 5 of you are monarchs now. Damn. Eliwick is like, quick. Kettlereath has spotted 3 individuals, one each that has been sent by the Coven. We don't have much time. And as Eliwick says this, all of a sudden you watch as a figure is thrown through the air. You look over and you can see this like small, tiny Feywild-like creature. You see this like pointed red hat that is crooked at one side, and you see them kind of like dressed in like red and simple clothes, and they are holding a wicked-looking sickle that's actively dripping with blood, and it gets thrown through the air, and you watch the shimmering form of Keterith go, not a worry, not a worry, I'm taking care of it. You all should probably get out of here. And you see Kettlereath like crack their like raven-like knuckles and like head into the big top, and all of a sudden you hear like shrieks and cries and like folks start pouring out of it, and Eliwick's like, time to go, time to go. I feel like it's time to go.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's and then we take off, sort of running towards the House of Illusions. Do we know how to find which of the mirrors is?
Eliwick says it should reveal itself to you as soon as you're inside. And as she does, as you all are running forward, you look over to your left, and almost like an impossibly fast, think like Sonic the Hedgehog fast, you see this like small, slender, like dark blue Feywild creature with all of their features, their head, their hands, their shoulders, everything is impossibly sharp angles, is running like inhumanly fast towards all of you, and Eliwick turns and slides her hands across her lyre, and all of a sudden the figure starts running in slow motion and slows down for a second, goes, okay, clearly they're on to us. She sends you all inside. She goes, I'm gonna stay right here. She keeps playing her song on her lyre, and you see the figure is getting slower and slower as it's like trying to run towards you and it can't. She goes, good luck, and stands at the entrance. So you all make your way inside, and as you round the first corner, you look over and you can see this like squat gray figure with like big bulbous eyes and a club, is standing in front of a mirror that is highlighted in like blue light, and you can just make out some like light green mist on the other side of this mirror. And it kind of looks over and it says, the Coven sends its regards. I would like everybody to roll for initiative, please.
Oh.
Slade.
I rolled a 2 minus 1, so 1. This is my downfall.
Okay. So a 1 on initiative, got it.
Yeah.
Sylvius.
14.
Zora.
That's a 13 plus 2. That's 15.
15. Luca.
I got 17.
Ooh, and Wade.
Uh, 3.
A 3. Okay. So, Luca, you're actually going to get to start us off. You look forward, and there is this, like, squat gray boggle that is guarding the mirror gateway towards the land of Prismere. And it is standing in your way. What would you like to do?
So I what I'm envisioning here is Luca just meant to just peek in, but fully fell in.
So you
Just very main
so you
character
like
thing.
tripped and like look up and like that's what you see.
Yeah.
So what would you like to do?
Ooh. Scream.
Very in character.
Just ask for help. I'm pretty I've already used so much of my magic before that I don't know. I just ask for help. I just scream for help. Like, everyone just join me, please. What's going on?
Okay. So I'll say that that is going to actually grant help to somebody else. So the next person who wants to try to take on this boggle creature will have advantage on whatever they do. So next in line brings us to Zora.
Hmm. I'm going to try and mock the boggle.
Ooh, okay.
So I'm going to cast Vicious Mockery.
Wonderful. And then
I'm assuming they're within 60 feet of me, right?
absolutely.
Okay.
So they have to make a what kind of saving throw?
Wisdom saving throw.
Well, they rolled an 8, so that definitely is not going to save.
No, it had to be to 14. So let me see. Let me roll a 1d4. Oh, that's a damage of 3.
3 damage. So it takes 3
Yeah.
psychic damage, and I believe it has disadvantage on the next attack it makes.
Yes.
Perfect. So how do you mock the boggle?
Well, I presume that the boggle is probably not too proud of the fact that it's not very smart. So I go after its intelligence, and I say, I mock it for being a crony and just like, doing someone else's dirty work, and like, oh, you can't even think for yourself. You have to do the dirty work of someone else. Like, that's so incredibly sad for you.
You see the boggle like stop for a second. It's like, oh, I think that's true. And then like self considers it for a second and then like shakes it off like, hey, no. Before it kind of like comes back to its senses. That's gonna bring us to Sylvius.
I would like to use one of my spell slots to cast Magic Missile.
Hey. So go ahead and I believe Magic Missile, you get to roll 3d4s, and each one adds a +1. So you're gonna roll 3d4 plus 3 as you kind of like step aside and these like 3 small beams of light erupt from your hand and end up doing like Gundam wing like missile formations before battering into this boggle.
Okay, so that is 12 on the D4s plus 3 is 15.
Okay, that's fine. The boggle didn't want to have to try to do anything anyway. It's okay. So as these three missiles hit into the boggle creature, it gets shunted back into the mirror, and you watch as he kind of like stops for a second. He's like, "Wait, no, I didn't say the phrase. No, I didn't say the phrase." And gets pulled in, and you watch as the mist envelops him, and he's gone.
We get a phrase.
I would hope so.
Do you
Also, the Hall of Mirrors not as good the second time.
not great?
I don't.
I hope they don't
either.
take a stamp on our card for this.
See,
As
that's why you need it to be punched every time you go in,
yeah,
so that this
always.
doesn't happen.
Yep.
So as you do, you actually see Eliwick like constantly playing and like backing into you all. Sorry, he's still coming. He's still coming. Um, right. Everybody step in front of the mirror whenever you're ready. And she's just like constantly like strumming on the lyre, and you can see that thing is still like trying to run against whatever magic she is performing that is forcibly keeping it slowed down. She says, "You're only going to have a little bit of time to step forward once I'm done. Everyone ready?"
Ready?
And
Ready.
she stops and she says, "Hither, thither, here and there, wander yonder, show me where." And as she does, this slow line of light green magic pierces up through the middle of the green fog and mist in the mirror. And as it parts, you look down, and it's almost like you're looking over top of the entirety of the kingdom of Prismere, and you can see it has been like truncated into thirds, all outlined by this large amounts of this light green mist and fog, almost like it's been forcibly separated. And far at the end, encased in this dome, you see this beautiful palace that has been heavily overgrown with vines and thorns and thickets. And she goes, okay, now, and anytime you're ready, step forward. I can't play this forever.
Wade goes on in.
Wade, as you step forward, you take one step into the mirror and immediately fall and start like plummeting towards the earth. You look like you see that you are starting to plummet towards the section that looks almost like overgrown swampland. You're like, ah! And then all of a sudden you get hit with this like sparkly magic. And you slowly start to fall, and your fall becomes a little bit more controlled. And you feel like you're almost like swimming through the air as you start to slowly reach the ground. Each of you feels the same sensation as you step through the mirror. Some stepped through as who would go last?
Probably me, because I'm lost in the.
This is fair, yes. So you actually try to go through one of the other mirrors
Yeah.
because you've lost your sense of direction, and you literally are grabbed and shoved through by Eliwick.
Thank you.
And as you go plummeting, as the five of you all fall, you look out over this domain of delight in the Feywild, and you see almost lit up like beacons. 1, 2 here in the swampland. 1 over here in this heavy. You see one section looks like it is completely over encumbered by large amounts of like docks and walkways, like overlapping each other all over the place. And final in the other side, you see it looks very dark and stormy and covered over in mountaintops. And you can see lightning striking and hitting one of the mountaintops and actually connecting to almost like a circuit over to another mountaintop as this lightning carries through. And you watch as 2 beacons light up over in the mountains, revealing the locations of each of your lost objects. As you slowly slink down and you hit the swamp floor below, your boots sink in a little bit, and you look around, and you are now in the Feywild, with one task to find that which you have lost, and another to help Sibylna, the true ruler of this domain, put it back together. And that, everybody, is the intro to the Wild Beyond the Witchlight campaign. Thank you all so much for playing. This was super fun.
This was great.
Yeah. So much fun.
This was so much fun. I had lots of fun doing this.
Thank you, thank you. This
Thank you for
was
guiding us.
absolutely. This was so incredible. I loved each of your characters. This was a fun, silly way to have a little entertaining time putting things together. So I had an absolute blast. Thank you so so much. Everybody who watched and everyone who donated already, thank you so much for raising another $250 towards Stonewall Community Foundation on just our first game alone today. This was amazing. It really truly means a lot. Thank you all so so much. I'm going to go ahead and have our wonderful players introduce themselves one more time, tell you a little bit about themselves as we wrap up this first game of our finale day. So, Bookish, take it away and tell us a little bit about yourself.
I'm Bookish, use they, she pronouns. You can find me on Twitch and Twitter under the username A Bookish Reader. I mostly play video games, comfy, cozy games, and just recently started playing shooter games. I'm non-binary and bisexual.
Fabulous, fabulous. Thank you so much for joining us. It was really, really fun getting to play this game with you, and I had an absolute blast in our Glitter Hearts game, Rock Club Forever.
Rock Club forever.
Had an absolutely amazing time. So thank you so much for coming on the channel, and I hope that we get to roll some dice together again in the future.
I'm open. My schedule's open.
There we go. Next in line, we have the absolutely fantastic Jet Barker.
So, hello. I'm Jet. Any pronouns are fine. I'm a voice actor and audio engineer based in California. You can find me on Twitter at Barker Voiceover. In this game, then I was Sylvius. Had a lot of fun with Sylv. And yeah, I'm non-binary. Had an absolute blast in this one and hanging out playing Monster of the Week earlier in the week.
That was such an incredible time, and likewise, I'm so for every single person here. I am so excited and so pumped to be able to get to roll some dice together in the future because this was so incredible and amazing, and so many different games that we got to run this week and so many different styles. So thank you so so much. Next in line, we have the fantastic Ducky the Dark One.
Hi, I'm Ducky. I go by Ducky the Dark One on anything. I use they, them pronouns, and I'm mainly on TikTok. And I've had so much fun this week. Again, Monster of the Week, as well as today being able to play Slade. Oh, it was so much fun.
Absolutely. Next in line, we have Project Ruby.
Hello, it's me. I'm Ruby. I play a variety of games. I podcast a little bit of everything. It was so much fun playing more TTRPGs. I've only played like twice before this week, so it was super fun getting to play so many games. So thank you for having me. On my channel and in my content in general, you can expect a variety of games because making decisions is overrated. So yeah, recently started Pokemon Silver. It's been a blast, and yeah, hope to see you over there at Project Ruby.
100%. We have Jay or Revhead Kid.
I'm Revhead Kid. I am Revhead Kid on all platforms. I primarily use Twitch and TikTok, and I am a variety streamer, but lots of Minecraft lately. We do actually have upcoming like D&D podcasts coming up as well in my group, so hopefully that'll play out really well. Ducky will be in it too, and so that'll pop up on my Twitter if we get it finished.
Wonderful, wonderful. And please, everyone in chat, please go find all of these amazing content creators. Please go show them some love, show them some follows, show them some hype. Hype up all of the projects that they are working on because it has been so incredible to get to hang out and spend some time with them here this week. So go find them where they are and get to hang out and spend some time. I'm super excited. I can't wait to get to continue to spend some time with these lovely folks. It's been absolutely incredible. And thank you all so much. we are going to go ahead and take a short break, and we are going to be gearing up for our panel discussion. Help spread the word at 2 p.m. here in about 10 minutes. We are going to be continuing forward with a panel discussion on gender diversity in gaming. This is going to be discussing tabletop gaming, video gaming, our experiences, what we've experienced from other places in gaming. So please stop on by, and we will be fielding questions both from Twitch chat as well as social media. So feel free to share that around, and we are super excited. Thank you all so much for starting off this finale day in such an amazing way. This has been absolutely incredible, and we will be back in just a little bit. Thank y'all so much. There we go. So many things to change over. Welcome on in, everybody. These names are very wrong, but I am going to be changing those over very quickly as we get all set up. But thank you all so much for coming on in, everybody. This is our second event today for our exciting finale for our Turf Wars 21 series here. We are joined by some fabulous, fabulous folks. We are going to be hosting a panel discussion today to discuss gender diversity in gaming, what it means to us, what we have experienced in the community, and what we would love to see moving forward. Thank you all so much for coming in. Those of you who are still around from our previous game, earlier we ran a D&D one-shot. We started the Wild Beyond the Witchlight campaign, and we raised another $250 towards Stonewall Community Foundation, getting us to $2,000 raised through this series. This community is incredible and powerful and amazing. Thank you all so much. I am joined by some absolutely fabulous folks who have been through the series before, as well as a very dear friend of mine and a fantastic advocate, the fabulous Ace, Atypical Queer. And we are going to be chatting and talking all things gender diversity in gaming today. So as I very quickly go through and change everybody's names to who they actually are and not our previous guests, I will have our wonderful guests who are here now introduce themselves, tell you a little bit about themselves, where you can find them across the internet, and then we will jump into everything today. So Ace, we will start with you. Tell us a little bit about yourself. Tell us where we can find you across the internet, what you get up to around on these parts.
I don't. All right. First and foremost, I would like to apologize if my setup goes haywire because I upgraded to Windows 11 and it's been absolute trash. But
Noted, not doing that. I will leave that
but it's
alone.
fine. But yeah, hi, it's me, Ace, or Ash, whichever you want to call me. Don't do your raid message here. I am a Blacktivist on Twitch and Twitter. Oh, can you hear me? See, it's doing things.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I'm an activist on Twitter and Twitch for Black individuals as well as trans individuals and the entire queer community. I created the Black Tag. I have been just, doing a lot of shooters on stream, a lot of horror games, but I'm just a little bitty creator that does things with friends on stream. But thank you for having me. I'm really honored to be here, and I'd rather be here than spending my time anywhere else.
Thank you so much for joining. I got to first work with Ace on our Pride Month series that we had, and I got to run a really, really fun RPG for you where we got to be superheroes. I got to run masks for my first time. And so we all got to live our best superhero lives. And it was absolutely incredible. Please definitely go check out the absolutely fantastic Ace. Next in line, we have Neon Saline.
That's me. I am Scout Savage, also known as Neon Saline. I am on that handle on just about everything. I am primarily on Twitch as a streamer, and you can find me on Twitter, Instagram. If it's a social media site and you look for that handle, you'll find me. I am kind of newish to directly being into tabletop spaces. I've run a few games for a convention out here in San Diego that's no longer happening called Kingdom Con. I've been playing on and off for ages, so I'm kind of coming to it as a newer person. So that's my space in this whole RPG situation. I'm more primarily a video game person. I work in QA. I've done like miscellaneous voices here and there. So my experience with like representation and diversity is kind of on that end. But it's exciting to kind of see what it's like in this other space that I've always been fond of. So that's where I'm at.
Wonderful, and I'm very excited. We'll get into many different discussions on the similarities, differences, and kind of similar struggles that exist in like representation for gender diversity across all many different mediums here shortly. Next up, we have my chaotic other half here on D&D Twitch, the fabulous No Man.
Hello. I'm No Man. I'm primarily a D&D streamer, although I'm currently diversifying my nerd portfolio into voice acting, map making, and and publishing stuff. Stuff is good. I swear to God, something's gonna get published, and I'm not gonna just start new projects and never finish any of them, and just get jumped in the back alley by imposter syndrome right before I can actually help them. This time it's happening, team. Okay,
I believe
sorry,
you.
what was the question? Hi.
Tell us a little bit about yourself.
Hi. Yeah, so I come to this world through D&D, definitely. I started streaming with a friend on her channel, and then started my own channel during the pandemic. So I am absolute baby when it comes to knowing things about video games, Twitch, like anything from that side of the nerd culture. I just sit in a corner with all my clicky clackies and pretend to be a wizard. That's what I bring to the table.
Valid.
Hey, it works. It works. Next in line, we have Synthetic 20.
Oh, I am Synthetic20 at asynthetic20 on Twitter. My writer name is Matt Kimberlin. I do 5e content, a lot of which has been with Splitterverse. My most recent project is Fizzband's Vault of Draconic Secrets, which is a smidge close to gold. It's very, very close. We're gonna get there.
Also buy it. Just buy it. Buy the thing. Do the thing. Get it gold.
But as far as my experience, I have been running TTRPG games for over 20 years now. So I have a lot of experience in building the worlds, at least at my tables. And I have played video games for, ever since I was 6 years old and had a copy of Link's Awakening for the original Game Boy. So I've kind of got a conduit on both sides there.
Yes, that's actually the first Legend of Zelda game that I ever played too. Yes.
Oh my gosh, and I played it as if it were Animal Crossing. Like all I did was cut the grass. All I did was cut grass and get rupees. That's all I did when I was 6. But anyhow.
That's still how I play every video game. I'm like, I concur in this. I'm like, I don't care if you say that this Skyrim is about hunting dragons. It's a farming sim now, guys.
Dungeons? What are dungeons? Anyhow, sorry.
And rounding out our panel is the fantastic World Builder 101.
Hello, yes, I'm Ben. I'm a GM from Garblag Games. I'm the oldest, I think. I'm very, very old. Very old indeed. Super old. Yeah, just old.
What a tagline!
You are a wizard. You are.
I suck at computer games, so there's that.
I mean, I do too, and I've been playing them for forever. So
Yeah, I mean, I can play Tetris. But yeah, Skyrim is about building houses, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been running TTRPGs forever. There was an 88 in the year, I believe, when I started. So enough said. But I'm actually quite new to the whole queer world because I grew up in a time when Section 28 governed the UK legislative system, and so we didn't know that queer was a thing. It's like, no, you must teach children about that. It corrupts them. So I am finally coming out as trans at the ripe old age of very. And, actually that game we played last week, that was my first sort of canon trans character.
Rock Club forever. Rock Club
Oh, yeah.
That's
into eternity.
fantastic.
Rock Club.
I'm so glad that happened for you.
That absolutely warms my heart, and that's something that I'm actually going to touch on in our panel discussion today, because there is something really, really powerful and really magical about trans and non-binary and gender diverse individuals getting to experience that for the first time through gaming. There's something really, really magical about that.
And I'm so unbearably British that I actually have fish and chips in front of me.
Are those mushy peas or are they just normal peas?
They're normal peas. I can't be doing with mushy
Boo.
peas.
Boo!
No,
They're gross, but
mushing
they're
peas
your
is a hate crime
Well, thank
against peas.
each of you so much for coming on and taking part in this. We have been playing RPG games for the past 8 days, and I absolutely love it. It's one of my favorite ways to kind of like tell stories and like express art, especially as a queer individual. There's something really, really powerful about getting to be the proponents of our own stories. But I wanted to take some time, especially today, given that it is the Trans Day of Remembrance. And I wanted to take some time to kind of take a breather and just get to talk with other folks about what gender diversity means. And that is a big umbrella term. And I understand that, like, if you are not trans, non-binary, gender diverse, you hear gender diversity and that sounds like buzzwords. So the first thing that I wanted to do today is to just demystify that. So one at a time. Feel free to don't have to like go in a specific order, but kind of like one at a time. What does it mean when we talk about gender diversity? What does it mean to you personally? What does it mean like overall as a concept? When we are talking about promoting and encouraging and being inclusive of gender diversity, what does that mean to you? Who would like to go first? Oh, sorry, say again, Ace. I couldn't hear you.
Oh no!
Muted.
Okay. I think Windows 11 and
Yeah.
the microphone are slap boxing.
Yep, they
Yeah.
are. They've
Okay.
been doing that. Yep, I have to figure out how to undo everything. But anyway, thanks for letting me know. I'll go first. Gender diversity to me just means the inclusion of like I don't know how to best describe it because it's just it's a feeling for me. It's feeling welcome. It's feeling.
Oh no, it cut out again.
Your setup is not letting you know peace. I'm sorry, Ace.
Oh no.
We get 1 in 20
What-
words.
So, hey, Microsoft, I don't know
You
if
go
anybody
first,
who
and then
works
I'll come
there-
back.
Okay, perfect. Not a
Jeez,
problem.
Microsoft. Tell Microsoft they're homophobic.
Thank you. Thank you so much for sticking with us through some technical difficulties there. But I can go ahead and get us kind of started a little bit on mine as Ace's solving some mic issues there. But to me, it's making sure that cis isn't the norm. It doesn't have to be the assumed norm. Far too many times, whenever we are getting ready to describe a character or introduce a new NPC or create characters for games, far too often people just assume cis. That's like the baseline whenever they're getting ready to describe a character. And that doesn't have to be the case ever. Especially cis man. Like that it to me is what far too many folks immediately assume if I go to describe a character until I tell you something to the contrary. 9 times out of 10 folks are going to immediately assume this person is a cis man. And gender diversity to me means that we are able to break that stereotype and we are able to break that baseline and we are able to change that perception so that there isn't this immediate baseline of cis het male as soon as somebody is introduced. They don't have to be the main character. They don't have to be that. That there is that ability to uplift and promote others that are not that. It as somebody who has recently come into being non-binary and understanding that I am a non-binary and like gender fluid, gender queer individual, understanding that that doesn't have to be the norm broke open so many walls for me. And I was able to truly explore and understand my own identity because I stopped thinking that way. And it made me, it opened up a lot of things. So it's kind of where I sit at the, this is gender diversity.
And is your mic working yet?
Oh yeah, but go ahead.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Well, I was just Wes. I like 100% agree, and it's because I've had these conversations where like people are like wanting to talk to me about like how do I make my table more inclusive, like, and they're asking like essentially they're asking me what kind of accommodations do you want, and I'm like, I don't want anything. I just want you to leave all your baggage at the door. Like, I don't want you to come in with your assumptions of heteronormativity and like all the tropes that have been written. Like, literally, I want the opposite of that. I want less than what you're bringing, not more.
Yeah. If I might, gender diversity for me in a lot of ways is about reclamation. I think many of us, we know what we are, and then we get told what we are. And then we grow and we have to remember the first thing we thought. I was never straight. I was barely a girl. I didn't know that. I just liked Batman and Catwoman and thought they were the best and wanted to grow up and marry them. Like, I just hated skirts because I couldn't run around because boys were being weird about them all the time. Like, I understood the world very simply, but people told me I was a girl. People told me I was a woman, and because of that, it was X. And part of that is just coming from basically white patriarchy. Like, I was trying to see how spicy I wanted to get with it. I'm like, no reason to lie. It's a lot of colonialism and white patriarchy because in places that are not necessarily super heavily colonized, they still have the words for what people like us are, even if they are not treated the best, even if it's not acknowledged safely or practically. It was never truly erased the way it was with some folks. And even in that, there are masculine women, there are feminine men, even if you're cis. That is stripped away from people as well when they tell you you are cis. Like, no one is allowed to experiment. No one is allowed to develop their own understanding. You get told what you're supposed to be, and you're supposed to behave that way. So when we talk about gender diversity in exploration, it's not just for gender nonconforming folk. It's for everyone. And that's the thing I think I want people to understand. Like, a cis dude can be like, I like skirts, but I'm still a dude, and that's fine. And it's not like a problem. But because for years and years and years, we've been told that X equals X and Y equals Y, when, like, we know chromosomes don't work like that at the base level. It ends up being a lot of confusion that we have to work our way out of. So gender diversity is us reclaiming the people we know we are.
I
And
love it.
I think I might be able to kind of tag a bit off of that. Because of my background in linguistics. I have a master's in English. I learned like the history of how the language got warped. And the biggest thing was grammar was codified around like the 1800s in Victorian times. And the grammarians of that time were super, super conservative. That was actually the point where he became the standard pronoun. Before then, they was used freely.
1600s, right? Like,
Yeah,
okay.
1600s and before. Like it was codified whenever the mass printing began in the 1800s, but that process started with he becoming the center pronoun, and it just went on from there to the point that we have so much confusion and people like saying that they can't be a singular pronoun just because Victorian grammarians said that that was the case. Like it's something that is wrong, and the language has suffered for that and suffered for that for hundreds of years now. And when I think gender diversity, like my thought goes to diversity within the gender, showing the spectrum of what it can mean to be a man, what it can mean to be a woman, what it can mean to be non-binary, that all of those are not monoliths that look the same whenever you look upon them. They look different with every instance. And like even if you don't care about these issues, we make our stories more interesting by reflecting that diversity. We make our stories more engaging by reflecting on that diversity. Like 100%, we make them better by reflecting on it. So, like, even if it's not like a thing that matters to you personally, it's something that matters to the stories because we can make our stories better with it.
When you said that, I immediately was reminded of the phrase non-binary is not the third gender. When you're talking about the spectrum, non-binary is not the third gender. It's not how that works. There is not the third option. Like that's not how this ever works. So you saying there is the spectrum across across all genders. There is a spectrum to every single bit of exploration and every single bit of like personal experience and identification. So thank you.
I
Thank you for that.
feel I feel honestly that there are as many genders as there are people
I feel like
because not everyone's gender looks the same.
Like, that's why I've always appreciated, like, the very purple prosy exercise of describe your gender without using pronouns, or using like male or female as the center description of what you are or are not. Like, and it's also really interesting because we've kind of reached this place where there is correct language and correct action. And I think people get caught up in trying to have correct language so frequently that they deny when correct action is happening. People will often come for, especially minority groups, for not necessarily having the greatest language in outside description from like your classic like LGBT like activist like theory and all that. But like I had no problems coming out to certain parts of my family. Just the same way that some of them were fucking terrible. Like, we all came from the same space. And, like, just because, like, the words kind of just, you confused, but you got the spirit. And like, I think we need to remember that it's important to have the spirit and not necessarily the right words, because anybody can learn the right word. That's the problem we have right now. Too many people know the right words and don't know how to act right.
100%. And think that they know the words to say, or are hyper fixated on the words. That's something that I'll get into a little bit later. But it's the I don't want to offend. It's the I don't want to offend isms, where it comes from the place of like, oh, I'm not sure what they want me to use. You can just ask. I don't know if you are aware that that is an option, but you can 100% just ask, and you don't have to have the specific words if we haven't had a conversation before. It's fine. I understand. Ace, apologies for the technical difficulties that we had before, but by all means, step in. Let us know.
Yeah, you don't have to apologize. This is Windows 11. I'm gonna sue. But I recently came out as non-binary in August, and for me, gender diversity means freedom. I never had the language for how I felt growing up because I grew up in a transphobic, homophobic country, Jamaica. That's my home country through and through. Love my country, hate our values. But even though I migrated to America at a young age, I still was in a Jamaican household. So a very homophobic, transphobic household, and to this day remains so. I didn't realize that I was queer until 6th grade, and I hated myself for it. I didn't realize that I didn't like being deemed a woman in the 6th grade, and I didn't understand that shit. Hated myself for it. Twitch and meeting everyone here, everyone here has changed how I love myself, and how I see myself and how I see others, because I didn't see anybody before. I didn't understand transness. I didn't understand what it is to be who you truly wanted to be, because I didn't have the privilege to do so growing up. But I learned to respect that shit. And now I work as a HIV manager. I'm a manager at a healthcare center in my area, and I oversee HIV services. And we have a lot of trans people. I had an interview earlier this week for a peer specialist position. So this individual is someone that's went through their own substance abuse trauma and is now trying to empower individuals in their own right. Yo, but I forgot to ask their pronouns. I asked everyone's pronouns the second they come into the room, but they were just such a like a breath of fresh air that I just forgot I was even interviewing.
No, there are people
know
like
what I
that.
mean?
You walk in and you're like, you are an entity of greatness.
Right.
Wait,
and I was like,
how do I refer to you?
Right. So we're leaving now. And I have a non-binary lanyard that I wear to work every day, because we are mandated to wear our lanyard so people can identify us. So I made sure to rock my identity. I have my pronouns everywhere I go. They're on my business cards, they're in my email signature. But this individual, I was like, yo, what's your pronouns? And they were like, yeah, she, they. And I was like, oh bitch, like it's like they, she for me. And then they looked at me up and down, and I was like, oh, they about to get crazy. And she was like, honestly, like I have never been out as non-binary before, but looking at you, I would have no issue doing so here if chosen as the optimal candidate. And that right there reminded me why I do this shit, why I advocate, because gender diversity is freedom, and it empowers other people to be who they truly want to be and who they are meant to be. Thank you.
Hell yes.
On that note, real quick, just everybody here, thank you for being here. Thank you for being who you are. Everybody watching, thank you for being here, for being who you are. Even if you can't talk about it yet, like, we're here for you. Like, you know, there are people out there for you. You know, it is, the world is what it is sometimes. And we got to do the best we can. We have to do the best we can to keep ourselves safe. But I think, you know, Wes and all of the lovely 22 of us outside of us, there's 23 of us total, I think there was.
Like almost 2 dozen.
Almost 2 dozen people. A little, and I think we all want to say that to you all. Like, everybody out there who's seen us play and seen us talk and who will see us talk about all this stuff. We're out here. Like, so that's all. That's it. I just, you know, we do this so you guys can see us. So you know you can be here too.
And when I was putting this together, Ben, World Builder, actually, your story really resonated with me a lot, because there is this entire population of people that weren't in environments that allowed them to be who they are. You talked about coming out as trans later in life, and
Well, I'm not even really fully out. I mean,
because
I'll be honest with you. There's maybe a dozen people, beside the entire internet, who I've just told.
The internet's for queers.
lot, but
Like
a
I
little.
will say, me walking through the real life is like do not perceive. Me on the internet, hello gays. Like it's just...
No, I mean, background-wise, there's a lot to what Synthetic said. The Victorians have got a hell of a lot to answer for. It was the British. We stomped all over the world, invaded everywhere, stuck this bunch of really blinkered, narrow-minded, restrictive views on dozens of world cultures that already had third genders and transgenders and gender fluidity and a spectrum of being, who were queer accepting, who were trans accepting. And we went stomping and going, no, 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 no. Oh no, you mustn't do that. Don't show your ankles. That's slutty. Don't show your ankles. Live the Victorian ideal. And it starts there. It happened with the language, but it happened with the science. Now, I'm a geneticist by training. I have not a master's. I have a bachelor's degree in evolutionary genetics, which is absolutely fascinating when you see how people take science and use it to justify their unremitting bullshit. To be honest with you,
people take 6th grade science and
yeah.
use it to justify
Now,
their
I
own.
taught that science. I used to. I quit teaching. I've got to say I teach. I taught school science. And so I know what we teach the kids. It's all stuff that we have to teach a fairly basic view. But a lot of people take that 6th, 7th, 10th grade science and they lock that into their consciousness as this is the only way. This is it. There are 2 chromosomes, X and Y, and you've either got them or you haven't. And they've enforced this binary structure. But if you actually look at the genetics in it, it's not. It's not 2 chromosomes. It's 3 chromosomes combined in a combination of upwards of 12 different ways. So even genetically, gender diversity is a thing. It's not like woo-woo wannabes that like you get a lot of people shouting and saying. It's hardwired into the human body, in the human psyche. It's a part of who we are. So I guess gender diversity for me is trying to get back to those pre-Victorian roots where people were able to identify that people were different and there was a spectrum of availability.
I would even say that like the reason people latch, because like do the same people who are telling me XX, XY, do they remember anything else from that bio class? Or is it like you have locked in on the thing that reflects your worldview and this is the thing you're going to double down on?
Yeah.
And you're going to appeal to authority of a teacher who had a huge curriculum to get through and couldn't get into the nuance of it, instead of the authority of someone's lived experience or actual geneticists who are saying otherwise now. Because it's like, it's easier to think of the world in little categories if that's how you've been programmed.
Well,
Yeah,
and these
absolutely.
are the same people. I taught first year composition for 2 years. And the same people that you're talking about that fixate on the XXXY chromosome situation are the people that would be very very adamant whenever I asked the question, how many sentences are in a paragraph? They would have like multiple different answers. And the fun thing was, I would write down every
6,
one of
right?
those. Wait, we'll get there.
Okay, I was
Because I feel
like,
like
is the
it.
amount of a paragraph? I forgot.
So
I got-
how many sentences are in a paragraph? I would get answers 5 to 7, 6 to 8, 4 to 6, all of those. And then I would write the right answer up on the board. As many sentences as is necessary for the paragraph.
Rules are
And
Very
it
wild.
would blow their
Rules are
minds.
literally though. Okay, like it's interesting drawing these connections because this is okay. Sorry. Hi. Hello. I often think that I can't separate queerness from neurodivergence in my lived experience. But I also, the longer I like live in this space of like nothing is real, the more I look at like every single thing in your life, and you're like, wait, that actually doesn't fit nicely into categories either, and that doesn't. It's like it's just I think the human brain just wants to do that. And it's funny because I did a similar. I studied economics, and in 101 economics they teach you supply and demand reach an equilibrium, and then at 400 level economics, like just kidding, that wasn't true. But nobody takes the 400 level classes, so they just stick with that one thing. And they're like, Adam Smith said that. I'm like, did you read it? Because Adam Smith also said that any monopolies are a market failure that need to be corrected through intervention. So, like, the father of capitalism would have told Bezos to go fuck himself. Like,
Go
but
off.
people,
What?
yes,
I need
like
to
this is
study more
it's.
economics.
I know it's actually really cool, but then you end up with all the fucking econ bros, and then you get pushed out of the field. I'm a librarian now. Hello. Um, but yeah, no, I very much think like, you know, using language as a tool of oppression, using science as a tool of oppression, anything that's being imposed on us, like a curriculum or through like colonization, patriarchy, white supremacy, they manage to get their little fingers in every pie. Sorry, hi. That was my.
Well, and I think a lot of it comes down to in just about any subject, what happens is a simplification in order to teach it to younger and younger children. And the problem is we don't do a lot of breaking down those simplifications. We just kind of let them stand. And we get to a point where we have people that they're like, we have two genders. We learned that in school. Like, just like all of these topics that we're talking about, gender is a very complicated thing. And, you're not going to get the answers in like quick bites.
Yeah.
Can I have an exposition dump for a second? I'll make it. I just want to review. I feel like everyone here will know this, but I just want to say for chat, so the concept of intersex and what we're talking about with chromosomes. Because although we've heard that XX makes women, XY makes men, there's actually lots of other chromosome combinations, and about 2% of the population does not fit in XX or XY, which is the same portion of the population that are natural gingers or have green eyes. So it's very common. You definitely know people who are intersex, if you include chromosomes or other aspects of like sexual representation. So, yeah. So
They might not know, though. They may be completely unaware of their intersex nature because they might physically have the traits of one or the other.
Exactly. And they
but
might be cis.
chromosomally not have either.
Yeah, and you can be intersex and cis. It's like you could be like, I was assigned male at birth. Turns out this is a bit more complicated, but I'm really happy with that identity of male. Hey, congrats, you're cis. So yeah, the gender and sex biology thing gets real muddy real fast.
Yeah. Gender has a lot of psychology attached as well as the biology. I mean, the biology of sex and the biology of gender are not the same thing. It does get very, very smushy.
And that's kind of what I like
term.
to break down at my table in my games is I enjoy subverting gender roles at every fucking turn. Like every time that I'm capable of it, I love not only having people that are complex that fit into multiple gender roles at the same time, but also like having people that don't fit into the cis standard being at the forefront of the games, because you know, you do certain things long enough and it becomes natural to think that way by an extension of how you live your life. My best example of this, and the one thing that I wanted to bring up during this panel, every minor NPC at my table is named Jeff. Every single one, including last night's game, we had Jeff the literal heal bot. So the thing is, by using Jeff as a shorthand for minor character, Jeff has been every gender, every like role that you could imagine. The most famous Jeff at my table was named Grandma Jeff to differentiate her. And she started as somebody who the PCs like helped across the street for a couple copper in the first game, and she ended up a spy master. Like these are, the stories that we're capable of telling. Everyone loves Grandma Jeff. It's just a fact of life.
Grandma Jeff sounds fantastic.
She was and still is. We brought her forward into new campaigns.
Yes. And this is something that I think is really fascinating and really impactful to me in queer spaces and in queer communities is we talk about the fact that like white supremacy and patriarchy have literally ruined our concepts of language and exploration so much to the point where it took me continuously encountering and continuously involving and interacting with queer people more so than ever through this entire pandemic for me to put together words like mask versus femme. One of the most impactful moments to me on stream was one of the streamers that I look up to the most, Mermaid Royal. Jude introduces himself as a femme presenting streamer, and one day, after watching them so many times, one day that phrase stuck out to me. And I stopped for a second and I went, well, hold on. If the opposite of femme presenting would be mask presenting, but also I don't think I'm mask. Wait. And that moment, it was like the ice broke. And all of a sudden it was like, holy shit. And all of a sudden, that moment hit like a freight train and opened up so many doors and opened up so many questions and insights into myself. And immediately that was like, shit, I'm somewhere in the middle and I have no idea where that is. And it's one of the things that I loved, because as soon as that moment hit, I was given words that helped make that real. I was given words that helped place that there because I didn't have those words before. Those words were taken. Those words were changed, and this binary was enforced forever. So as soon as that moment hit, all of a sudden I was like, "Oh, we got some things we got to do. Oh, hold on. Ooh, oh, okay. We got questions to ask. We got words to think about." And it
Added
was
to the list of things to deprogram. Okay.
and that's what it is. There is this societal built-in system that is in charge of that. It programs, it maintains that binary, and it is so incredibly harmful and it's so incredibly wrong as a thing, because it literally in many ways often kind of ends up becoming deprogramming, where you're having to like strip away the things that have been enforced and strip away the things that have been set apart, because then all of a sudden you start thinking and you're like, well, no, the opposite of femme presenting isn't masc presenting. It's just something different, because there is no opposite. There's no this or that. It is an entire spectrum. So yeah, I'm somewhere in the middle. I'm not completely perfectly in the middle. I'm not completely over on this. I'm like in some amorphous section in here that looks like some type of like conglomeration of gender, and like
Yeah.
that's what it is.
So
And
I say
yet
I'm
is 100% fabulous.
Yes.
so great. I say I'm not in the middle. I'm out in a swamp howling at the moon.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
I love
And
the. Oh, sorry.
oh, you're good.
The thing that I love is I am autistic. I'm on the autistic spectrum. So I love that we're talking about spectrums, because I have understood spectrums are I live in spectrums. But they're now recognizing that there's a category among gender diverse people that is called autogender, because autistic people are more likely to not fit into the male female binary because gender makes no sense.
mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Related
And
to the symptoms being more classified for like male presenting people with autism, and that's why we lose a lot of
Originally, yeah.
girls.
originally, yes, there was a thought that women could not be autistic, and that is its own kettle of problems. They're more likely to be diagnosed as ADHD or having depression than being on the
Or
autistic spectrum.
borderline, by the way.
Yep.
Yeah,
That's
borderline.
another one.
That's
That was
But-
fun, actually. I got diagnosed with borderline, and everybody was like, "You can't be borderline. You're a man."
And then you choke on air. She's like, okay.
Thanks.
Well,
Thanks for that. Yeah, appreciate it.
on
Subsequently diagnosed autistic.
So on the same like neurodivergence thing is like once I actually went and did testing and stuff, I am so textbook ADHD hyperactive. Like it's a joke. But I would never get diagnosed because they said like females don't present as hyperactive. Females present as inattentive. And they're very rare. So I'm out
There
here
are
like
three types
bouncing off.
of ADHD, though, and hyperactive is only one of the three, and that's the one that all the research was done on boys.
On boys though, because I'm literally like doing this. What are we doing? What? And I'm like, how did you miss this? Like, but yeah, it was just like it was because the neurodivergence itself was wrapped up in gender. It was only later that I was like, well, gotcha, not female anyway, so fuck you.
Yeah, it's a package, isn't it? Everything links to everything else, and you have to pull out like a big ball of string, all knotted in the middle. And once you start pulling on one thread and things start to straighten out and make a bit more sense, suddenly those
Everything
other threads
unravels.
become accessible. And you're like, oh,
well, and I think with the neurodivergence too, often like people who are neurodivergent don't fit well into their gender role because we tend to not fit into any roles that are assigned to us. We're real bad at it. Whoops. So like when you were saying about like not wanting to wear skirts, I was forced to wear skirts, so I'd wear pants underneath them, which is such a bisexual mood for a 4-year-old that like I have like so many outfits of like me like layering because but yeah, no, same thing, like I didn't want to play with the girl toys, didn't want to wear the girl clothes. And it was for me at the time when I was young, it had nothing to do with gender or sexuality. It was just because like I don't know why you telling me I gotta play with these toys.
Exactly.
I gotta go fast. I don't know how you need to understand this, but I do in fact gotta go fast. And this girly shit will not allow it.
Thank you very much, Sparky, for that $10 donation.
Hey.
Thank you very much. We are continuing that push. We cleared 2,000 raised for Stonewall Community Foundation earlier, so thank you so much for continuing that push as we raise more and more funds for Trans Awareness Week and the Trans Day of Remembrance. Thank you so much, Sparky.
Thank you. But also just like springboarding off of the gender diversity and neurodivergence. So I was a latecomer to figuring out there were words for what I was. I didn't learn the word non-binary until I was 26. And like it's almost described as that like breath of air after like breaking the water and just shit like, and you're good. I got diagnosed with ADHD officially correctly 5 months ago.
Wow.
Like, I am 34.
My autism diagnosis came in April of this year, and as previously discussed, I'm old.
And not for nothing, but 2 years of a global pandemic puts a lot of pressure on neurodivergent brains. So a lot of people who were masking really well and coping really well suddenly losing a whole bunch of coping mechanisms in one fell swoop.
Yeah.
No wonder the diagnoses are just it was just like we're all under pressure right now, and brains don't like stress. If they don't like anything, they don't like stress.
Right.
And just in case you might think that this is just something that affects mental health, I will try to be short on this, but I will tell you a story of how gendered thinking really affects physical health as well.
Mm.
I have chronic pain. I was diagnosed a couple of years ago with interstitial cystitis. It doesn't matter what it is. The what matters is that it is diagnosed twice as often in women as it is in men. I went to a white cis male doctor 10 years ago. He came up with one diagnosis that left me in moderate to severe pain every day for 8 years.
Hey, where are you
He
from? Do
thought
I need a plane ticket? Because I feel like I need to talk to this man. Just a conversation, just a gentle conversation.
either way,
This
like
is what the
8
alphabet
years
mafia
though,
does. We take out kneecaps of
When you're done, if you could get a
but
flight over here and speak to my psychiatrist, that'd be
I
great.
got
it
you. Mine
took
too. I do. We'll do it. World tour.
one
World tour.
visit one visit to a specialist who was a woman to put me on a medication that was more commonly used in women, and now I have minor pain like 2 days a week and no pain the rest of the time. I'm able to live like an actual human, but I would not have lost those 8 years if it had not been for that doctor's gendered thinking
Mm-hmm.
in
Mm.
that diagnosis. These situations matter. They affect lives in a very direct way.
Just yeah, as Wes was saying that like sometimes people say like, oh, gender, these people with all their feelings, it's kind of like softening it in a way to invalidate it. It's like one, feelings matter, so fuck you. Two, feelings affect your physical and mental health. But it also like people die because of gender thinking all the time. Like people are mistreated medically in every sense. Like it is something that's a lot bigger than just me getting mad at you because you use the wrong pronouns. But I will get mad. No.
I feel like that's a lot of what games are good space for, especially for people who kind of have that pressure valve of like can't necessarily be out at home, like can't necessarily or can only be out in select spaces to select people. Because games allow people to figure things out with distance. Because you kind of have that moment of like one of the first big like characters that was important to me was an Exalted character. Her name was Kyra, and she was like they do the elemental pole thing in Exalted, and she was from the pole of water, so she was a pirate. But there was like this like special group of pirates who basically took like this tincture that made them infertile, and they were considered as men in their society. And my 17-year-old ass was like, this sounds like the best thing ever.
Sign me up.
And it just wasn't there yet. So and so it gets really interesting with like other games like Monster Hearts that are Monster Hearts is probably one of my favorite games. I've run that a ton of times and all sorts of stuff. But one of my favorite things is when you have a role. It's basically like Vampire Diaries, the role-playing game. Like it is true, like trashy supernatural romance. And you have a role to turn someone on. The game does not care about the gender of the person you are turning on. If it sounds like a come on, if it sounds like it can be misinterpreted at all as like flirting, you have to roll. Because we've all had, like, even like cis straight people have those moments of like somebody will say something or do something, move just the right way or say just the right words to you. You'd be like, fuck. Which is very accurate to just being a weird teenager. So it's probably one of the more fun things because we'll sit there and of course we roll low on everything except for the roll to turn someone on. 12, 12, 12, 12, 14. Like it's just
The
like
dice know.
this who like the one group I had, my partner actually works at a screen shop and he made us all, a friend of ours moved away out of the country, and before they left he made us all dice bags that said horny dice on them because of the way the rolls would happen in the game. And it was just like, but it's fun to have these games where people can kind of explore that because, you can't, necessarily talk out the side of your neck at people when you want to. You can't, like, sometimes you just got to kind of focus in and like go. So I think games give a lot of space for experimentation when, the GMs know how to act because, and, as we've seen this come out in spaces over the last few years, there are people who foster goodwill as GMs and don't necessarily behave in the best manner, which is also terrible. Especially because gaming tables become such safe spaces. Like, people are in games for like 5-10 years. People meet their spouses. People have kids and like all this stuff. So like table, like, we've come a long way from like, the narrative of nerds being shoved in lockers repeatedly for carrying like a 20-sided die on them to like, D&D is probably the single well-known tabletop RPG in existence. Like literally, it is no longer braggadocious of them to say that. Like
100%. This is actually
Also,
a great like transition to a topic as you brought up seeing gender diversity in gaming. So you brought up the example of Exalted. Do others have moments like that where you saw a character in a game, whether it's an RPG game or like a video game, and had that moment of like, holy shit, this is here, like this means something, this matters, and this isn't just gruff white dude number 3 who's going to carry around a gun and help save the day. Has anyone else had moments like that where all of a sudden you see that and you're just like, shit? Ace?
Yeah, I've definitely had that moment. Most notably in Last of Us 2. Last of Us 2, without doing spoilers, like her name's Elle or Ellie?
Ellie.
Ellie, thank you. TBI brain. Finds their partner, and you watch them go through a bunch of scenarios that are very relatable. And I've realized in that moment that like it was okay to be queer. It was okay to be me. It was okay to find love. And also, like, a lot of people are dramatic little assholes like myself, and that is something that needs to be showcased too. Also, she smoked a lot of pot. hi, it's me, Ace. I'm a pothead. This was great. So I felt very validated just watching that whole storyline play through, and it changed how I perceived myself and how open I was with who I am and I will continue to be. And how I advocate, because I want other people to play games like that where there's representation. Like Life is Strange, True Colors, amazing game, beautiful game, beautiful to look at. But for me, it's most beautiful because of the queerness. Like I am not done with the game, but like I am rooting for them to just do one little lesbian kiss, like just one peck. That's all I want. That just a tap. That's all. But
Just
like,
a kiss on the forehead. That's all I
right.
want.
But like having that like build up within me to be like, yeah, that's what I want to see. Straight people have that shit all the time. Where it's just like, this is what it's gonna be. Like my favorite show is Vampire Diaries. I watch it every single night.
Hey,
It's
Ace,
the
you want to play
same.
Monster Hearts?
Nah, I don't know what
When
that
you
is.
when you mentioned Monster Hearts is like Vampire Diaries, I saw Ace's face just light up like, oh shit.
I like Vampire Diaries a lot.
Yeah.
But I'll play any game that's like that. But
Okay, cool. We should talk. We'll talk.
all right,
later.
sounds good. But yeah, like I don't know, like just seeing the representation has definitely changed my life, and I want that for other people.
Are you pointing at me?
Yeah, you raised a hand. Go ahead.
Yeah, I have kind of a backwards example of this. And it comes very early on in my development. One of my favorite games to this day is Pokemon Crystal Version. And Pokemon Crystal Version, at the very beginning, it asks, are you a boy or are you a girl? And I always answered, I'm a boy, but I never gave the character my name. I always gave the character the name Alex. And looking back on it, that should have been a warning, like setting off right then. Like, oh, I was choosing a name that was not gendered for my avatar from this game. And I'm sitting there at 12 years old doing this without realizing it. And it took me decades, like, to realize, oh, I'm non-binary, but there it was the whole time.
When I was in kindergarten, I tried to change my name to Alex. Like I just introduced myself as Alex on the first day, and like had to like be like, they're like, that's not your name. I'm like, well, I've decided it is. I'm 5 and I make the rules. I also wore a cape to school, so I don't know if I was really doing much for.
That is a flex.
That is cool.
That is a flex and a mood at the same time.
I feel like that explains
More capes.
It's funny that you say that. Like when I was younger, in high school, I was that gay bitch. Oh my god, I was that gay bitch. I just wanted to keep everyone. I was a little like, anyways, memories. I like they wouldn't call me Ashley. Like my friends didn't want to call me Ashley, and I never understood why. Because I'm like, yo, that's my name. Like I fought to come to this country. That's my name. Like, what is the problem? And they were like, yo, it just seems so feminine for you. And I was like, wait, hold on. And this girl that I really liked started calling me Alex. And I was like, wait, why does that make sense? And that like
Alex.
yeah,
Alex is all the way down.
The peak gender neutral name.
In like the early 2000s, it was though, or like the mid 90s, 2000s. I would say like that was.
And actually, chat is reminding me of something that I learned early on about Weiss and Hickman. That Margaret Weiss was the one that wrote all of the action scenes in Dragonlance, and Hickman was the one that wrote all of the lovey-dovey shit. And Weiss woman, Hickman male, so they inverted themselves within the writing. Sorry, I just saw that in chat and I was reminded of it, and it's beautiful. Just another reason to love Dragonlance. Buy Fizzband's Vault of Draconic Secrets. Thank you.
Do it. Buy it. Support queer writers. Thank you. 100%. Now I'm just going to have to constantly include a queer character named Alex in like every campaign that I make. Like this is just gonna have to be the ongoing thing.
The legacy of Jeff lives on.
Yes, the legacy of Jeff lives on now, and Alex. I love it.
This panel is actually 3 Alexes in a trench coat. That's all.
You were supposed to tell them that was for the grand reveal.
We were gonna grand reveal that at the end, and damn it. Two of the moments that actually stick out to me in like seeing gender diversity represented in games. One is actually from a Pathfinder campaign setting. There was an adventure campaign that they did titled Hell's Rebels, which is quite honestly probably like the queerest adventure I've ever read. You literally are standing up to the corrupt government and trying to like bring back power to the people and overthrow like a incredibly like overly conservative group of devil worshipping like governmental figures so that the people can have their power back. And I'm just like, hell yes, 100%. Fuck the man. In it, one of the characters that they introduced very early on is a trans man. It was one of the first depictions I had ever seen in an RPG where a character was able to like use magic to help them transition. And it has some elements of like other people purposefully dead name them and like do all these terrible things and there's trauma on them. So there is some elements of that I was like, but it was the fact that I saw that character and I was like, wait, hold on. The very next book in that adventure, a queer couple was introduced. It was one of these things where it was the good guys are like the good characters are queer. Like they are queer. They are among the community. And it's not just a bunch of cishet white dudes fighting back and being the heroes. It was this like diverse representation of what the community looks like, because the community isn't just that. And it was one of those moments that stuck out to me where I was like, fuck yes. The other one was a character actually from the Magic the Gathering card game, which seems weird to say.
Alessio Smiles at Death?
Damn right.
Yes!
Damn right.
I got that card immediately. I was hunting that shit down for months.
What was
it?
Alicia who smiles at death. There's a world in Magic the Gathering. Magic the Gathering has tons of different worlds, multiverses. They now have done some stuff with D&D. Anyways, in one of the worlds, it's all ruled by dragons or people who like it revered dragons. And the leader of one of the groups was a trans woman. According to like the rules of her clan, whenever you like come of age, you have to go out and do this basically like dragon hunt. And when you complete the dragon hunt, you introduce yourself to the rest of the clan. And upon completing her dragon hunt, she came out as trans and introduced herself as Alicia, her grandmother's name. And everybody was like, yeah, you just killed a dragon. Damn right. 100%. Let's go. Let's go, Alicia. And and there was no discussion. There was no question about it. Like she went on to be the leader of the entire clan because like everybody was like, hell yeah, 100%, let's do this. And it was one of the like best depictions I've ever seen because it was just a fact. That was what made it so special to me. It was one of the first times that it was just a fact that this is a trans woman who went on to become leader of her people. I was just like, yeah, and I'm trans. What's up? They were like, well, yeah, cool, great, awesome. You're also literally the best among us when it comes to like fighting these incredible creatures. So damn right you're going to be our leader. And it was so... It like that moment hit and I was like, shit. Done. And literally the same. I was like, I need a foil copy of this card. I need all of it. Like, I want all it, please. Thank you. I need it. in my life. Um,
I will warn you, Wessel, if there's any indication from history, you've got about 25 more years of awful representation of trans characters before you get a good one. I say this as an autistic person that has had to experience Rain Man on in media. It
I'm so
is
sorry.
a joke how
Yeah.
awful autistic characters are. To this day, I've only seen one or two that the only character I will point at that I believe is autistic that has had a good representation of autism in media is Community and Abed.
Yeah.
And that's it. Our list is one person long.
and that's
Benedict
not-
Cumberbatch's take on Sherlock Holmes was quite good as an autistic. They never own up to it, but he very clearly portrays him as an autistic person and does a
That's fair.
moderately good job. He's still a little bit antisocial. And I know that's something that autistic folk are supposed to be known for, so he does kind of ham that up a little bit. But
Yeah.
it's a very good portrayal of an autistic person.
I think just with what you're saying about what you're saying, Wes, is and with representation in general, if you have cis people telling trans stories, some of them might still be really important. Honestly, some of them are going to be so formative for trans people, like who aren't out or whatever, as representation, but they're never going to be like right. They're not. Same thing, if you have neurotypicals trying to portray neurodivergent folk, probably with the neurotypical writers writing the script as well, like, they can do something, and it can be, honestly, at this point, I don't know if I'm going to stand by this sentence in a few months even, but, like, I think some representation is still better than no representation, even if it's not
True.
bang on, if it's like,
Yeah.
if the spirit's in the right direction, kind of. I don't know, I waffle on that thing.
It's a slow step. It happens for every group. I mean, Harry Beecher Stowe at the time wrote a transformative novel in Uncle Tom's Cabin, but we look back on it as, oh my goodness, this is awful. It is now the definition of don't take another culture's stories, but at the time it was transformative. And we will probably look back similarly on the stories that are happening today as
Yeah.
being awful and not being from the group that they are representing.
And
Go ahead. No, I want to hear what you have to say. I always talk.
I think it's also part of the issue is that for a lot of us, we can be so desperate for joy, so desperate for something beautiful or cool or inspiring that it's like you just and you just do that like a couple times and you keep going. Like I am a BioWare fan. Anyone who plays a lot of video games know as why a queer person, specifically a femme-ish presenting person who is very gay and likes women, why I kind of wavered saying that sentence, because they do a lot for queer representation and in the ways that you can coming from a AAA studio. But I have never been more aggressively cock-blocked by a game in my entire life. Morrigan in Dragon Age, the most lesbian I've ever seen in my life, doesn't like women, excuse me. Jack from Mass Effect, who I just very recently finally got a tattoo I was sitting on for like a decade. She canonically is polyamorous and has slept with men and women. And if you play a femshep, you can't romance her.
Awful.
I'm trying to have fun here. This is all I wanted. But like Jack also resonated with me because I was a tiny greedy kid that came from a military family I joke and say I was raised like an AI. And people who know science fiction go, "Are you okay?" And the answer is no. I'm better now, but when I made that joke, I was absolutely, well, it's not okay. And there's a lot about femininity where anger is forbidden to you. no matter what happens, no matter how frustrated or angry or poorly treated or abused you are not allowed to be angry. If you're angry, then you're crazy. If you're crazy, then what good are you? And Jack was the first time I saw a story go, no, someone should have protected you. Maybe don't murder, but no, you are absolutely right. This thing that was done to you was wrong. And ooh, just, I came from a house that was rough in spots. And as I get older, when you look back on things, especially when you can't be out, when you have these really intense confrontations for even faintly diverging from your expectations, especially coming from a lot of Black households, Asian households, where you have this standard you have kind of in response to generational trauma, because you can't act up in front of the white people and all this other stuff. So you just gotta you have to hold this line, and sometimes you break and then you have nowhere to go internally because you still have to follow the line. And it was the first time that I saw someone be like, that is bullshit. And I was like, and she was like, no, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. That's bullshit. I'm not doing this anymore and you can't make me. And that was this wildly liberating thought to see, because Jack wasn't wrong until she murdered people, really. No one was like, you're not bad for feeling that way. Just please stop almost murdering someone the second you're irritated. With anger issues. She worked through it. She's a teacher now, it's fine. She got help and now she helps others. But I think stories like that for a lot of us are very important. There's, the Babadook becoming a queer icon, I think, because we are pushed into places where we are not allowed to exist fully as human. Like games like Monster Hearts, where you could be sexy vampire, sexy werewolf, the ghost, the hollow, the created entity. We get drawn to these places and to these characters in these games where if I am not allowed to be human, then let me be something magnificent. There's this really interesting language that I notice a lot of queer folks have of if I am not allowed simplicity, then I must only be greatness. I might be greatly terrible, I might be greatly awful, but if I cannot be simply human, then I'm whatever monster you decided I was. I think that's also a space that games have for us that is really fun to explore and helpful in spots. Yes.
I'm just so excited about what you're saying. Sorry.
I know. It's good. It's cute.
Well, I do think it's such a meme online that non-binary people are cryptids. And I mean, it is a joke. I tell people I'm dating Mothman all the time. But I think it's if people are okay, to be human, you get to pick A or B, and it's such a power move being fuck you, I'm Mothman, is haha, catch. It is something like that, and those fantasy spaces make room for that in a way. And sort of circling back to D&D, one of my most formative characters is actually at Wes's table, was Poppy, the fawn, paladin fawn. Love the satyr Poppy. And they came from a society in the Feywild that had no gender. And I was because it's a fantasy world, because I can fucking do this. They're not human. They're not from the human world. They just come with a completely different set of values, and they're trying to figure out what's going on. And because they have doe-like features, they're being femme-coded, and that's fine for them, but they don't really understand the rules. And then me being wait a second, this isn't a character, is it? But yeah, I think that whole I do think there's something a little problematic about having be non-binary literally abandoning humanity and not getting to play a human. I don't want to unpack that just yet.
But I mean, we all have to do our individual work in unpacking that. So that was a bit broad of a brush, I will admit.
But no, I'm agreeing with you. Because I do the exact same thing. I'm I'm not. I definitely catch up.
But one of the most
Then I'll come
interesting
back.
parts about that, I'm gonna circle back to in just a second because it's gonna like lead into my next line of thinking there. Um, uh, Ben, did you have any characters that you came across in gaming that were like that moment of like, oh shit, whenever it came to like
Oh,
representation?
not until many, many, many years later. I mean, now looking back over my whole history, I'm just like, how was it not obvious all those years? So I only found out about the existence really of gender fluidity a couple of years back. A colleague of mine, Canadian, lesbian, Chinese, Filipino heritage. We were having one of those deep, soulful conversations one day, and she was like, "Oh yeah, that's gender fluid," and I'm like, "What? There's a word for it?" But after finding that out, and after finding out that all these things existed, and there was this whole world that I didn't know about, looking back over my history, I've been the gender representation in most of the games I've been in since I was 12 years old. I've been playing female characters 9 times out of 10. Always, 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 always. Most of the characters I've ever played have been women, strong women, certainly, with who could do things that I never could. And I remember thinking back the AD&D Dungeon Master's Guide, a big old hardback with the full of the male gaze pictures, with chainmail bikinis and all of that. And there was the list of magic items in the back, and I used to exhaustively read that list of magic items, and I loved that stuff. That's the autism that I also didn't know about at the time. And I remember coming to the cursed items, and one of the cursed items was the girdle of masculinity, femininity.
Mm-hmm.
And if you put it on, it was designed to look like a girdle of giant strength, so that when your heroic male character put the girdle on, the GM could go, "Ha ha, you're a girl." And I remember looking at that magic item and going, I don't get it. Why is this a curse?
Sounds great.
Why is that a cursed item? I went on a quest once to find the damn thing. I was like, I want one of those. And the GM's like, you can't have one of those. It's a cursed item. I'm like, but I want one. One of the few male characters I played back as a kid. And it was like, I'm going on a quest to find this girdle that turns you into a woman because it sounds cool. I want one of those. So, yeah, the very existence of this magic item and me not understanding the fact that it was supposed to be a cursed item, I think kind of highlights the beginning for me.
And that literally is the most perfect transition to my next topic, which is one thing that I think is so interesting, and it kind of plays into the discussions that we had about, well, fine, if you're gonna call me less than human, then like bet I'm gonna be a monster, but I'm gonna be fucking fabulous as one. Um, the characters that we have played, or the characters that we have allowed ourselves to play, that have, as Anna's pointed out and as Biz pointed out, ended up being formative explorations of our own individual journeys through gender exploration and identity. Something I think is really, really cool about tabletop role playing games, or role playing games if they're video games, if you get to like create your own characters, is being able to create ourselves and tell our own stories, and place ourselves in those things. There is something to be said about somebody creating a quote unquote non binary character who is an alien. It comes to that like pretty standard where they're like, oh, they're aliens, so like of course they don't adhere to gender. Meanwhile, every single human is cis. And I'm like, is that you're literally we are thousands of years in the future exploring galaxies with terms and like technology and all these things that we never had access to before, but you're like, oh, but like we still really only believe in a binary. Are you sure? Are you really? Is that what we're doing right now? We're flying around in spaceships, but we're also like, I don't know, Karen. I think you have to go over here. Get out. Get the hell out of here. Bullshit.
Ian M. Banks did a very good take on that with the culture novels. Humanity of the Future there They'd worked out the genetic code, and they were like, "You don't like it? Fine, you could change it." People lived to be like 300-400 years old in their culture, which was called the culture, and they could change genders whenever they felt like it. Like, I've done a lifetime as a guy. I think I might do a lifetime as a woman. Maybe have a few kids. Then I might go back to being a guy for a while, or I might just sit in the middle and not be either, or be both. And
God, I wish that were me.
there were
Like,
representative
give me the
characters
button.
of
Give me the
all
button.
three
That's
in the book.
a book series that I really, really liked that had a good take on that was Altered Carbon.
Mm.
The entire idea of the only thing that is you is like this set of like DNA information of memories, and you switch bodies constantly, and the only way to die a real death is to have that piece of your memory destroyed. And people would readily switch I can't remember what they called them now.
The sleeves. They're re-sleeves.
Sleeves. Yes, they would switch sleeves and call like you would have a character that was male but in a female sleeve, or a character that was female in a male sleeve, and it was just part of that society.
Yeah.
Like I love those books for that.
And a person who was trans would be able to say, yes, I was born in a male body, but I don't want male sleeves as an adult. I'm switching teams.
Absolutely.
And I think that also says a lot about like the transference of ideas in media too, because I haven't read the Altered Carbon books. I watched most of the first season of the Altered Carbon show, and to see it in action is wild as shit. Like, because it got to the point where you would have sleeves that could change on the fly. There's and I really think Altered Carbon would probably do well as like an RPG. Well, I mean, like it is an RPG, but like a video game RPG.
I see what you mean. Yeah.
As soon as the words left my mouth, I was like, didn't it just come out a couple months ago? But there's this.
It would also work if it had a better system.
Ooh, shots fired. There's a great sequence where Joel Kinnaman, I never remember what the character, Kovac.
Geshi Kovac.
He's sitting and kind of readjusting to being in a body, and he's sitting in front of the strip club, and one of the performers is like trying to get his attention. He just looks at her, and she overhears part of the conversation where somebody calls him Takeshi, and she goes, "Oh, would you prefer this?" And she literally changes her body. And I had a nervous breakdown for a second because I was like, "Can we get that? Can we get that? We need that. Can we get that? Please give me that." Cyberpunk as like a genre, especially like with like the game, all the iterations of the game have really interesting interpretations of especially gender, and also accommodations for other things, like the fact that like one of the air quote gangs in Cyberpunks is literally forged up a group of sex workers because, like, as we go on in society, we're kind of like, what do you call it? Whatever the word is for trying to attuning. There we go. As we're attuning what is okay in society at any given moment, consistently and constantly, we got to talk about the fact that like queer sex workers are very frequently left behind in those conversations. You tend to only really get away with sex work if you are young and like cis and white. Outside of that, sex work is a death knell for a lot of people. Like, it is a way for people to provide for themselves, but there are situations where you only have the community that's around you, and that's it. So the fact the game said this faction is here because they know what it means to have nothing but your sisters or nothing but your family. Because most of the Jennies are women, as far as I've seen. Cis and trans, they do flat out like they're trans women here, whatever. We don't care. That's not the important part here. It's just like, fuck with us and we'll kill you. But like, so that's always an interesting thing to see, because as much as we representation is good, there's this kind of hyper sanitization that's happening, I notice, as like certain parts of the LGBTQ get more accepted at large than others. So it's good to have games and pieces of media and writing and music that reminds you, all of us are here. Like, not just those of us who everyone thinks is acceptable. Like, we're the correct kind of gay, or the not over dramatic non-binary, or like whatever you are. You are the not terribly inconvenient ADHD person. Like, we exist outside of what other people think is acceptable. And games are also the best games remind us of that. Just like we're all here and all of us can be heroes. Like all of us can be important.
And
It's
it's
having
I'm
a
soapboxing a lot today.
distracted by
I'm sorry.
tacos in the
I love
background.
it.
I see the puppy. I keep trying not to be like, baby, hello.
No, like that's 100% like a great way to put it, because we saw this actually a lot through the pandemic. This topic came up a good number of times of kink at Pride, like explorations of like kink at Pride, and this, like as you said, this sanitization. And what boggles my mind about the fact that that's even an argument that should be had is we're not cis het. There is not a heteronormativity to us. So relying on the built up systems that frankly were put there by white supremacist patriarchs is just building up the same system that they continued to oppress all marginalized people with. So relying
It's a big
on
thing in the UK at the minute, like that. There's
very much
the
so.
LGBA. They're the LGB Alliance. They dropped the T. They're
Yeah.
they're a breakaway LGB rights group, and they're not. They're a trans hate group, but they've got charity status, and all they've done since their formation is actively work against the rights of trans people in the UK. They have done no charity work to support lesbian, gay, or bisexual people at all. They've dropped the rest of the alphabet soup, and we know already that they are just waiting for the opportunity to drop the B, and then to split into the L Alliance and the G Alliance and be two happy little conservative mouthpieces for the acceptable gays.
I moved to London. So I live in the west coast of Canada, which is like very hippy dippy. We have a lot of TERFs here, a lot more than I was expecting. We had an issue with a local library actually that they had a TERF group rent out one of their rooms to hold an event, and it became this whole debacle in like the library community of like, what does this mean for us, our role as libraries? Anyway, they let it happen, and I think, okay, sorry, but this sucked. One, it sucked because obviously it happened, and that sucks. But two, it just like it brought them out of hiding, like the TERFs who were just kind of simmering, like your coworkers who you didn't know were secretly shitty suddenly have opinions they need to share. But when I moved to England, I didn't know anyone, and I started a book group, a book club. Again, fucking nerd, and I called it something like cheeky, like the hidden feminist agenda or something like that. But I included the word feminist in it.
I'm sorry. I know exactly where this is going to go.
I had to leave my own group, and I tried to shut it down and wasn't able to because it was completely overrun by TERFs within a few months. It was like, I was like, what the fuck is going on here? Yeah, it was.
Also,
anyway, I'm so sorry about the UK. Hey, I mean, I'm not that we're doing a ton better, but like, what the fuck, England? Hey, settle down. Like, Jesus Christ.
Also, I just want to like make sure we get this official out there because I don't think it's actually been said on stream correctly.
You're gonna say it. You're gonna say it.
Man.
Fuck TERFs. Fuck TERFs.
TERFs.
Big facts. Fuck
Like,
TERFs.
It's like we're getting to the point that like it's this weird like pendulum swing where we fight to make sure we get rights, and then some people start getting more rights than they used to have, and then it's like you don't want equality, you just want to be on the top. And
Yep.
it's
Well, and
so
there's
frustrating.
been a classic movement. You talk about every type of rights movement that has happened, and it's been inclusionary until it was exclusionary.
Mm.
Mhm.
You talk about first and second wave feminism. It was inclusionary until it was exclusionary.
And third
Mm.
wave. Sorry, what?
I would like to think that things are getting better, but
I was a third wave feminist, and then all this bullshit happened. Now I'm like, I do not use that language anymore, and not because I don't think that marginalized genders deserve rights. Obviously, that's like one of the most important things, but because of that exact issue of
Mm.
like cis white feminists who feel like they got theirs, and everyone else, goodbye.
And that's like the kind of weird rebranding of like transness as an attack on air quote womanhood. Cause like the wildest thing I have to deal with, I don't really like have too much of that, but I'll enter spaces sometimes. And like most people just assume I'm a butch lesbian. That's really what they do. But I
The
don't have a
acceptable
poker
collateral
face.
damage, as
I
they're
don't
known
have a
here.
poker face. So somebody will say something sideways and I'll make a face. And then they realize that they have two problems now because I'm usually the only black person there. So it's just like, which L do they want to take? Do they want to take the gender L or the really bad optics L? And 9 times out of 10, they take the gender L because like no one wants to deal with that. It's just this really weird moment of like, this is stupid. And it was like, well, you have periods and stuff like that. You understand. Yes, and this is stupid. Like, we spend all this time arguing about how women are more than the ability to have periods and give birth. But the second that there are different women and femme presenting people, suddenly the ability to have periods and give birth, which by the way, not all cis women have.
Yep, the vast majority of all hormones prescribed globally go to cis people.
Hello.
E over
Like,
the counter if you're a man with low T, E over the counter if you're a woman with low E or something wrong with your ovaries, but you're on the opposite team. I'm sorry, it's 4 years, 2 psychiatrists and a board of experts making a decision who have never met you.
mm.
well, and it's a slow march of progress. We're talking about things like it's just now becoming a conversation where the autistic spectrum is sometimes not referred to as a disorder.
Whew.
Yep.
It comes slowly. Like it's too slow. And we're exhausted. This goes back to what Scout you were talking about and the joy that you partake in when you see some representation because the march is too long, the pain is too great, and we're tired of it.
I don't want to change the topic, but I just wanted to kind of bring back to that idea of joy, because yeah, I feel like we just had a great divergence of like in real life, even if you're in a leftist or queer space, you don't know if you're safe in that space. You really don't. There's always like one little bit of identity that might be too much, and you can't know it. But I think that's what kind of bringing it back to tabletop role playing games is like if especially for me as being a forever DM, I'm like I made this world. So I know that no matter what you say or what you do, you're never going to face homophobia or transphobia. You're just not because it doesn't exist here. I mean, yeah, you might get assassinated in the street, shit happens, but it's not going to be a hate crime. It's just going to be a crime. So and that's a step up.
I think that's
Man.
the biggest thing that we can do as people who run games. Like if the rest of the world cannot be safe, we can at least create a safe space where people can exist as they want to exist at our tables for however long we can have them.
Mm.
I did the RPG writers course last year before, one of those, and with the neurodivergent brain, I started on time, but got carried away and ended up writing 35,000 out of 10,000 words,
Hey,
as
me
you do.
too.
But so I was writing for Byhander RPG because I just got the second book from that, so it was fresh in my head. So I was writing for that, and there were loads of assets to help me build it. And so I was writing this adventure, and I'd been newly exposed, so it must have been last year, newly exposed to the wider world of gender diversity and neurodiversity and all this stuff. And so I was like, well, I need to actually start building this representation in. And it doesn't have to be super in your face, it doesn't have to be out there. But for example, one of the characters in the story is canonically trans. It has no real bearing on the story other than if the players decide to use it in some way to make it relevant. But one character who's a trans man, treated all the way through as a man, you'd have to get right into their backstory to find out that they were AFAB. Home for the Summer, available on Drive-Thru RPG.
Chase that paper.
For the summer.
Yeah, so there's canonically gay, there's canonically trans, there's canonically diverse characters in that game because I felt, why not start building these things in? And I didn't want to. Yes, I am here to save you all, divergent folk. I'm a cis-presenting white man here to save the day. No, but use the power that we've got.
Mm-hmm.
Because people make assumptions when they see me. They look at me and they go, oh, cishet white guy. They're wrong, but while they're being wrong, I'll use the power that I've got to help boost the community and lift up others.
And that is something that I think is wild and something that is so interesting about pushing for representation and inclusion across every single platform that we possibly can, be it social media, like employment, all these different things, is there are those people, we kind of talked about this a little bit with TERFs. Again, fuck TERFs. We
TERF.
talked about this a little bit where they feel like providing opportunities and providing more, like making more space for more people is taking something away from them. They view it as that pie where it's like, oh, well, if you give them the piece of pie, then I can't have the piece. That's not at all what we're saying. We never
We're making a
said
bigger
that.
pie.
We're literally just making more. We're making more of it. We're providing more opportunities for absolutely everybody to have the chance to be able to see themselves. Because we haven't gotten to for years and years and years. And it is set in stone that, like, nope, it's going to be anytime this happens. It happens every single time a canonically white cis het superhero, they do a new version of the hero technically under the same name and it's not cis het white. Every single time. Every single time somebody comes up and immediately it's just like, oh, well, why are you taking this away from us? You're doing no, we're not.
Oh, you're literally killing my childhood. No, I'm not. You still had your childhood.
You're still here. Trust me.
I was like,
Yeah.
like you're good. There is like 70 years of cis het white, like Spider-Man or Superman or what
I was
have
about to
you.
say, you can say Superman.
Yeah.
It's okay. You're safe here.
That's why I was like, you're good, y'all. I promise you, it's going to be okay.
especially the contrast to like the queer folks being like, oh, they imply that this person might be slightly gender non-conforming. Can, like, please sir, can I have some more? And the audacity of these like systems to be like, you're taking my child. I'm like,
These dudes have been wearing tights and capes and fabulous colours for 70 years. Did you not think there might be something going on there?
And that was like when Ace, you mentioned Life is Strange. It's like, I just want to smooch. They don't have to do much. Can I have one smooch? Can one smooch happen, please? I would like just a crumb of a smooch. And then we go like, oh, we got one. Versus like, as soon as that happens, all of a sudden the cishet gamer
shoving it
bros
down our
are
throat.
like, how dare you? What are you doing? And we're like, we didn't even get much. What are you talking about?
So,
Right.
like,
It's funny that you bring that up because it's. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
no, you're good. Because I was like, yeah, it's still percolating, but like, there's a through line that just happened with like the way people are weird about like not straight people, but also the thirst for affection queer folks have. So still percolating.
No, don't come for me like this.
We'll come back to that in a second. Go ahead, Ace.
It's funny they bring that up because I'm a mod in a different channel right now that like they are having a slew of people featured for the front page. And I just saw for Trans Day of Remembrance, and it's a trans group. And it's just like this dude came in and was just like, LOL, you're getting featured because of your gender. And it's like, yo, that little are you fucking kidding me? Like Twitch doesn't give anything to anyone. And the one day that they do give something, you come in here and you disregard someone's identity because they're being celebrated because of that identity. Like it's just cis people, I assume that person cis because that comment was very cis of them. Cis people have a tendency to not appreciate or recognize the lack of work that other people do on behalf of the queer community. And that reality needs to set in so motherfuckers can start respecting people because it's getting ridiculous. And quite frankly, it's always been fucking ridiculous. But that's all I had to say.
Thank you. Come through, Spicy Ace. Also,
I love it.
Mansuit Games, thank you so much for donating $50. Let's heckin'
Hell
go.
yeah. Let's go.
And this like you bring up a fantastic point, Ace, that I want to address. Because we literally Trans Lifeline literally had to turn around and create the actual tagging software, like, and an actual database, because Twitch refused to allow for identity tags when we have literally been crying it for ages. Ace did advocacy for months and months and months for a black tag for Twitch because these spaces are not safe. We need to be able to put ourselves out there because Twitch will not. Like you said, Twitch doesn't give the spaces to people, and we literally have to create our own and help flag down everyone and say, hey, cis het isn't the norm here. If you would like to come hang out with people who literally aren't that, please come over here, please. And then the second that one small thing happens, immediately it's, oh, well, you only got that because you're not white, you're not cis, you're not. It's just like, shut the fuck up, please.
You just spark some shit because it's like, you're right with the tags, like, and we don't have to get into this, but the tags were released without the security measures, which in turn led to a lot of hate raids if you're looking for people.
Bitch! 3 months. 3 months.
Thing is like especially I could talk for the black tag and seeing my friends use the trans tag, like these straight people really just come into that shit, find you, and try to take your joy away. Like that's weird, no? Like that's weird that I didn't go looking for you in your space, but you came to mine to take it away. Or it's even more weird that I'm advocating for a black tag. You're like, why isn't there a white tag? Motherfucker, there's no tag, so go look for that shit, bro. Like, it's just weird that white people and or straight people have a tendency to take away from the marginalized communities the things that we deserve because we all have a beating fucking heart. Period.
Like,
I
The
think
International Men's Day crowd. Whenever
it was
International
yesterday.
Women's
It
Yeah, I
was
know.
yesterday.
It was yesterday. But you didn't see anybody yesterday saying when's International Men's Day, did you? But come International Women's Day, you can guarantee that there will be thousands of them going, oh, when's International Men's Day? It's on November the 19th, just the same as it has been every year.
But
I think the big thing that the reason that I feel like a lot of people, they are very guarding of their piece of the pie is likely because the pie has never been large enough. And we're just now realizing with the bifurcation of media that there is not enough for everyone. Like that's just a fact of life. And it sucks.
and like part of it is like there can only be a finite amount of shows and TV shows and games made per year because we only have so many hours in a day and so on and so forth. But I think the other thing is, and touching on the point where if like people just being gross and weird about hate rating over the summer, is just people are projecting and being extra weird. I think a lot of like homophobia and transphobia is rooted in this like sex is a miserable experience and it's only supposed to be done this way because it's supposed to be a miserable experience and you're not even doing it the way they told us we were supposed to do it and you're happy. How dare you? Like it's this level of
Audacity.
offense that we demand safety and joy and fucking peace. You think I'd be out like trying to organize a rally to like make sure people don't try and like take away the rights for me to marry someone? No, I want to be minding my business running through watching Tokyo Revengers because I haven't finished all of it. Like I want to be writing this chronicle that I've had like 5 million ideas. Like I want to be playing Unpacked for 12 hours because I don't have to work tomorrow. Other shit I want to do. Leave me the fuck alone.
Like Wes, like you're out here doing this amazing fundraiser. Love that. But like we don't want to be raising money to protect people. We want to be raising money to buy our cool trans friends presents. Because they deserve shinies, okay? But like
I saw something on Twitter earlier, and I wish it did the thing where Twitter resets itself, and you're like, you little bastard.
Too quick. It is too quick. I hate that.
But
Sorry.
someone said there shouldn't have to be a Trans Day of Remembrance. There should not have to be today. We should not have to bring up the fact that within this last year, 365 trans people lost their lives due to trans violence and self-harm. To date, this last year, 120 pieces of legislation went up as anti-trans pieces of legislation to fight back against people just wanting to live their fucking lives, be safe, have health care, and take care of themselves and be happy. But we have to have today because there literally are those people who say the exact same things. Why do you get to be raised up today because you're trans? Because nobody else is going to do it the rest of the year. Because the other 364 days, you're not going to give a shit about me. So you know what? It's going to take the fact that you literally have an entire day dedicated to the fact that you do not make society safe for us. You don't make society safe for people that are not cishet white.
Let's rebrand all the toilets to bigot and not bigot, and then everyone will be happy, won't they? Because if you're not a bigot, you can just use the not bigoted toilet. And if you don't like the people going in the not bigoted toilet, you can always go in the bigot toilet.
And then we know to stay far, far away from you. It was just like, please, I'm trying to pee, leave me alone. Like, just like, You're worried about what I'm doing in the bathroom? You're very weird, and people pay for that. Like, you need to pick one. Like,
I love that. I love that, Ace, that you said it that way, where you're like, that's just weird. You're weird. Who
Like-
does this? Who goes out of the way and is like, I'm gonna search down somebody so that I can like be angry at them for being themselves? That's weird.
It's actually
That's
weird. I feel
so weird.
like there's no other word for it. I feel like it's just a topic that I don't even know how much to speak about it, because it's just like, yo, I don't even have time in the day to like exist. Like I forget to eat all the time. I forget to like use a bathroom when I need. But like some way, somehow you have found the time to hate on motherfuckers. Like you found the time to show up here and be like, oh my God, you are black. Wow, bitch, thank you. Like this is
I'm
great.
gonna correct my sleep schedule. Do you mind?
Like, bro, at what point do you find time to do anything else? Like, if you hate people, cool, go hate yourself. Like, I don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? Just don't bring that here, and especially on days in which the only days in which people are allowed to be themselves, which sucks. But people can't even have that. Weird.
And that should be the new go-to. It's just like, why do you get to have a day? Because you don't know how to act. None of y'all have home training. That's why we get this day.
Right, like,
Like-
just shut the fuck up for 24 hours. Just shut the fuck up and go back to being a hating ass self tomorrow. But you can't even do that right. So now we gotta go fight y'all 24/7, 365 days in a year, and 366 in a fucking leap year because you couldn't give us our one mother loving day. I'm upset.
Like,
And then the second that you take a day off to, as Scout said, I just want to watch some fucking anime. The second that you take a day off, it's, well, what do you mean you're not fighting today? Bitch, because I shouldn't have
Maybe it
to.
doesn't matter that much to you. Oh, I'm sorry. Were the 364 days of fighting not enough?
mm.
I'm tired. I have one spoon and I use it to eat cereal at noon. Like,
Well, it's like Millie just said in chat, if I had that extra energy, I could make so much more stuff. Think about the media that you're missing out on that we could all be creating in the time that we're having to spend defending.
oh my God.
And it's for me, it's like I think of the intersectionality, because we have Ace Scout talking about defending because of blackness. I defend in April because I'm autistic. Like on top of all, like we're fighting too many wars. Like there are too many fronts. When the solution to the problem is for people just to act like civil human beings.
Not hard.
Apparently it is.
And
Apparently
yet
it's
we
super
have to
hard for
fight
some people.
on 1,000 different fronts
Yeah.
just to carve out a space.
Yeah. And then on top of that, we have the bullshit of like, and this is gonna spark something. I know Wes is probably gonna have some shit to say, but infighting. Like on top of everything else of like these individual groups trying to find their way and be who they are, we got black motherfuckers hating on trans motherfuckers. We got trans motherfuckers hating on gay motherfuckers. We have gay motherfuckers hating on lesbian motherfuckers. Like motherfuckers is hating on motherfuckers. Like how, bitch, how? Like, how are we all like? Why can't we all be at the table? Like, I remember vividly advocating for the black tag, and someone said, "How dare you advocate for the black tag when the trans tag exists? You're taking the spotlight off of trans people." I'm like, "Ma'am, sir, whatever you are, yo. First off, we could all win. We could all eat, bro, and we did. So what the fuck is good?
Oh my God.
Like that's the biggest thing. People treat it as an either or situation. It's the exact
Progress.
It's the exact
It's
reason.
not zero sum.
It is the exact reason why TERFs exist. It's the exact reason why there is that frame of logic. Because people treat it as an either or situation. And if you have it, then I don't. And that's bullshit. That's fucking bullshit.
The TERFs have come up with a great one recently with their whole, oh, you can't say TERF, it's a slur. You invented the term. It's your term. All we did was start using it to acknowledge you, and now suddenly it's a slur? You can't call us that. It's a slur.
I prefer to call them pieces of shit anyway. So
Yeah,
it's fine.
well, you want a
If-
slur? We have
I was
slurs.
gonna say, if you want me to call you like some really nasty shit, I
Oh,
got
I'll
it.
call you
I got
something
it. I got it backed up. Let me go.
That was the nicest word I had
Let
for
me-
you.
let
It
me-
goes down from there, baby.
Let me unroll
You wanna
that
be reduced
scroll
to
and
your
let it hit the
genitals?
floor and keep it going. Come on now.
I was trying to be nice, like, yo.
And that's the shit that drives me out. And like it kind of circles back to what we talked about earlier with like sanitization, because that happens so often in queer spaces. There are so many people that I choose to not interact with on Twitch because one of their rules is no politics. I'm sorry that my identity, and I'm sorry that us as people have had our identities politicized, because that's
Yep.
bullshit and it shouldn't be that. But guess what? If I want to talk about that, and if I want to talk about the latest thing that's happened, it's not politics, it's literally just me. So that is one of like the biggest things that I have found, and it comes back to that we have to like tone it down. We have to be sanitized, because we can be queer, but if we become too queer and we become too like talking about it, then the straights aren't going to accept us. The straights aren't interested in being in our spaces. They weren't here for it anyway.
Like, you can only be this. You can't do the.
You can't. Yeah. No. You can't go full. You never go
You just
full
gotta
whisper.
a little bit.
Yeah, just the finger.
And a couple months ago, when I first started back in January, this time, I was one of those people that'd be like, "Yo, you can't talk about politics in my chat," and I'll tell you why. Because I was a government official. I worked for a government. I had like,
that
if
makes
money-
sense.
Yes, so I want to shed light on people like that. That it's literally their job, and if they talk about certain things and someone clips that, that could be their ass. However, when someone challenged me on that point, I realized that wasn't the job for me, and this was not the space that I needed to be in. If I can't actively be who I want to be or be who I am and express my thoughts and my values everywhere I go unapologetically, new job me, bitch, and I did.
Yeah, I used to work in politics. Like that was my first career. And it's funny because I love politics. Fucking I policy is fascinating to me. What I don't love is bigotry. And somewhere along the line, someone came and conflated the two, and then said, "That's just my opinion. That's my political opinion." Like, no, that's your ethical opinion, and it's bad. And that's not we're not talking politics. Like, this is what I always tell people. I was like, yeah, I'm happy to talk politics. Like, if you want to come and talk politics, like, for example, politics, a political discussion would be like, what is the best way to go about ensuring that everyone has shelter? That is a political discussion. What kind of policy should we take? How do we help people? Like, what is it? These are complicated political. Where do we get the money? These are political discussions. Whether or not people deserve shelter is an ethical discussion. I'm not here for that shit, because I'm not here to debate it. There's no room for debate. Like, there's no room for debate whether or not queer people deserve rights. I don't want to talk about it because it's nothing to talk about. Yes.
And that's where the
Human
bad
rights
faith
are
actors
not
come
political.
Right.
Yes.
Human rights are not political. That's
Hello. But
And the bad faith actors with their, I was just asking a question. Oh, why won't you debate me? I won't debate you because it's not a debate. It's an info dump of your shitty opinions to my people. That's not a debate. You want to bring your shitty opinions into my sphere?
Get your own platform.
Yeah, you've already got a platform. You've got hundreds of platforms.
Yeah.
I've been silenced, they cry to the media.
But
if only. Like, shut up then.
With
sorry, go ahead.
Especially with like I tend to not avoid politics. I am very liberal with my banhammer when somebody talks out the side of their neck, but the only time I think I have ever said don't talk about shit was the night of the insurgency, because I was playing Minecraft and I was like, today was rough for everyone. We are not talking about it. because that's all anyone has been talking about for most of the day since they found out that bullshit started. So we're gonna play Minecraft and listen to lo-fi music. And like, so I understand, especially with people whose existence tend to be politicized, the self-protective, we don't talk about that here, because when the conflation of ethical debate and political debate means that people like to say dumb fucking shit in the middle of your stream and you're just trying to have a good time.
And you're
But
live on camera with your reaction.
exactly. So I don't begrudge a lot of folks who don't do that. But I'm saying if it's an issue that you don't necessarily have a lot of skin in the game, it doesn't hurt you to just be like, we don't do that here at people. It's not you fighting to protect your identity. You're just setting acceptable standards of behavior, and there's a difference. That's when I start to side eye people. It's just like, you want to foster a community, then foster it. Make sure your community grows in the way you want it to, and don't sit here and act like, well, I mean, I can't control what people do. No, but you can control what they access of you. You can control the people who access your spaces. And if somebody decides they want to get live and be funny on the internet, they can get the hell out of your space, because that's not how we act here.
I have a shady hot take. But and I have lots of streamer friends, so I don't want to. But I do think specifically in this space, a lot of times people want to avoid those discussions. Not because usually it's like the cishet white people who are more avoiding those discussions, like the people who really have nothing to lose from those discussions, except that it makes them a bit uncomfortable. I think it's because people don't want to be put in the position of having to lose followers because that someone's shown their like bigotry, and they don't want to politicize it, as in, if you state an opinion, like if your opinion is that human rights matter, you're gonna lose money. And I think that for a lot of people, that's what it comes down to.
All hail the
Oh,
almighty
100% it does.
This was
100%.
actually a discussion that I had whenever we were getting ready to publish Vault, because in the introduction to the book, I told a third-person story about my life and my interaction with the Fizzband character. And I identified as a non-binary kid. And somebody actually, like, approached Splitiverse to talk about that and to ask questions. Why did you use that language? And Jimmy, wonderful as always, gave them a great answer. But the answer that I think would have been the most truthful was, it was my story, and that's how I identify. And it, for some reason, the word non-binary felt out of place to that story, despite the fact that it was my story I was telling. Like, how messed up is that?
I have another hot take. I'd like to antagonize more people, please. If you're only an ally until there's something on the line, you're not an ally.
And would you like to say that one more time for us, please?
Just for the cheap
Just in
seats,
case-
please.
Yeah, 100%.
If you're only an ally until there's something on the line, you were never an ally.
Thank you. Thank you. There
I
are
think-
lots of people that need to hear that. Go ahead, Ace.
No. I think there are three types of streamers, right? There's the ones that will, wait until something major happens, and then all of a sudden they're raising money for charity. Whoa. Then there are people that choose to be silent for whatever issues. And then there are people that are authentic, whether or not they're raising money for charity, they're streaming, or just existing. And I think that that's fucked up that people have to be like, oh yeah, I want all the views, so I'm gonna go raise money. Or they shy away from the topic because they don't want to be politicized and they don't want to lose a view.
Mm. Like, and let's be real. Sometimes folks don't know shit. I would take the person that shows up out of nowhere and be like, I don't know what to do, but I'm gonna do something, instead of the person who has been over on the other side of the room for years. But now that the fight is starting to move over towards their side of the room, they're starting to get real concerned.
Can I tell you
Okay.
a wholesome story?
Mm.
I want to share some good news. Wait, one of them's related and one of them's not, and I want to share them both. Like, they're ally stories. They're cute ally stories.
Okay.
Okay, so the first time I ever dealt with like gender and D&D stuff was I was running a game, and I have a very queer group of friends, but there's like the one token cis-het dude who hangs out with us and is doing his best. I don't know, I didn't invite him, but he's okay. He's actually good. But he had recently had it where one of his friends had changed their name and asked him to use they them pronouns. And it was the first time he'd encountered gender neutral pronouns. He was like fucking it up constantly and felt really bad. He created his D&D character with their new name and they them pronouns and played the whole campaign through, saying like, you know, the character Ray, they do this, they do that. They rolled a blah. And I like cried because I was like, this is great. You know, we talked about like us living our own identities. I also think it's a way for other people to get comfortable with their identities. And the other one, we're talking about clueless allies. When I told my mom I'm using she they pronouns, she's a hippie. Her reaction, I was like, oh yeah, I'm using she they pronouns. She's like, oh, that's I've been wanting to ask you. So I met this, I was talking to this lady, I'm sorry, I was talking to this them at work, and I did it, I accidentally said she, and I know that's not right, so I want to say them to them, and how do I do that? And like, it turned into like, I was like, okay, so they're not a them, they're a person. She's like, oh, okay, all right, I'm taking notes. A person. Oh, like cut to my mom being like, what's a gender neutral word for woman? I'm like, person. Oh.
Amazing.
And I like that, like that's why I love what you said, Scott. Like I will take the person that goes, I want to help and I have no idea how to do this, please. I will take that person. I will take that person every single day. The person that like 3 months down the line, all of a sudden starts like walking over and I'm like,
There is a slight caveat to that. I will accept the person that wants to learn.
Yeah.
You have to listen.
And
that's the caveat.
if you make a mistake, stop dwelling on the mistake and do it better.
Yeah, my
there is
mom
another
wanted
sunrise.
My mom
Don't
wanted
apologize,
to ask
just move
me
on.
if she should send this person a fruit basket for misgendering them 2 months ago. And I said, please, for the love of God, don't. Like, leave them alone. They're at work.
Unless it's a gender neutral fruit basket.
What's a good non-binary fruit selection?
So
I feel
about
like
18
bananas
months
are out.
ago,
Maybe
I
peaches.
decided to get back on Twitter, mostly to help promote the channel that I'm on and get involved with a lot more stuff there. And so I went blundering onto Twitter with the best will in the world, you know, bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, followed loads of role-playing accounts and started trolling around going, oh, hey, da, 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 da. And so wherever in the UK is very, very white. Yes, we have people of colour. Yes, we have people of different ethnicities. But outside of the major cities, they're really few and far between. So actually finding people who are people of colour or people who are non-white British to join you can be a bit of a challenge sometimes. So blundering into Twitter, I going, oh, hey, I'd like to increase diversity in our games. Do. And of course, I didn't know at the time that this is a massive red flag for everybody out there already on the internet who's used to getting questions like that from, closet racists who just don't care and don't want diversity in their games at all. So I got my ass handed to me by woke Twitter. And I can see partly how some people go, oh, well, they don't want me then, and then go stropping off to the opposition. But that's bullshit. You don't have to do that. You do not have to be someone who goes, well, if they don't want me, I'm going to go and join their opposites. That's total crap. What I did was I shut the hell up. I followed people on Twitter. I listened to what people were saying. I found out about what the Black role-playing community were going through, what the Indigenous American, community were going through. And I tried to listen to what other people were saying and doing and learn from that. So I spent easily the last 18 months not commenting. I've got to the stage now where I don't comment. I just like a filthy lurker. And my Twitter has grown and become weird. It's like this weird little pyramid now where you balance autistic Twitter, trans Twitter, and role-playing Twitter. And there's me just sort of sat there going, "Wah." But, the last year I've learned a lot from listening to other people. And everything you've said
Concept.
Just shut up and listen for some time. Hear what people have got to say.
It's something that is so not understood as a concept is, yes, due to social media, the ability to formulate your own opinion and let it be known to everybody on the internet at any single point is right there with it. But I don't know if you know this, you don't have to give it. If it doesn't apply to you, you don't have to weigh in on a topic. You could just sit there, shut up, follow what's being said, and then go, interesting. I learned something today about trans identities. I learned something today about being Black. I learned something today about the injustices that Indigenous people go through. You don't have to weigh in, person. It's okay. You can let it be said, and then you can just process that and acknowledge it and learn from it. You don't have to be the voice. And more than anything, don't be the voice for other people. I promise you, we can formulate our own thoughts and opinions, and we can say the things that need to be said for ourselves. I promise you. Rewording the thing that somebody just said about their trans identity and putting it in your own quote tweet isn't as much of an ally move as you think it is. They already said it. They already said the damn thing. You don't have to reword it, baby. I promise you.
Amplify voices.
Ooh.
Yeah, amplify. Retweet, though. Retweet. Do that. Just, you don't have to take someone's word. It's okay
There's a
to not have an
button
opinion.
right there to retweet
Ooh.
without the quote. You don't have to move down to the quote. It's in fact harder.
It's
more
harder.
Work. It's more work to put in the quote retweet and say the damn thing than it is to just click the button and amplify a voice.
Right. Another allyship hot take based on what World Builder just said is that if you're only an ally until a trans person is rude to you, you're also not an ally.
Not an ally.
I don't have to be nice to you in order for you to want to think that I should be a person. Surprise!
Well, I have met, I have met some people with marginalized identities who are actual terrible people. That doesn't mean that their identity is less valid. That does mean I don't want to spend time with them. But that doesn't mean their identity is less valid. And that doesn't mean that the identity of other people who share their identity is less valid. Let people be individual shitheads without applying it to trans rights.
Right.
Yeah.
People are shitty because people are shitty. People aren't shitty because they're trans.
100%.
The wildest thing is the weird ally backlash of I This worked for you and you aren't appreciative. What was the purpose of the work?
Oh,
Nobody
did
owes you
did you do that so that I would give you the gold star? Is that what you were looking for? Oh, you raised $5,000, so suddenly trans people don't get to have an opinion whenever you do something shitty. Is that what we're going with? Is that where we're
That's not
heading? Interesting.
that's not allyship, that's a transaction.
Or the
Fuck off.
people that are just like, oh, I can't be transphobic. I have a trans friend. Like, cool.
And I bet
Got
you don't
you.
say this shit to their face. I bet you don't. I bet you
Right.
don't.
Or you wouldn't have a trans friend for long.
And that's an
Ooh.
insert identity here quote, isn't it? It's an I can't be X because one of my friends is of X identity.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's pick and mix. Like, I know a person with this identity, so therefore I cannot be prejudiced against anyone with that identity. That's not true.
That doesn't even work if it's you. I've met homophobic queer people. It's like, the only thing that makes you not be discriminatory is not being discriminatory. That's it. There's no other qualifications.
And then,
And
like, we all got stuff we got to work on.
Work-
Like, we live in a society that programs us with white supremacist, misogynist, like, racist, ableist thinking. And just because you do better in one regard, don't mean you don't have to check yourself on others. Like, we all got work to do. Please just stop. Like, just do the work because you don't want to suck as a human.
Everyone
it's not incredibly difficult when you break it down. Like, I have a partner, and I speak to her differently than I might speak to another person. I don't use the same words when I'm communicating with her that I use with other people. It's the same thing when you're talking about a group of people versus your friend that is from that group of people. You know one person. That doesn't mean you know everyone.
Ooh.
The
I
the
love
whole my friend is this and he doesn't care about those jokes. That's because your friend trusts you and doesn't believe you will hurt him.
You have a different relationship with your friend than you do with the entire community that your friend is a part of.
There are things that I would say to my friends that if someone else said to my friends, I would literally take them out back. Like, I'm like, no. I was like, relationships are complicated.
Social relationships will be the death of us all, I feel like. Just like an
Lord.
overabundance of familiarity. Like that's part of the problem. It's just like, no, like there is a certain level of prickliness that can come with some friendships, and it depends on the people involved. But like we learn these things because we talk to each other, we invest in each other, we trust each other. You don't just do that shit to a random person on the street. And beyond that, that's not a thing you should do to your friend too damn often, because one day you might say it one too many times and then you don't got a friend no more. So, you know, keep the shittiness in check. Like, that's all we
One of
ask
my
you to
best
do.
friends. Our relationship is built almost entirely on being just horribly abusive to each other. Yeah.
That's very English of you.
Yeah, we're horrible to one another because we love each other, but because we were both socialized in this very sort of masculine, male, bullshitty environment, we manifest that sort of love for one another through the medium of horrible insults. That doesn't mean that if I were to go to another person from the same country as that person and launch into a diatribe about how much I hated them and what an awful person they were, that I'd have any right to not be punched in the face. Because, yeah, I mean, someone in chat just said, we can't generalize all experience based on a single instance. Crazy, but true.
I was even thinking less about like being rude to my friends as like being so just hitting on my friends so aggressively all the time. I'm like, if a rando says this, it's inappropriate. I'm allowed. I've earned it, and we have boundaries that are set and established. You don't. We don't know you.
Oh,
I
that was
mean-
the other thing that sorry.
Oh, that's how I interact with my best friend. It's a combination of flirting with him and saying awful things about him. Like that's just
Mhm.
It's a little will they won't they moment.
It's a sort of an average between me and no man.
But
Yeah.
I think the thing that I was also talking about earlier with like, the projection about like sexuality is that so often queer people are just reduced to sex, not our attraction, just sex. That like people hear gay and immediately think perversion because they can't conceive of a gay person without sex being involved. Like
Evil bisexual trope.
evil
Uh,
bisexual trope,
Hi.
evil
any
lesbians, evil gays.
anytime something's an
Somebody
evil
remember
version
the
of something.
asexuals, please. The ace and demi
Yes.
folks out here. Ace arrow folks out here just being like, I wish someone would see me. I swear that the arrow bisexuals will never be seen by any human on
I
earth.
will say though, some of my ace friends are the biggest flirts I've ever met. Like
That's a
people
fact.
got
That's a
layers.
fact.
And I do think it's a very queer thing to like just really enjoy flirting with people without being like, ah, yes. Because I feel like this is like as a, person who looks like this, if I say anything, even I can't even make direct eye contact with a cis het man. He's like, we're gonna fuck, aren't we? I'm like, no. So I would never, I can't be nice to men. You can't do that. I wish I could. but like, in queer spaces, it's so liberating because I'm like, people have boundaries and understand, and like, there's, that doesn't mean if I say you're cute that we're gonna go fuck right now, unless that's the environment we're in. Like, we can establish and have these open and honest conversations. It's great, guys. If you're not queer, I highly recommend it.
Lord, 10 out
I
of 10 would gay again.
There you go.
uh,
There's a 5-star recommendation for being queer right there.
there you
Oh,
go.
except for all the bullshit, but just don't worry about that bit.
Oh, okay, 4-star.
With
4 stars plus 1 for discrimination.
um with that, we are nearing the end of our time today. I have to give a huge shout out to this panel. This has been such an incredible time, getting to go from spicy talk to celebratory talk to we're gonna wholly recommend being queer 5 out of 5. Let's go. Um, this has been beautiful, and I truly, truly treasure each and every single one of you for bringing your own individual perspective and your own individual voice to this panel today. Thank you so, so much. And anybody watching, at any point, if you disagreed with something that we have to say because it's not the exact way that, like, you would express concepts of gender diversity, anything like that, guess what? You get to do that because that's your opinion. And as long as you hold the fact that we all are valid in our own individual identities, then you're doing it right. You're allowed to kind of change the way that you would say something or the way that you would explain something because that's your own individual perspective. As long as you truly believe that everybody is valid in their identity and in their way that they approach gender expression. Thank you. I am going to go ahead and have our wonderful panelists go around, tell you a little bit about themselves, where you can find them around on the internet. Please, please, please go find all of these wonderful folks. Support them in everything that they do. Multiple wonderful folks dropped some of the wonderful projects that they're working on. Go buy their shit. Support queer artists. Support queer writers. Go buy their shit. Drop that money. Thank you.
Buy one for a friend.
We are going to start things off with the wonderful Ace, Atypical Queer.
Thank you, thank you. First and foremost, it's an honor to be here. Thank you. Every time I speak to you, it's a phenomenal time, and it's been a pleasure to get to know everyone else on the panel. But yeah, hi, me Ace. Pronouns they, she. Why did I almost forget that? Don't know. Maybe I'm sticking towards they, them, but that's my own crisis. We'll handle that on Monday. You can find me on most platforms, all platforms actually, TikTok, Twitter, Twitch as a_typical queer. I'm a blacktivist. I'm an activist for vocal Well, I'm vocal on various issues for Black people, queer people, trans people specifically, and that's all. I stream. I'm gonna be streaming today, later. Don't know when,
Hey.
but I'm gonna be around. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much. Next in line, we have Scout Savage, Neon Saline.
Hello, hello. I am Scout Savage, also known as Neon Sailing. You can find me on Twitch, Twitter, Instagram. Basically, if it's a social media site and you can find this handle, is me. I am a variety streamer. I do a whole bunch of stuff. I'm on a little bit of a break right now because the holidays is coming and I need a break because I work in QA. So I'm gonna enjoy that, but I should be getting back to things in January. I play everything from like Mass Effect to like Breath of the Wild to like Dead Cells to like Animal Crossing, maybe some Prey. Like it's a whole bunch of mess. I am also kind of in tabletop RPG spaces now, partly because of this. Thanks for presenting the opportunity, Wes. But yeah, working on stuff. I might be starting to write a game because I've joined a server and too many people are encouraging me. So I might also have Where's to Pedal and Drive 3 RPG at some point. 2022, let's hope.
Fantastic. Hell yeah. Like we said, everybody, follow everyone so that as soon as they announce these big projects, you can go support. Do it. Do it right now. Do it.
I support you mean hold accountable.
Ah.
Please hold me
Ooh.
accountable for my projects.
Oh, there we go.
I need pressure and deadline. If I don't have a little fear in my heart, I'll never get anything done.
There we go. Next in line, we have my chaotic other half, Gnome Anne.
Hello. Like I said, I'm a D&D streamer. I want to tell you, I did not mention Be Gay Do Crime. So the main campaign I'm running right now is called Be Gay Do Crime, in which a rotating cast of queer streamers are sent on various quests by the Alphabet Mafia to further the gay agenda through illegal means. Because my definition of gender euphoria is getting to be a drag queen demolition expert. And then that's right, and that's what I need in my life. Speaking of, I just want to say, Wes, thank you so much for having me for all this stuff. And Wes's channel in general is just like a little oasis of gender euphoria. Fucking love it here. You're the best. I'm neurodivergent, bi, and non-binary. I'm both. Get over it. And some other stuff probably too. Oh yeah, mentally.
Love you. Bye, MB Squad. Bye, MB Squad. Let's go.
Yes. Next in line, becoming a very fast friend of mine, the absolutely fantastic Synthetic 20.
Thank you, Wes. And I would consider the same of you and other people that we've talked to. In fact, if you've run a game with me, you have a friend for life. That's just a fact. So I am Synthetic20 at asynthetic20 on Twitter. Matt Kimberlin is my writer name. I've been plugging it, but just was the lead writer on Fizban's Vault of Draconic Secrets. I am working on other 5e supplement projects as well. So if you want to see some of how I implement gender diversity and have tools to do that in your own games, well, then follow me on Twitter and you will get updates on those projects as they come out next year.
Thank you so much. And again, y'all, I dropped that Splinterverse link. Go out and buy that shit. Let's go. Next up, the absolutely fantastic World Builder 101, who I cannot wait to get to roll some more dice with in the near future.
Definitely, yes. It was an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much for letting me be a part of this. I've learned so much, met so many cool people. It's been a real privilege, and I'm really, really grateful. Currently, I am Ben. That might change in the future. Will change in the future. And I am one of the 4 Garblags of the Garpocalypse on Gartopia, the home of Garblag Games. We have a theme going. We stream most evenings, UK time. Come along, check out some of our streams. Come along, play on some of our streams. That'd be even better. Always welcome. More players, more players. Yeah, for sure. Everybody who has been on this little thing, come on over. play games with me. At the minute, I am running Masks and Monster of the Week on the stream, and I'm playing in a Modifius Star Trek game where I am particularly enjoying being the tactical chief, current second in command, first officer, Elon Wiresh, the joined Trill, who's cool. Millie the GM is running that excellent game. You can find us on Twitch and YouTube. And yeah, I write games. I used to be a teacher and I quit being a teacher and now I'm a freelance writer. And that doesn't mean I have any more time to write my own stuff because I'm writing other people's stuff. But next month I am releasing Descendants of Darkness, my pro-queer, pro-trans, pro-neurodiverse, pro-everything that's good and right in the world game of Descendants of Dark and Evil Powers from Beyond Space and Time. It's cool. I'm going to probably give everybody on the Stonewall thing a free PDF of it because it's cool and it was made with a lot of love and support from Spider Queen Long, who's been in the chat as well, doing all the art for it. It's been a labour of love, but it's been a good one. So thank you for letting me waffle at you.
Thank you so much, and thank all of you. This has been such an incredible time and such an incredible afternoon. This has been an incredible 8 days. We've had 8 days of amazing RPGs and stories and conversations and talks, and thank you to every single person in this community who has helped support all of our voices during this time. It really means a lot. Coming up here shortly, I'm going to be joined by some fabulous folks for our very last game of the charity series. We're going to be playing through a ghost hunting game of Dungeons and Dragons. Think all of the terrible ghost hunting TV series that you've ever watched, just played out in a D&D game.
Terrible?
You know what?
Wonderful.
That's relative. That's fair. But seriously, thank you all so much. One more time, please give all of these wonderful cast members a follow on all of the various things to keep up with all of their actual wonderful projects. And thank you all so much. We're going to take a short break. Whenever we come back, I will be getting everything ready and have all the new guests gathered together. And so we shall be back shortly for the finale. See y'all soon.
Have a good day, everyone. Drink water. Take your meds.
Drink tons of water. Everybody, during this break, go get water. Go get water and a snack during this break before the next game. Do it. Be good.
I gotta
Be good
tell you about my
humans.
new med dispenser. It changed my life.
Ooh.
Be
Message
back
me.
shortly, everyone.
Sorry. Sorry.
Hi, everybody. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Like I said, we're going to have some technical difficulties. There's going to be some weird things that you're about to see on the screen for a second because we are going to be, doing some like technical fixing on the fly. Things are going to look a little weird for a couple seconds, but thank you all so much for tuning in. One, thank you, Noobjack, for that donation of $30. Thank you, Harry, for that donation of $150. And Lupa, thank you for tuning in, and thank you for donating $5. Like I said, things about to look very, very weird, so don't mind us for a few seconds, okay? Like I said, things look hella weird. Just accept that things look weird for a second as I go through and have to clear out cameras, and then we're going to adjust things back. Thank y'all so, so much. I know, it looks super weird on screen. That's why I'm like, yep, just pardon us for a second, everybody. Thank you so, so much. I'm going to clear out some of these extra names there. Because we don't need 4 names. We don't need 6 names. We just need 4. Thank y'all so, so much. This has been incredible. Thanks to you all, we just hit beautiful, wonderful. It already autoed to the one that I needed. Thank you, thank you. And as soon as Vixie is back, we will be all right. So we are going to add a couple more of these as much as we can. Everybody say hello to a few of our esteemed guests as they are hanging out for us for a second. We will get to them in just 1 second. Thank you all so much for sticking with us through these technical difficulties. Come on! Waiting till the very last game of the series to decide to give us some trouble. Don't you love it? Of course it did. We have the fabulous Justin modeling Pokemon Pearl. Thank you. Thank you for that. It's beautiful. It's wonderful. Oh my gosh. All right. So I am going to really quickly, I'm going to share a screen very fast. This is going to look really weird because it's going to kind of technically be triple. Actually, you know what? There, we'll do that one. It's not triple faces. Beautiful. Done. So now I can go in and do some cutting there in here. So thank you so much for checking. Yes, thank you, Nintendo Gaming, for sponsoring this lovely charity series. Totally didn't sponsor it. That's fine. We understand. But welcome on in, everybody. Thank you all so much for tuning in. We are going to be with you in just a second as soon as we are able to get all of these technical difficulties situated. You know what? I was due for a technical difficulty. It's fine. Things went swimmingly and beautifully this entire week. We were due for a technical difficulty. We had one coming down the pipeline. And it's fine. I've accepted this fact. Not a worry at all. Clear this up here. Congratulations, folks. You get to see what it looks like behind the scenes to produce a tabletop RPG series where you have to cut cameras down and completely edit everything on the fly sometimes, as we do. So thank y'all so much for sticking with us there. We should be back fully operational very, very shortly. And we'll have everything good and clear and going very soon. And as soon as I do this, thanks to all of the amazing folks who just donated, we get to raise our goal again. This is the 1, 2, 3, 4. I think this is the 5th or 6th time we have had to raise this goal through these 8 days of streaming because you all are so absolutely incredible and so incredibly generous and amazing that we have raised so much freaking money for Stonewall Community Foundation. Y'all are absolutely incredible. Thank you so, so much. Here we are. Beautiful. Let's make you roughly the same size. Gorgeous wonderfulness. And now everybody's on the screen again. Luckily, folks, as soon as we are good and as soon as Vixie is operational one more time, we should be all good to go. So we should be able to get started very, very shortly as soon as everything is clear. Thank y'all so much for sticking with us and understanding that tech happens. Welcome to streaming. Sometimes everything breaks right as you're about to go live. After 8 full days of streaming, it happens. That's okay. We have accepted this as fact. If anybody was ever interested in how it all looks behind the scenes, putting things together, congratulations. You get a front row seat to producing a tabletop role-playing streaming show where it is tons of trial and error and cutting cameras together left, right, and sideways so that everything kind of fits. So soon, you too can produce your own tabletop role-playing series. It'll be beautiful. It's amazing. It's wonderful. There we are. Beautiful, beautiful. I'm going to make sure my camera is roughly the same size. It's fabulous. It's wonderful. It's amazing. And so now we just set everybody up. If you put me in town, I'm bound to break something. Look, it happens. It's okay, Broadway. We accept this. Sometimes things break, and that is okay. It just becomes a matter of making everything work. Hopefully, the way it technically we assume it should, as we're putting everything all back together. Going to check in real fast. Is there, that is there. So this one becomes... Double check. Beautiful. Gorge, look at that. We're so close. Awesome. Almost there. Almost there. We're so close, everyone. Beautiful. And I think we are good. Say hello, everybody.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, everybody.
Yay! We did it.
Cool.
Oh my gosh, thank y'all so much for sticking it with us there through that as we solve all of the technical things all at one time. Of course, right as we get ready for our last game of the week. But thank you all so much for tuning on in. I am joined by some absolutely fabulous individuals. And in just 1 second, we are going to have them introduce themselves, tell you a little bit about themselves. But first things first, I have to increase our fundraising goal for our final game because thanks to the wonderful folks, Noobjack City, Naganj, and Lupa, we have cleared $2,250 raised for Stonewall Community Foundation. Holy hell, chat. Y'all are amazing. So let me do that real fast. There we go. We have raised it one final time to $2,500. Can we get to $2,500 in donations? Y'all are absolutely amazing and incredible, and you all have achieved some absolutely stellar things this week. So thank you all so, so much. For our last game here, for our Turf Wars charity RPG series. I am joined by some fabulous folks that we had the pleasure to work with during the Ghouls for Charity drive back in October. We introduced our intrepid band of ghost hunting adventurers. And we are joined by two of those adventurers here, Nerdy Birdie and Vixie Rose, as well as one of the co-hosts of the Ghouls for Charity Drive, the fabulous Cryptid Cutie. And so we are going to be playing through our brand new edition of a ghost hunting RPG game here. And so with that, I'm going to go ahead and have our lovely guests give you a little bit of introduction, tell you a little bit about themselves, who they are, where you can find them across the internet, and a little bit about the character that they are going to play tonight. We are going to start things off with the fabulous Cryptid Cutie, our newest ghost hunter. Tell us a little bit about yourself, where we can find you on the internet, and what character you're going to play tonight. Oh,
There we go.
There we go.
Hello. Hi. Hi, I'm Justin, otherwise known as A Cryptid Cutie. I'm a non-binary variety streamer and podcast host. Like Wes mentioned, I helped co-host the Eagles for Charity event, which really just meant like kind of proofreading and hyping everybody up throughout. Um, but yeah, I mean, you can find me on Arcade Cuties, which is a podcast that I co-host with Nyrene, Cody, and Talon. You can also find me on Monster Masquerade, which is a horror-themed podcast, which we should be recording for very soon. I have watched 32 Scooby-Doo movies and specials in like the past month or so, and I need to talk about it with somebody or my brain is going to explode.
I love that so much. And what is a little bit about the character that you're going to be playing this evening for our ghost hunting game?
Yes, so tonight I will be playing as the first D&D character that I ever created, which was when I was at university, so it was a couple years ago. His name is Orf. He is a ranger and a wood elf, bit of a loner, very awkward. And for the type of like character I was going for, if you think of like Decidueye from Pokemon, that's pretty much it. Like the arcane archer, that's essentially what I based him off of.
I love that so much. I cannot wait to meet Orb, and I can't wait to scare the pants off of them.
Oh, and I have a black bear companion named Clover, who is probably much more social than Orf.
Yes.
I'm excited.
Next in line, we have the fabulous Nerdy Birdie.
Hello, everyone. My name's Birdie or Jules. I am a variety streamer here on Twitch. I play a lot of story-based games and RPGs, but I do like to scare myself every once in a while. I am neurodivergent, LGBTQIA, and my pronouns are she, her. My character tonight, I am back again with Loesch, who is the fabulous, good vibes, crystal lovin', ghost hunter extraordinaire. She channels the power of positivity into these ghost hunting escapades. So hopefully everything goes well.
With the power of crystals in hand, surely it will.
I wore my crystal necklace tonight just for this occasion.
And rounding out our group this evening is the fantastic Vixie Rose.
I can hear you on Google, but not through Discord. And it's very quiet.
Oh, no, I can't hear Wes. Where did Wes go?
Wes is...
Troubleshooting all the things. Try again for me, Vixie. Oh, it's still very quiet.
I just checked and the internal volume is at 100. I can't turn it up anymore on my side.
Give us 1 second, folks. all of the all of the all of the ghosts apparently have decided to haunt all of our technology this evening as we are trying to get things going. Go ahead and say a few words for me again, Vixie.
Hi, is it working?
It's a little bit better, but it's still very quiet.
You could read the captions. They're at least showing up. I don't know if that would work, but...
And now it's pulling double audio. Ugh! All of the things are happening right now.
on Discord at all?
A little. Let me. Ooh, hang on.
I muted everyone on Discord and am just listening to you through Google, and that's the best for me.
I will try just speaking up and see if that works. Hi, I'm Vixie. I am also a non-binary variety streamer. I am also neurodivergent. Recently started streaming some D&D one-shots on my channel monthly. Also play a lot of indie games. We'll be playing a toy-making game in the next week or so. Otherwise, you can find me on Twitch, TikTok, and Twitter at VixRose.
Yeah, folks, give us 1 second. Everything is decided to cause problems at this exact point in time. So sorry, everyone.
We need like that loading screen thing that's oh, we're buffering all of our faces.
Oh no, our stream.
Oh
It's
no, our
broken.
stream.
Uh,
It's broken. It's the ghosts. They after our booties.
they did they came for it.
They cast a silencing spell.
I'm trying to think what I can do to try to solve it, but I don't know if I have a solution at this time.
Vixie, if I don't know if you have time to do this, or if you're comfortable doing this, but if you download Peace or like look up the code for an app called Peace that you can download onto your computer, you can manually raise the like gain and stuff, or I would just do like a quick Google for it. But you have to feel comfortable doing that.
Well, I also don't know how much it would work with like audio only really coming through Google Meets versus Discord, and it's like starting to come from two different places. Like I'm now getting some folks through one and some folks through the other. Like
Can you mute us in Discord and then use the Google Meets for the sound?
We're gonna try a couple things.
Sounds like someone's knocking on my door. The ghosts
That's
everywhere.
that's the other thing, Freecy. Like I'm not sure what's going on because I'm getting others' audio much stronger through things than like I'm coming through. Like everything is kind of slightly falling apart at this point. So give us 1 sec, folks. Thank y'all so much for sticking with us through this. I don't know why technology has decided at this of all points is when it wants to try to fall apart, but that's okay. Ugh, my word.
That's better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I poked a few things. Hopefully that works.
Poke those bears.
Let me see if I can hear you in Discord now.
Yeah, let me see. Will you speak in Discord?
How's that? Is it?
I cannot hear it in Discord, but I hear it in Google.
That's weird.
I know. I don't know. Discord is evil. Sometimes.
I'm gonna say it's because my mic isn't wanting to cooperate in two places at once.
Everyone go ahead and say a few words for me. I've muted Discord in. Vixie's still a little quiet, but through Google, I'm at least getting a little bit more audio. So Vixie, go ahead and say a few words for me.
Hi Wes, how are you?
I'm doing okay. Go ahead and reintroduce yourself for chat since we were having so many technical issues earlier.
So I'm Vixie. I am also a non-binary neurodivergent streamer. I stream variety games, including we just started doing D&D one-shots every month on my channel.
we play a lot of like Dark Souls, Skyrim type games, RPGs, and we'll be playing a toy making simulator soon because it's interesting. I have 2 dogs. You may hear one of them tonight because she's not happy about being locked in the kitchen. Yeah, I don't know what else to say.
No, that's perfect. That's perfect. So it is still a little bit lower, but I'm getting like pretty clear audio through, even if it is a little bit lower. But I will take that.
I was gonna say we might have like another weird option. Apparently, you can use your phone as a microphone in Google Meets. So maybe you could do that. Like, would your phone pick up audio better?
I considered that, but my phone picks up literally everything.
We can just run with it. And thank you so much, chat, for kind of like sticking with us as apparently the ghost decided to haunt every single bit of technology at the end of 8 days. Surprise! Computers are very angry when you run them really, really hard 8 days in a row for a charity streaming series. Surprise, surprise. So thank y'all so much for sticking with us. If this is your first time in the channel, my name is Wesselhausen. I am a queer, non-binary content creator here on Twitch. I do tons of D&D and tabletop RPG content with a queer and inclusive focus and emphasis. I am super excited to see Vixie running one-shots on their channel, and I can't wait to be able to tune in for one. That's absolutely fantastic. And I am so excited to be here tonight, getting to roll some dice with these incredible folks and have one final game for our charity tabletop series. So thank you all so much for joining us this evening. So, my ghouligans, shall we go ahead and jump on in?
Yes.
Yeah, let's do it.
I'm scared.
Weave us a tapestry.
Beautiful, beautiful. So, by this point, our ghouligans have made names for themselves. You have opened franchises and been able to create establishments in many of the major cities across the realm, as the ghouligans have earned titles and prestige for their ability to solve any manner of haunted activity. Tonight is one such night. You have come together, a few of you, with added backup from one of your other franchises, who is helping fill in and fill out numbers this evening. As you step forward once more in front of a very strange, decrepit, and broken down old mansion, because where else do ghost hunters start their business? Our new guest was the first one here. This is a spot where it is closer to Orf's franchise of the Ghouligans. So as the two of you arrive, Orf, go ahead and describe your character and what we see.
Sure. So, when we are approaching a job, I think it's helpful, especially when you're meeting new people, to kind of make yourself visible, which is, maybe a little counterintuitive to a ranger, but riding atop the back of a giant black bear certainly helps. So I think we're literally just, walking down a path or riding on top of Clover as she walks on all fours close to this mansion, probably sniffing around.
Beautiful, beautiful. And it is important that you are riding atop Clover, because as you arrive at this mansion, it exists at the edge of a terrible swamp. You see bits of like river and swamp dock jutting out from some of the sections of the mansion. You can like feel the insects and mosquitoes biting at the air, swarming around you any chance they get. Clover is very, very unhappy. And Clover is helping keep you from the very waterlogged and muddy ground of the swampland below. And as you arrive checking out the place, your colleagues from another branch of the Gooligans, the opening branch, as it were, arrive to assist you in this investigation. Jules and Vixie, if you wouldn't mind introducing your characters and telling us a little bit about what they look like as they arrive on site.
Sure. So Lush is walking up. They have thick brown boots on, knowing that this was going to be swampy, and they are not happy with it. Their feet getting sucked into the ground, and they're like trying to rip it out. While they keep their billowing robes from getting wet, and their brightly colored hair is just like all over the place, a complete disaster as they are trying to keep themselves together coming up.
Wonderful, wonderful. And Vixie?
Alira is following closely behind Lush. She's got her hair pulled back into a braid, reaching down towards the back towards the middle of her back, so it doesn't get in the way and so it doesn't get too messy. She's kind of looking around, a little bit uncomfortable with the place, but she's ready to help.
So the two of you arrive at the Swamp Mansion. And this is home to the LaCroix family. This was a long descendants of this noble family in these parts. And they were hunters. They were leather workers, and they plied almost in the fashion business, as they provided many different types of furs and pelts. And as that slowly fell out of fashion, folks preferring to find more greener means of working with materials rather than constantly having to go out and hunt. As they fell out of fashion, so too did the LaCroix fall out of favor, and it was said that ancient relatives of the LaCroix began dealing in dark arts and making fell deals to try to win back the prestige of their family that they lost. Of course, many people assumed that these were ghost stories. However, it didn't change the fact that every once in a while, strange and fell-like creatures could be heard from within the bowels of the swamplands. And they always seemed to emanate from the LaCroix mansion. And as the two of you arrive on site, you look over and see Orf, your contact from this area's section of the Gooligans, as you are ready to begin your next investigation.
Oh, hi, Orf. It's lovely to meet you. I'm Lush. Well, at least in person. I guess we kind of already met, but whatever. I want you to know right off the bat, getting weird feelings here. You have great feelings, but this place has weird feelings. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah. I appreciate that. I'm from the Western branch, and typically we deal with more haunted forests and caves. So this house is kind of a new thing for me.
Oh, we're old pros at houses, right, Illyria? Like, first thing we ever did together. Good times.
I just hope it's not a repeat with things coming out of the walls, because that was creepy.
I mean, that was kind of fun. We had like a nice hand moment,
Alira, you know that roughly 40% of the cases that you have uncovered, if they take place in houses, there are terrifying things coming out of the walls. So the odds don't seem great. So as the two of you arrive on site, Clover is biting up at the insects that are around and gives you like a. Clover is not happy.
Can I ask Clover an apple?
Yeah, for sure.
Can I pet Clover?
Oh,
Clover's
yeah,
so cute.
She loves it.
Clover goes to like you pull an apple out of your bag and you go to offer Clover a bite, and Clover immediately spits it onto the muddy ground below, and you look down, and the apple has rotted in your hand. You see small insects scurrying around inside the bit of apple that Clover spit onto the ground. And you can see the flesh around the outside of the apple where it was not bitten is now rotted and darkened.
Okay, so I'm getting a feeling that something great is not happening.
I don't want to be that guy, but that was kind of rude, giving my bear a rotten apple.
I swear it wasn't rotten whenever I took it out of my bag.
Can I make an Arcana check to see if I can see what kind of like magic has happened to the apple?
Yeah, go for it. Go ahead and give me an Arcana check.
Let's see. I am not very proficient in this, but
Can I help? I am very proficient.
I'll say actually, rather than that, Lush, if you wouldn't mind giving me a what I'm gonna call a vibe check. We're gonna check for the vibes.
Checking the vibes.
So go ahead, Orf. What did you get?
that is a 13 plus 1, 14.
14? That's not bad.
Not freaking 20.
Let's go. So you check out. And you actually are like as you pick up the part of the apple, you watch as it's continuing to desiccate in your hand until it gets worse and worse, and then it's just like this blackened core.
I would like to extend my apologies. I don't think it was you.
Apology accepted. I'm gonna check my bag and make sure that everything else that's currently in there is fine.
The only things that seem to be affected are any organic food. So like any food that is like apples or like rations, anything like that, you watch as a similar effect happens. And Lush, as you are vibing, you're vibing with your crystals. It is about twilight out, and you look around and you actually start to see in almost a perfect radius around the mansion, all of the trees are all dead and blackened, and they are all like desiccated in ways.
So, I don't want to alarm anyone, but I'm getting a reading from my crystals that things are dying here, and it's kind of gross. I'm not gonna lie to you, and it's very specifically like around this mansion. So I think something like very bad happened here, and I'm guessing someone died. That's like the vibes I'm picking up.
But
dead people, dead animals, dead things, dead moms, maybe some dead brothers, dead apples, dead fruit for sure.
We've lost a lot of good apples here today.
The apple tree, do not eat from it. Don't eat from the apple tree.
Alira's gonna take all of the food that was in her bag and just dump it so that she doesn't have to carry around rotten food.
That's probably fair. As you dump out the rotten food, can I get all three of you to roll a perception check for me, please?
Do you want to know our passive as well, or?
This time, just normal. I'll check in on passive in a little bit later on.
Okay.
12
At an
plus 1,
18.
so 13.
So that's a 7 plus 3, 10.
Okay. So Orf, you, because you're a little bit above, like you're kind of like still on top of Clover. You're not quite down on the ground yet. You don't quite catch it at first. You think that maybe it's just like wind rustling through the trees, but Lush and Alira, the two of you, as Alira goes and dumps all of the rotted food down onto the ground, you hear the sound of scurrying. And before you know it, pouring out from underneath the patio of the mansion are scores and scores and scores of rats swarming toward you three and the food. What would the three of you like to do?
Hmm.
Can climb.
Let's see.
I think Losh is gonna yip and then cast Sacred Flame.
Okay.
After rats.
So we have
She's like, "Elf!"
we have Lush catching Sacred Flame. What was Alira doing?
Is there a tree nearby that I can climb?
There is, but all of them are heavily desiccated. So you would be climbing up a pretty dead tree. There is also ahead of you the stairs that lead up to the patio and in towards the mansion.
I am going to try and like step outside of the rat's range to get to the porch.
Okay. And what is Orf doing?
Do they seem malicious, or are they just like a bunch of cute rats?
Roll me a animal handling or a nature check.
Okay. I'm good at both of those.
I need you to know I just played Plague Tale, and that is all I can think about right now.
Oh, bet, 100%.
So that is a 15 plus 4, 19.
You watch as they move almost like a tide of rats. This is a true swarm. As they come pouring out, you watch as like parts of them roll up and then collapse down onto the pile of dead food.
Okay. I guess I will. No, I'm gonna hold on to my spell slots for now. Yeah, just I guess I will use my quarterstaff to just kind of like gently shoo them away from Clover and I, if possible.
Okay. So you try to like brush away with them with your quarterstaff. And Lush, your sacred flame does hit a number of them and burn away with it, but as it does, you watch as all of the rats stop moving and all together turn towards the three of you.
Oh, you know what? That was my mistake. You have fun with that food, and I'm gonna like throw some food out of my bag and then just run to the house.
Alira, you are already up there. You run forward, and the front door is like jammed. Like it's been waterlogged so much sitting here in the swamp that the front door is hard to open. Go ahead, Lush, and roll me a persuasion check to see if the rats are interested in the food that you threw or are more interested in the meal that 3 people and a bear provides.
You know what? That's a 23.
Oh my gosh.
So it buys you enough time. You watch as some of them were about to go up and try to bite at Clover and Orf. And as you throw that food, they stop and smell like the rotted meat and fruit from within your bag, and they go taking off. And that rising wave of rats like lifts up and goes barreling down over to that. So it gives you and Orf enough time to get away.
So are we going in the house?
Freaking rats, man.
What would you like to do? Would you like to go into the house, or would you like to find another way around the house outside? That's up to you.
Okay.
Try the window.
How's the door going? Can we open it or?
You tried you're looking around at the window, Alira?
Yeah.
So the window next to the front door, you can see one half of it is completely caved in, like it was a shutter that like broke off of the hinges. So you can easily step through the windowsill into the house if you'd like.
Cool. I'm gonna try going through the window.
I'm gonna follow.
Orf and Clover?
Yeah, I don't know if that's normal for houses, but it ain't normal for rats, so I would like to get away, please. I think, can we, because Clover's probably not gonna fit through a window, can the two of us, like, kind of shoulder check the door to try and, like, open it?
Yeah, actually. So since you're riding Clover, go ahead and roll me a strength check for your bear.
Okay. I do have her stats here. That is an 8 plus 2, 10.
10. I'll say with Clover, she reaches up and she bats at the door, and you hear the chunk, and the door opens a little bit harder than you had anticipated, having like been like unstuck from the frame. And it swings open and does a heavy slam against the wall behind it, and you see a heavy layer of dust settle over.
Very fun. After y'all.
All right. Can I go in and look around?
So you, the three of you make your way inside. Orf, riding Clover, you are still able to kind of like just duck your head enough inside. But you can see that like as you get further in, the hallways are going to be hard to navigate on top of. On top of Clover, but from the looks of it, there are wide hallways, so it looks like Clover will still be able to kind of like navigate the hallways themselves, maybe not go directly into some rooms.
Yeah, I have no problem dismounting, and she can just kind of follow.
So you all are in the opening entryway. To your right, you see a grand parlor and a sitting room with a cute little fireplace. Past it, you can see that leads back towards like a dining room and then into a kitchen on the right side of the manor. On the left side, you can see directly to your left is like a study, and back down and to the right, actually, in like the back corner of the house is almost like a greenhouse or like a conservatory. And then straight ahead and towards the middle, you can see this winding like metal staircase that leads up to the second floor landing.
Well, if past experience is good for anything, I think we should go up.
I kind of want to check the kitchen real quick first to see if the same
For food.
is in there. Yeah, with the food.
I'm getting the vibe. It's also going to be rotten. Let's do it. Let's check. Maybe it'll be a snack. we could give Clover a snack.
If it's not rotted.
Right.
Yeah.
Which
I would trust eating the food from a haunted house.
as you round the corner through the sitting room, as you hit the opening entranceway, your senses are bombarded with just rot and death and decay as Every square inch of this kitchen is just filled with grime. You see a icebox with the door completely ripped open and just almost putrid sludge pouring out of it. And you can see over past it across the way, you see what looks like a arm reaching out, trying to get out of the kitchen, but you just see from like elbow forward and no other body. And as you all stand there in the entrance to the doorway, you watch as that putrid sludge slowly lifts up and you watch as a pseudopod itself lurches out and grabs onto the floor and starts pulling its way towards the three of you. I need
How does
each
up
of you
sound now?
I need each of you to roll for initiative, please.
Oh no.
Wes, do you prefer to take control of companions during combat, or is that something that I will?
By all means, you may control Clover.
Okay.
And they can take their turn directly after yours.
Fantastic.
I rolled a 6.
I've got 14 total.
I got a 9.
This is looking great. So Orf and Clover will go first, then the ooze creature, followed by Lash and then Alira.
Okay. I think what I will do is pull out my longbow and just, while we're still at a distance, try and like hit it.
Okay, perfect. Go ahead and give me an attack roll with your longbow.
Fantastic. That is a 5 plus 9, so 14.
14 just hits the ooze. So go ahead and roll for damage.
Yes. What shape is a D8? It's the double pyramid. Yes.
Yes. The double pyramid diamond as opposed to like the jewel diamond.
All right. So that is a 3 plus 4, 7 total.
7 damage. So as your arrow sinks in, you actually hear this little bit of a pop as it breaches the outside layer, almost like it's like piercing into almost like a bag or something like that. And you see this little bit of like gray like ooze pour out from where the arrow hits. But as soon as it does, you actually hear a little bit of a sizzle as the arrow starts to slowly dissolve in acid.
Okay. Does it look like it like actually hurt it still, or is it just kind of passing through?
It did hurt it.
Okay. And then Clover can give it a big old bear claw attack.
Okay, go ahead and roll for bear claw.
Okay, that is a nat 20.
Hey!
Okay, so that is 2d4. So what I do...
You can do 4d4, or you can roll the 2d4 and just double what are on the dice.
Okay.
Whichever works easier for you.
Do I have a fourth one? I do have a fourth one. Okay. So that is, can someone keep tabs for me as I say these? 3, 4, 2, 2, and then plus 2.
$13 total is what you come out to altogether.
Okay.
So as Clover slashes across, you can see Clover takes out a hefty chunk of this ooze, and that like gray-like blood splatters across the wall. But as it does, you actually hear this singe, and Clover takes 3 points of acid damage as they come in physical contact with the ooze.
Okay.
And now it is the ooze's turn. And the ooze is going to lurch up And I'm going to say they're going to go after you because I feel like chat will fight me if I go after Clover. So I'm going to look after my personal self, and I'm just going to attack the person, not the adorable bear.
Sure.
So the ooze is going to try to attack Orf. And that is a 12 plus 4 for 16.
Ooh, just barely. My AC is 15.
Hey!
Wait, hold on. Oh. No, we're good.
Okay. So they are going to deal. They're going to deal 9 points of acid damage to you, as you watch as they lift up, and this pseudopod reaches up and slaps you across the face, and as it does, it kind of singes, and you feel that burn as its ooze-like body comes in contact with yours. And you see it like lifting up, and it's like almost like undulating in the air in front of the two of you. Yeah, isn't that a horrid image? Isn't that awful? It's wonderful.
It's just the one arm?
It's basically like it's like a pile of ooze that can like make an arm out of it.
So you've just got like a snake, like
pretty much, yeah. Just like a snake-like arm made of ooze.
Fantastic.
It's gross.
And it's your turn, Lush, as you are very, very disappointed in what is happening in front of you.
So this ooze creature, does it look like rotting food at all? Just out of curiosity, like, or does it just look like a slimy pile of grossness?
It just looks like a slimy pile.
Okay, cool. So, Lush is just gonna pull some crystals out and be like, I think we need some cleansing energy in here. I'm not liking this acid. I think you need to tone it down a little. And it is going to cast some sacred flame.
Yeah, so it has to make, is it a dexterity saving throw?
Yeah, dex saving throw, or take 1d8.
Well, it's an ooze, and it rolled a 4. So its dexterity modifier is not nearly that bad.
Okay.
And I believe that since you are 5th level, I think that's going to be 2d8s.
2d8? Thank you. It is. Ooh. Well, one of those rolled well, so I got a 2 and an 8.
So 10 points of radiant damage. You hold up your crystal, and you hold it up such that it catches a little bit of the twilight from outside, and as it does, that light expands onto the ooze, and you watch it actually burn away and almost burn a complete hole through the middle of it. It looks like that hurt it quite a bit, and between that and Orf and Clover, it is definitely hurting.
And you just gotta channel energies, y'all.
You didn't come in physical contact with it, so you are not prey to its acid-like skin.
Yes.
Alira, that brings us to you.
I am going to cast Fairy Fire to give others advantage against it for attacks.
Ooh! So it has to make a saving throw against that, is that correct?
That's correct, a dex save.
Well, once again, it's an ooze, and I rolled a 6. I'm not going to use this dice anymore. It's going to sit over here. That's fine.
I think you should continue to use it.
I you know what? I weighed that as an option. I felt out the vibes with my crystal, and I said no. So that is going to succeed. So you watch as now the pile of putrid ooze is now lit up by glittery sparkles, and any attack rolls made against it will have advantage.
Ooh, I like what you did to it. Very pretty.
It's
Something
like
had to make it pretty. It's a pile of ooze.
now it's like those containers of like glitter putty.
The interior decorating definitely needed some glitter. I think we should add more after this, is dealt with.
That is going to bring us to Orf.
Okay. I will switch to my quarterstaff and just kind of whack it.
Okay, go ahead and give me an attack roll with your quarterstaff.
Okay. And this is with advantage?
Correct, correct, because
Okay.
it is brilliantly lit by the fairy fire.
So the first one is a 22 total, and the second is the exact same, so 22 total.
Okay, perfect. Do you have extra attack at 5th level? Do you get to attack twice?
I do.
So, go ahead and roll 2 more times for me.
Okay. I forgot I had that. I probably should have used that the first time.
No
That's okay.
problem.
Okay. So attack twice. That is a d6. 6 plus 2, 8 for the first one.
Got it.
And 6 for the second one.
Perfect. So you pull up your quarterstaff and you whack, and you hear that singe start to happen, and you pull your quarterstaff away as fast as you can after you hit, but you actually watch as the ooze itself starts to slowly dissolve down to just a pile of non-violent ooze.
But very glittery, right?
But still very glittery.
Do we get like a burn mark in the floor?
As it dissolves, it turns into basically just like a pile of gross mush ooze rather than like burny acidic living ooze.
ASMR slime.
Yes, 100%.
Okay.
It is absolutely ASMR slime.
Well, now we know what happens to the food that goes bad here. It's eaten by ooze.
Is there a door or something that we can use to block off the kitchen now?
There is, in the parlor room, there are like a number of like china cabinets and things like that you can put in front of that opening.
Alira's gonna go and start shoving one of the china cabinets over into the door.
Absolutely. Very, very well done. So you just kind of go like, nope, and you help usher everyone out of the room, and you have learned, if you're going to end up coming against something dangerous, you just shut off the closest path that it has to you. You've learned a good number of things in the business, and immediately block off that entire entrance.
Alira, not to like be a Debbie Downer, but you do know we face a lot of things to just like go through walls, right?
Yes.
I'm not sure China's gonna stop them.
Acid slime.
Fair enough.
Wait, how do you punch a ghost?
With your fist.
Okay.
As you talk about the fact that like ghosts can just get through that, you don't know how effective that is going to be. You hear boom, boom on the other side of the china cabinet from within the kitchen, like something's trying to get out.
Well, on that note, should we go?
Yeah.
So y'all quickly scurry from the parlor room, having blocked off the kitchen and whatever is trying to make its way out. Where do you all go next?
I vote we go to the study or upstairs.
Yeah, can you give us a brief rundown on what rooms are available?
Yes, so across the way is the study. The back corner of the house is the greenhouse. You already blocked off the kitchen and dining room areas. And then upstairs is the rest of the house.
Okay. Yeah, I think the study or the greenhouse would be good. I'm really good with nature and plants and stuff, so.
I really like books. Tiebreaker? Lyria?
She's gonna look from side to side. Can we ask the bear? Lyria's so preoccupied with the thing in the kitchen.
And I think that, not to add a layer of complexity, I think Clover might have some inherent bias.
100%. Clover looks over towards the greenhouse and...
Cool, yeah.
Okay. I mean, I never say no to a bear, so let's go to the greenhouse.
I have a similar policy, but it has nothing to do with Dungeons and Dragons.
Fantastic.
As the three of you and Clover the bear make your way towards the greenhouse entrance, it is humid in here, terribly so. The air is littered with all manner of flying insects buzzing about.
Lo steps out of the room and just is like, I'll wait for you.
Nope. And as you enter, and you can actually look outside past the dirty greenhouse windows into the swamp beyond. You see from here, you can see that there is a like small like marshland boathouse at the end of a dock, beyond the back of the house, that has like a large fan boat, there with it. And as you are kind of like looking around inside the greenhouse itself, you can see that all of the plant life in here is thriving, almost impossibly so. Vines crawl up the walls of the greenhouse. You see vibrant greens and beautiful colors on some of the different plants in here.
Cool. I mean, this place is the nicest place that I have seen since we've gotten here. So, I mean,
What are you seeing? Lo's just like standing like right outside the door, like refusing to go in. Does not vibe with insects. Will
Right.
not go near the flying bugs.
Can I make a what would be better, in investigation or nature?
Whichever actually works better for you. I'll give you different.
Okay.
I'll give you different information either way, so you can decide which one you would like to roll.
Okay. And then Clover also has a perception ability. Would that be okay?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Alira, would you like to check out the greenhouse, or are you staying outside of it alongside Lash?
I'm going to assist with the investigation.
Okay, perfect. Go ahead and give me an investigation roll then, Alira.
That's cocked. And I have no idea where it fell. I think I have extra dice.
Oh no!
I rolled a 5.
I have a 17 plus 4, so 21 for nature. And then Clover got a 6 plus 2, 8 for perception.
Okay. So you're checking out a number of different plants. You're very, very intrigued. As you're looking around, one thing that actually catches your eye isn't a plant. It is actually a like a taxidermied bear that is in the corner of the greenhouse, just standing there like majestically with its paws up, like roaring into the air. And it kind of catches your eye because it's like, why the hell would a taxidermied bear be in a greenhouse? So it kind of catches your eye for a second. And as it does, Alira, as you're looking around, you were kind of like looking around, looking at some of the different plants, and you stop because you hear some rustling in the plant matter in front of you. And as you look up, slowly, the like fronds of 3 different colored, like very vibrant flowers peek up at you. And all of a sudden, they try to shoot these large poisonous spines directly at you, Alira. Alira, I need you to make a dexterity saving throw for me, please, to see if you can jump out of the way.
I rolled a 7.
Oh no! So one of them, immediately, like all three of them hit. For the first one, I need you to give me a Constitution saving throw.
Here, the role of Clover will be played by Piper tonight.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hello.
You said Constitution.
You got it.
I love it.
6 plus 1, so 7.
You are poisoned. I need you to give me another Constitution saving throw, please.
18 plus 1, 19.
19. You do not fall unconscious. And I need one more Constitution saving throw, please.
8 plus 1, so 9.
You take... I'm so sorry. You take 18 poison damage.
What?
Oh.
So you are actively poisoned, and you have taken 18 poison damage. And at this point, you actually watch as Clover, like lightly bites down onto like the back of your like your shirt or your outfit, and drags you immediately away from the plant, and like down to the ground. And you watch as the plant fronds are starting to like scope the room out, almost like watching for movement.
Did I hear some screaming? That is not a vibe. What is happening?
Can I cast a message to let Lush know what's going on?
Yes. So go ahead and deliver your message to Lush.
Dangerous plant, don't come in.
Can I respond with message, or is it just one way?
I believe you can.
The target hears the message and can reply in a whisper that only you can hear.
There you go.
I'm gonna say, "You good? I can like give you some good energies. You know, make you feel a little better if you need it." Was that you screaming?
Yeah, it was me. I got attacked.
I don't know how many times we can go back and forth.
You can keep messaging back and forth. It's fine.
Oh, do you need like some healing energies, or?
That might be a good idea.
Okay, so I'm gonna like stick my not like go into the room, but like stick the head in and be like, how close is Illyria to the door?
They got pulled away. So Clover had to like grab Alira and pull Alira to like the other quarter. So you would have to like you look around and you would have to like duck down and get past the three-headed plant to get over to Alira.
I'm gonna like single at them, be like,
what is Orf doing at this time?
So I've probably seen them attack Alira.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, so I think as soon as that happens, Orf kind of like crouches down, and uses so they have an ability called Mask of the Wild. So you can attempt to hide even when you are only lightly obscured. So I think I'm gonna try to sneak behind the plants and then take out my hand axe and see if I can like chop off
Cut
the
him down.
flowers.
Yeah, go ahead and give me a stealth check.
Okay. Excuse me, Piper, please.
Piper just wants to roll.
Okay. That is a 13 plus 7, so 20. Dirty 20.
All right. Yeah, you're easily able to sneak around behind the three-headed plant. And I won't even have you roll for it. It's a plant. With a quick, you spin your hand axe in your hand and you slice it across, and it cuts away at the three-headed plant. As it does, you look up And in the corner where that taxidermied bear is, there's nothing there.
Cool.
And you hear the creak of the back door out of the greenhouse as it like is lightly left open and just lightly creaks.
The door towards the dock.
Yes. That in fact door.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
gross. Seeing the plant be decapitated, well, it's just gonna come in and go to Alira, and I am going to cast Lesser Restoration so that you are no longer poisoned.
Hey. So Alira,
How are you looking, like, bloody wise?
oh, like damage wise?
Yeah.
Like how much damage have you taken, Alira?
15 out of 33.
Oh.
That's a sizable bruise.
Would you like, some cooling, touches? Or do you feel like you're good? We seeped out that negative energy, so it's gone. So it won't be hurting you anymore. But I'm happy to continue to, make you feel better if you want.
I probably don't have any band-aids or anything in my backpack.
So if you want me to, I can cast Cure Wounds.
I'm at half health, so probably.
Okay, so I will also cast Cure Wounds.
All right, go ahead and roll. I think that's 1d8 plus your spellcasting modifier.
It is indeed. Ooh, I rolled well. Spellcasting is okay. So that is 12.
Hey, let's
Very
go.
And that dice is now a dice gel.
So as you two finish healing up, you hear one more heavy thud and a crash as whatever was banging against the barricade at the kitchen has removed said barricade.
Well,
There's
that didn't sound good.
Yeah, there was something. There was a fake dead bear in the room. It's gone. I think it took off in that direction. Do y'all want to head that way before whatever is back there gets to us?
So
I don't think getting caught in a small space like this is a good idea.
So all I see though down that way is a dock. Are we gonna get stuck on the dock if we go that way? Does it look like we're gonna get stuck on the dock if we go that way?
I can't.
Can I do an investigation?
I can't remember if they said there was a boathouse or not.
There's a boathouse at the end, and
Okay.
it has a little fan boat. Lush, roll me an insight check. We're gonna vibe check this.
A vibe checking going that way. Okay. Thank God my insight is super high.
Well, of course your insight's
That's a
high.
27.
You're good at vibing. Exactly.
Yeah, it's a 27. I have a +7 to insight.
So you look around, and yes, the boathouse and fan boat are at the end of that dock, but also there is an entire walkway around the outside of the home. So there is a chance that you can always find your way back inside through a different entrance if needed.
Okay. I will relay that news to everyone. Should we go follow your dead bear friend?
I mean, I think that sounds solid.
You can figure out if it's actually a bear. I'm getting the vibe it might not be.
Bears are surprisingly not very stealthy, so if there's a second bear here, I'm pretty sure we'll spot them.
How many bears? Which bear is what bear? These are the questions.
These are indeed the questions.
I am trying so hard not to make so many bear jokes right now.
I'm trying very hard to break
I
you.
know you are. I know it. The entire time I'm like, no, you're gonna do. It's fine. Commit to the vibe, Wesley. So the three
We
of
have
you
to find the dirty, dusty bear.
the three of you
We just want our bears.
the three of you exit the greenhouse onto the docks, and you look forward into like the dock house. It's quite dark in there, but it doesn't appear to have any kind of like doorway into it. It seems like it just goes into it, and then like it's there, and it's just like outdoor shelter almost for like the tools and things there at the boathouse for the fan boat. So y'all can continue down the dock to check out the darkened dock house, or you can make your way around the outskirts of the building. What would you like to do?
I do have light if no one can see in the dark, if you want me to cast that. The cantrip, so.
I have dark vision.
Okay. I do too.
Okay.
I do not know if I have dark vision.
We can also just try to get back into the house. Okay, eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Which vibe we feeling? Spooky inside or spooky outside?
Do I spot that dirty bear?
Roll.
It's the bear with the rat.
Go ahead, Alira.
I was gonna see if I could find any of the bear's paw prints left in the surrounding area.
Oh, okay. So I'll actually have Alira roll survival for me, and I will have Orf roll perception.
Right.
13 plus 1, so 14.
That is a 4 plus 3, 7 for me, and a 13 for Clover.
Okay. So Alira, you actually managed to follow the tracks of the bear. They go like they're going to start heading towards the boathouse, but they actually turn and go off the edge into the heavy, thick swamp water below.
Ew.
With Clover's perception check, as you all are there, you're kind of now halfway between the house and the boathouse. You see Clover turn towards the house and start to growl lightly. Like something is approaching.
Cool. Okay.
Neat.
So I'm kind of leaning on going back to the house, but in a different direction to see if we can like avoid whatever's coming.
So the door that we came out of, I would like to make sure that it is closed. And I'm going to use thaumaturgy to do that and just like slam it closed and be like, no, I can come out this way.
Okay, so you slam the door closed with thaumaturgy.
Yeah.
Do you all run to one corner of the house or the other, based on what Orf said, to try to like hide behind one of the corners of the house?
Let's go not the bear way.
Yeah, maybe towards the direction of the house that we haven't explored yet.
Yeah.
Like towards the study.
Okay, perfect. So you round around the other corner of the greenhouse. Can I get all three of you to roll stealth for me? Actually, all four of you, because Clover needs to roll stealth as well.
Yes. Luckily, Clover has Stealthy Companion as a trait.
Yes! So... Clover's a stealthy bear.
All right, so that is a... Let me double check what is her... Stealth is... Dex, so that is a 19 for me, and a... Clover has a +0 on that, and a 15 for Clover.
Okay, perfect. Lush?
So Lush has a lot of like jingly items, right? Like jingly bracelets, jingly anklets, jingly crystals. And while trying to get through the swampy area, definitely trips in the mud and clatters a little bit. I rolled an 8.
Nothing warms my heart more being a dungeon master than when you ask somebody for what they rolled and immediately they're like, so here's the thing. Like they already know that it was not it, and so they have already got the role play down. They're like, here's what happened. It brings me so much joy. What did Alira get?
15.
See, there we go. Alira, Clover, and Orv, y'all were great. You were good. Y'all heard go hide behind a corner, and y'all immediately went. As Lush went, you actually catch your footing on a waterlogged plank in the dock, and so your foot scrapes through, and all of your jingles jangle. And you quickly throw yourself behind the corner. As you do, you all kind of do the like light, just peek around the corner, Scooby-Doo, one on top of
Our
the
heads
other.
are all stacked.
Yeah, including Clover at the very bottom.
Uh-huh.
And as you do, you see the head of a deer start to poke out from a doorway that has been slowly opened. And as it does, you realize the deer head isn't actually rotating its neck or turning. And as it slowly emerges from outside of the doorway, you can see the wooden plaque that the deer head is hanging off of. And this long, shadowy, vaguely animalistic form that is pouring out from the bottom of that plaque. Basically a disembodied like deer trophy that now has this like shadow-like animalistic form underneath.
Okay, so I'm getting a feeling here, everyone. I think the vibes are telling the energies are shifting, and this is revenge of the hunters. These animals, this family, they were not nice. They hurt the animals, and now they came back for revenge. And that's the kind of like feeling I'm getting,
Are you saying this like as you're face down into the?
Yes. Well, like no, like face down in the dirt, but like head is like peeked up with like mud dripping off the chin. Like.
Could I please get Lush to give me another stealth check to make sure that you're not saying this too loudly?
Okay, that one I did much better. I got a 16.
There we go. That's fine. So yes, you kind of say that, and it starts to look like it's going to turn towards and start walking down the docks towards you all. And all of a sudden, you hear this loud roar as in this almost like lurching robotic manner, the taxidermied bear walks out of the dock house, and slowly from behind it, you see these bright yellow eyes light up. And this hand reaches out, impossibly pale, claws hanging off of the nails, and you hear this voice almost sounds like it's almost slithering in a way as it talks, and you hear it say, "Don't worry, my children. Whoever's here, we'll find them. We will reclaim them. Have no fear, my darlings." And she steps back into the darkness, as does the taxidermied bear, and they both vanish. And the deer-headed shadow creature turns and starts to make its way back inside the house.
I'm starting to wonder if we should be helping the people because these things seem like they're out for revenge.
So I feel like this went from being like a haunted space to like it trying to murder us. It's turned into a murder house. And I don't vibe with that. So I think we need to do some cleansing of the space. And well, she's gonna pull out some like incense, just like start like being like. It also really smells like everywhere.
Is that gonna light because you kind of just fell in the swamp?
Yeah, it's got swamp
Roll,
juice on it.
roll me a d20, just a regular d20, Lush.
That's a 19.
Okay, then it does. It's fine. Yeah.
It was safe packaging.
Smells great. Smells like vanilla.
So you you light up some vanilla incense here on the dock as you're being tracked by a shadow creature.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. Shadow creatures like vanilla too.
Yeah, and if Phasmophobia has taught me anything, it's that burning a smudge stick will chase away things.
Yeah.
Don't bring your video game logic in here to this. You stop that. You stop that right now. You put that
I'm an
away.
expert ghost hunter.
Am I going to allow that to 100% be a thing? Yes. Yes, I am. So, congratulations on introducing that as a mechanic that I'm now going to use. So, Lush, for the next hour, the shadow creature cannot find the three of you as your incense burns. You're welcome.
Hell yeah.
Fuck yeah. Love it.
Question. Would that spirit that was hanging out with the bear, would it have been out long enough for us to get a read on it at all and try to figure out like what kind of creature it is?
Are you talking about the shadow creature with the deer head or the vaguely snake-like person?
The snake person that talked to us.
You didn't really get a good look at them. They kept themselves mostly in the darkness.
Okay.
So, would we like to head back into the house? Would we like to head to the dock house? What would we like to do?
I think going upstairs might be a good idea.
We need to figure out like some information on this house. Upstairs?
Yeah, I think that works.
Also, if you see any like taxidermied animals, clock it. So I can.
So y'all head back inside. I'm gonna say for fun purposes, Clover can totally fit up this spiral staircase, but like just barely. So I'm imagining Clover having to do a lot of like 7-point turns up the stairs, and like some extra helpful pushes.
Mm-hmm. We spent some time in the circus. She can like ballerina.
Oh, beautiful. Wonderful. She's talented. She's amazing. As she finishes ballerina twirling and the three others of you make your way up to the top of the steps, you look up, and as you look up at the second floor landing, you look down a hallway, and it is lined with plaques of trophied animals on either side of the hallway.
I'm thinking we burn the house down. How are we feeling about that? That rude of like getting rid of all the. We could make a pile out, a bonfire.
It's one big incense, so I mean that would, following the logic that we've established, I think that would work.
Well, it's not scented.
As you talk about it, you hear and turn down the left hall, like you look down the left hallway, and at the end of the hallway you see this spectral figure of a man. Think like the stereotypical hunter from Tarzan. We're totally going to use him as the frame of reference here for this.
Clayton.
But there is a heavy claw mark gash across his face and down his chest. He's shimmering in translucent blue, but held in his hands is this impossibly large almost like completely polished chrome gun. And he says, "What was that about burning down my property?"
Y'all, it's another bear.
Oh, sir, this is your house. I'm so sorry. I didn't think anyone was living here anymore. With all the deadness and stuff.
Everybody roll for initiative.
Shit.
Don't worry, this bear rolled very slowly.
Okay. Oh wait. Yes. That's
Now
right.
12.
16 total.
12, 16. Alira?
4.
4. This bear doesn't go last then. So 16, Orf, you get to start us off. So you look down the hallway. It's about 20 feet down. And at the end of it, you see the spectral form of this hunter with an incredibly large, very real gun.
Okay. Has the Hall of Heads done anything? Are they stirring to life, or?
You can give me a perception check if you'd like.
I will do that because that is a big fear. Okay. That would be a. Where's my perception? 9 plus 3, a 12.
A 12? From here, it doesn't appear like any of them have started moving.
Okay. I think what I will do then is I will cast.
You did ask earlier how you can punch a ghost, so
Yeah, I did.
I just wanted to make sure you had that opportunity.
I will cast Spike Growth. So the ground in a 20-foot radius centered on a point within range twists and sprouts hard spikes and thorns. The area becomes difficult terrain for the duration. When a creature moves into it or within the area, they take 2d4 piercing damage for every 5 feet it travels. And I'm hoping, like, even if it doesn't necessarily hurt the ghost, it builds in a way that would make it hard for the gun to shoot through it.
Oh, okay. So that you reach out into that hallway, and this dizzying maze of briars and thorns erupts through it, almost like a one of those mazes that they used to have to go through in like I'm thinking of what was that game? Guts. Was when they had to go through the tunnels where it was like all the different ropes and things and they have to push their way
Yes.
past. That's what I'm envisioning, but just
Okay.
a bunch of briars and thorns.
That works.
I love it. I love it. So next is Clover's turn. And Clover can just kind of hang out if you want.
Yeah, I think that would work.
All right. That's going to bring us then to Lush.
So let's just be like, look, I said that kind of jokingly. We really don't need to fight. Why don't you just drop the weapon? And gonna try to command the ghost to drop their
okay.
gun.
Oh no. They roll what kind of wisdom what kind of saving throw is it? Is it wisdom?
Yeah, it's wisdom.
They rolled a 16. Does that save?
Okay, so what do you add for a wisdom save? I realized that I didn't.
So
I don't know.
So on your spell list, it should have, if you're on D&D Beyond, right next to the spell's name, it'll have what the save DC is.
Okay. 15.
Okay, so they rolled a 16, so they do save.
Damn it!
So you watch as the gun falters for a second, and they like stop and clutch onto it, and give you like this very, very, very wry grin. And so now it is its turn. And you watch as it raises the gun and is going to try to take a shot at you, Lush.
Oh,
I will
great.
say that you'll have half cover, so your AC is going to be 2 points higher.
Okay.
And that's likely going to miss because he only rolled a 13.
Oh, barely. Yeah, it misses, but like it's close.
So it breezes past you. You're like, if I breathed in a little bit different direction, that could have gone very bad. And seeing that didn't work, you see him start to reload, and he starts to float through the briars. I'll say that they have a reduced effect on him, but they will take he'll take half damage, but he's gonna float all the way through it. They won't impede his movement at all. But they will deal half damage. So roll 44, because he's gonna move through all 20 feet of it and get out through the other side.
Okay, 4d4. Ooh, okay. That was a d8 I rolled, not that one. I wish. There's the other one. Okay, so that's 2 3s, so 6, a 1, and a 4.
11, so that's going to lower down to 5 points of damage as the briars tear a little bit away at his ethereal form, but don't have too much effect on him. But he gets all the way past the briars, and all of a sudden he loads a double shot into his incredibly large hunting rifle and cocks it one more time and just stares down at the three of you. Alira, it is your turn.
So, is this a ghost, or do we know?
You can roll an Arcana check if you would like to try to learn more about this spirit.
Plus 3. So 22.
22! Heck yeah. So you look on, and this does appear to be some kind of vengeful spirit. So they are a type of like a ghost, a type of undead.
I'm going to try talking to it to see if I can find out more about it and why it's here.
Okay, go ahead and roll me a persuasion check.
17 plus 10, so 27.
27. You watch as you press him, and he immediately lowers the rifle and points it at you. He stops for a second and says, "Do you work for her?"
Who is her?
She brought them here, those vengeful spirits of the swamp. They corrupted my home. They turned this place against me.
Attack of animals.
We're here to try and get rid of the haunting.
And he just goes, "Which one?" And lowers the weapon one more time towards you.
Whatever's causing the death of the property.
That is for you to decide. And he fades away from view. And as he does, you watch as the rifle clambers to the ground, and in almost one instance is shunted back through the briars, ripping through them and slamming into the wall, hung on a trophy placard that you would hang the rifle on at the end of that hallway.
Good thinking.
Well, that's a thing. And she collapses to her knees.
Well, now we know that some creature came and tried to kill, or did kill. I guess it succeeded, huh? Sucks for that guy. How do we get rid of swamp creatures?
Does anybody know any purifications?
I know so many purifications. This Amherst is really good for and then Lush is just gonna start pulling out crystals and talking about the different properties of how you can purify things.
Alira's gonna look down at one of the crystals and be like, "So if we throw that in the swamp, will it purify it?"
Well, we're gonna need a lot of crystals if we want to use that. I don't think one's gonna cut it.
As you say this, you hear a clearing of the throat in the front entryway. And the three of you and Clover look down the little banister, and you see the form of a incredibly pale woman. Dark shocks of messy hair pour down her back almost to her ankles. You see that she is barely dressed, but instead of clothing, there is almost this writhing mass of snakes that constantly coils around her and turns. And she has her hand outstretched, lightly petting the shadow of the like deer-headed like creature at the bottom of the stairs. And she looks up at all of you and says, "Would you make this your fight?"
Could you like tell us what's going on a little bit more before I like pick anything? Because I don't really understand what's happening here, to be honest with you.
Also, howdy.
Like, you kind of scared the shiz out of us earlier. Sorry, go ahead.
It's just, hi.
Hi.
Just seems polite.
Sorry. Hi.
She she takes a second and she flitters a few fingers towards Orf and says, "I must admit it's been some time since somebody was actually polite in this place."
See, I like her already more than that dude.
Hello.
Yeah, he did like immediately pull a gun on us, so.
It's always like that with them. They hunt, they take, they ravage these lands. And it's time it takes it back. I have tried to overtake this place through the years, and always he remains. No matter how many times I tear through him with my pets. And she reaches down and gives little like scritches to the like deer head. She says, "Always he remains."
I think.
Can I do a vibe check on her?
Yeah, go ahead and give me a vibe check.
I was gonna say, I think Orf also does that. The neurodivergent thing, like absentmindedly starts parroting her actions and is like scratching Clover.
Yes.
I got a 21 for a vibe check.
She seems on edge, but she doesn't necessarily seem hostile to you all yet.
Okay.
The fact that you're having a conversation with her seems to have stepped her back from outwardly scaring or murdering you.
Perfect. Like, not to be murdered. Cool. So.
Love not to be murdered.
Love not to be murdered. So, okay. Here's my thought process here. Do you know why the house is like dying all around it? Because that's really the core issue here. Like, if we get rid of that guy for you, like, will the house be happy again? Because the vibes here are not it. I know you're trying to help the animals, revenge of the swamp. Got it. Was down for that. Little confused at the death.
He's tied to this place, and until he goes and the house is able to go,
Okay, so burning the house was not a bad idea.
Tried that a few times.
So
there's a lot of moisture.
It seems until we're able to get rid of him permanently, it's stuck here.
So was that you keeping the plants healthy in the greenhouse?
Oh yes. Those are my experiments.
I would like to apologize for killing your slime son and also your plant flower.
Apology accepted. Many people don't actually apologize. To be fair,
How many people have come through here?
Quite a few. And you think back to the arm that was outstretched past the ooze when you first walked in. Um,
Oh my god, it's a
Are there
Scooby-Doo on
any
Zombie Island.
we're gonna have to
I
deal
was literally just thinking that.
say again, Alira.
Are there any other spirits we're gonna have to deal with here? Or is it just him?
Technically, it is just him. However, this house is living, so it might have an opinion on him leaving too.
So how do I like talk to the house?
Yeah.
I don't think you can.
Oh, never underestimate the power of communion.
Or
With
flips
that
up
house.
is just like, howdy house.
Does the house technically count as dead right now? Because I can speak with dead.
Would you like to try?
I would like to try.
Go ahead and cast Speak with Dead.
Can I also roll an insight check to see if like she's on the straight and narrow?
I'll just kind of give it to you. She is at this point.
Okay.
She has found potential allies for the first time in a very long time.
We also had. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. What was your name?
She looks up and she says, "Have no worries. My name is Sarla."
Oh, I thought you were gonna say your name was Have No Worries. And I was like, wow.
Very
I love
Puritan.
it. Very unique.
There was a tabaxi once that came through named Have No Worries, but she sided with the wrong person in this particular grudge.
See, I always go with the person who doesn't try to murder. Well, you kind of tried to murder us first, so
I did.
yeah. But you honestly, you weren't very good at it. So he was
Every
scary.
single one of the snakes that's coiling around her starts hissing, and you hear a few like rattlesnakes start to do the little rattle.
That sounds very scary.
She's just like, "Ch-ch-ch-ch-ch. They're fine, aren't we?"
Oh yeah.
So
I can't wait to hear what the
Alira,
house says.
Yeah, that isn't going to work.
no. What would you like to ask? Ask a question.
I want to ask the house what it feels betrayed it the most.
As you ask this, you hear the groans and the creaks and the pipes of the house all rise up. And though they don't formulate words inside, you feel pain, you feel anguish, you feel betrayal, and in it, you actually get this image of what used to be. This used to be a beautiful glade filled with scores and scores of trees and wildlife and dryads and fey creatures. And this man came through, tearing away at nature, using it to build this manor home, preying on the creatures, drowning out the dryads from being able to find shelter within the trees again. And you feel that pain as this glade has sat here, as its anguish turned this glade to a swamp that you see today.
I'm going to share this information with everyone else.
I remember how I got that vibe. I think that vibe was like spot on. Just like, I think we should kill this man.
Yeah, I mean that.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, yeah, that's enough information for me. And I think I think with that, Orf immediately like spins on his heels and like goes to go get the gun and see if he can like dismantle it or something.
Okay. As you do, Sarla looks up at you, Alira, and says, "I must say, being able to reach out and connect with the spirits of the home, you are quite something." As Orph, as you go to grab onto the gun, you put one hand on it. Immediately, you feel a grasp at the like the collar of your shirt. I need you to give me a strength saving throw.
Okay. Let's see. That would be, what is my strength? A 9 plus 5, 14.
14 is just enough. You feel yourself lifted up and flung backwards, but you manage to kind of like grab onto your footing. So you were not like flung completely prone and across the entire hallway. And you kind of like catch yourself on a few doorways and stepping out from where you were. The hunter kind of like looks over and just like, "You shouldn't have meddled here. This isn't your fight." And grabs the gun off of the wall once more. I need everybody once again to roll for initiative.
Okay.
I don't like this hunter man.
16.
He's not the bear I wanted.
That's a 3 plus 4, 7.
That's a 16.
And Alira, you got a 16 as well?
I did.
Perfect. Let me roll for Hunty Man. Ooh. Hunty Man actually gets to take his turn first out of y'all. So he's actually going to raise his rifle and attempt to take a shot at Orf. That is going to be a 19 to hit.
Yes, that will hit.
As the gun is raised in the air and fires, you watch as this dark, solidified cloud emerges from it and shoots you square in the chest. You take 11 points of necrotic damage.
Okay.
And I need you to give me a Constitution saving throw, please.
Okay. That is a 14 plus 2, 16.
16, you do not have the energy drained away from you.
That's nice.
That's nice. And he smiles a bit and goes to like rush towards you, and immediately turns and backs into one of the walls and disappears within the walls of the home.
Oh.
Alira and Lush, it's your turn now.
Well, that's gross. Okay, so seeing him just like straight up disappear into the walls, I guess I'm gonna cast some spirit guardians to protect us.
Ooh, okay.
So
and what
I'm
form
gonna
do your
call-
spirit guardians take?
So they look like little, like sprightly fae type creatures that are like floating around. They're like pretty colors that like change depending on the crystal that I'm holding. And they look like they would also kick your ass though if you tried
And
to hurt
they
me.
go out to a range of 10 feet on all sides of you?
Yeah.
Beautiful. So it kind of encompasses the four of you.
Distance of 15 feet, actually.
Oh, 15! Even better.
Yeah.
So it goes into the hallway a good bit as well.
Yeah.
That's going to bring us then to Alira.
I am going to cast Glyph of Warding on the wall that he went through.
Okay.
When triggered, the glyph erupts with magical energy in a 20-foot radius sphere centered on the glyph. The sphere spreads around corners. Each creature in the area must make a dexterity saving throw. The creature takes 5d8 acid, cold, fire, lightning, or thunder damage on a failed saving throw.
Does that affect us too, or is it just hostile?
It is a range. So as soon as Alira like puts the glyph on the wall, Alira grabs onto Orph and Clover and pulls them out of the hallway.
Yes.
Which I've established is 25 feet.
There we go. Yeah, Orph, it is your turn.
I want to check real quick to see if our snake friend is like still there, or if she has made like any indication that she's gonna join us in this fight.
She is standing by, but you watch she's almost just like waiting and watching.
Okay. Can I ready an action since he's not available right now?
You may.
Okay. I want to say like as soon as he pops up, I will, just real quick let loose like 2 arrows for my 2 attacks.
Okay, perfect. So you stand there at the ready with both arrows just pulled and on sight. As you do, you hear the house itself start to cackle. And from that same spot, you watch that spectral hand emerge and clamber down. And as it pulls its head out, it is like he's almost like giggling and cackling. And then he like stops and turns and looks at the glyph and goes, "Oh, boom!" And it erupts. What type of damage does the glyph of warding do? I think you get to pick what damage type it does.
I want to do lightning damage.
Lightning damage, perfect. How much damage does it do? 48? Something like that?
I am double checking now. $5d8.
5d8, even better.
Right.
So he is going to take 6, 4, 5, 2, and 2. He's going to take 19 lightning damage as the glyph crackles with electricity and slams him into the far wall itself. The wall he came out of crumbles. And you can see inside the wall, it is full of just black rot and ichor. As he gets slammed against the wall, he doesn't go through it. He literally hits the wall itself. Orf, you may let loose both of your arrow blasts.
Cool. While I'm doing that, I would like to use my bonus action to cast Hail of Thorns. So now I'll see if this actually hits. Okay, that is a 19 plus 9.
That super hits, 100%.
And then the other one is a 6 plus 9, 15.
15 just misses.
Okay. So when I hit him, the
So
next
his
time you hit
armor
a
class
creature,
is 16.
the next time you hit a creature with a ranged weapon attack, before the spell ends, the spell creates a rain of thorns that sprouts from your ranged weapon or ammunition. In addition to the normal effect, the target of the creature and everything within 5 feet of it has to make a dexterity saving throw.
It made a dex save of 13.
Okay, so what would my specific one be?
If you're on D&D Beyond, the spell itself, the very next thing in that line should be the DC.
Okay, let me double check. Okay, here's where it gets kind of funky. I think this is one of the spells that requires a premium account on D&D Beyond because I have the card.
Oh, not a problem, not a problem. So what is your character's what's your character's spellcasting modifier? It'd be wisdom for a ranger.
Okay. My spell casting modifier is a 0.
A 0?
And yes.
What's your proficiency bonus?
My proficiency is dexterity and strength.
Just the actual bonus itself. It should be, I think, +3 for a level 5 character.
Oh, let me double check. Proficiency bonus. Where is that? Yes, it is 3.
Okay, so your DC would in fact be 13, so he does save the. He rolled a 13
Okay,
on the
because
save, so he does save.
my wisdom is an 11 plus the 3, so would it be 14 or
No,
is
so
it still
it would
13?
be like 10 plus your wisdom modifier plus your proficiency bonus.
Okay,
So your DC would be 13.
gotcha. Okay, so even on a fail, he would take half damage, so 1d10 half damage.
Beautiful.
So I will roll the regular attack damage and that added.
You got it.
Let's see, 1d8. Get my pyramid, boy. So that is a 6 plus 4, so that's 12. And then the thorn, 5. So 17 total.
Perfect. And you also had your the other tech missed. So as that arrow rips through, they are looking very, very weak. And you watch them kind of like look at the 4 of you and charge. And as you do, you watch as his hands grow impossibly large and talons appear at the end of it. And
if he
as
enters my fear.
I was gonna say, and as he goes charging forward, that grid on the ground lights up, and this bright, multicolored light envelops him. Go ahead and roll damage for your spirit guardians.
Well, he has to do a save first. So he has to do a wisdom saving throw.
We're not gonna talk about it. Just roll your damage.
Okay, perfect. So that's gonna be 3d8.
I rolled a natural
radiant
1.
damage.
That's why I was like, nope. Just,
and this is radiant damage. I don't know if that makes a difference, but that's a 6, a 7, and a 4.
As he goes to charge forward and that multicolored light erupts around him, almost immediately you watch as it's akin to when the ghosts and Ghostbusters light up and then explode to this shower of glitter. And as he comes charging forward, he cries out and reaches up like he's gonna slash down, and immediately all these tiny lit up fey-like creatures surround him, and immediately and he's snuffed out. As soon as he does, the rifle falls to the ground, and it slowly starts to turn rust and slowly starts to turn black ichor, and you watch that spot start to spread out amongst the house, and it is starting to overtake the home foot by foot.
Yeah, I think that's smart.
Can I get athletics checks from all 3 of you, please?
Oh no, I'm
actually
not
all
athletic.
4 of you, including Clover.
Yes.
14. Oh god. 17.
Okay, so mine is. You said athletics?
Yes, athletics.
22.
And for Clover?
Would that fall under the? Let me double check.
It would be strength. And what did Alira get?
Okay.
14.
14. Okay, 14 is just enough.
That would be 10 plus 2, 12.
So you watch as Clover gets almost like a few things like collapse and hit Clover. Don't worry, chat, he's fine. Don't come for me. Clover is going to take 6 points of bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
As debris falls from the house, and the 4 of you push your way out the front door, and you fall down the steps and roll a little bit, and you kind of help pull Clover free of the house as the entire house crumbles to the ground and settles. And as the dust clears, you watch as the trophied plaque of the deer spirit collapses to the ground, and from the spot where it falls slowly stands this almost ghostly spirit-like form of just a normal doe. From another spot, you see stand up this small, like probably like 4 foot tall. It looks like this like feminine form made completely out of like wood and bark as this dryad stands up from the wreckage. And slowly making her way through, Sarla looks to each of them and eventually steps all the way forward and looks over at the four of you lying on the ground and says, "Thank you. This place can know peace. It will never be what it once was. But it will heal. And it can be a new home. Every bit of nature is beautiful, even if it is not the same nature that it once was. But plants will thrive, animals will live, and he is gone." And she turns and tosses the rifle to you all. And you can see it is capable of 2 shots before it must be reloaded. And deals necrotic damage on hit. And it has the ability to drain the life away from those that it hits.
Very cool.
She
I don't
turns.
want to
I don't know. I'm good.
I was gonna say, like, I love the image of someone just decked out in crystals and also carrying this huge shotgun
Yes.
on their back.
So she turns and slowly walks into the swamp and lets the water overtake her. And then you see this light shimmer of green energy where she descended, and she vanishes.
Good vibes. Win again. Good job, team.
Alira is going to turn to Lush and ask if she can take a couple of incense from her.
Oh yeah, totally. Would you like to leave some gifts for the land here and the animals? I would understand that completely. Here, would you like a blueberry scented one or vanilla or I have pumpkin spice or like what's your scent that you're feeling?
How about sage? Just plain sage.
I have sage and eucalyptus. Is that like okay?
That works.
Okay. Hand that over.
She's going to stick one at each corner of where the door was, light them, and she's gonna say a little prayer for the house after having connected with it and wish it the best.
As you do, you watch as slowly from the rubble, you watch slowly pushing up the stem of a plant, and then slowly a small little white daisy bud blooms.
Good job, team.
And you all slowly walk away. One more job completed for the fabulous franchise of the Ghouligans.
Yay! That was so fun!
I gotta spend more time in houses. This wasn't too bad.
You really come to love haunted houses. First step, go upstairs always first. That's what I've learned. You wanna go upstairs and always talk to the dead. Dead are cool. And then Loesch keeps walking and giving advice as they go.
Well, thank you so much for coming and having an absolutely fantastic time. Thank you to everybody who helped donate as we were solving technical problems and got us to $2,255 raised for Stonewall Community Foundation. This has been amazing. We, as a whole series, we had 23 different content creators, myself included, come together to spend 8 days running RPGs and having discussions and talking about all of the amazing things that we can do as a community for each other and help raise awareness for such an incredible, important cause. Please, please, please give yourselves a pat on the back for all that you have accomplished as a community this week. Over $2,000 raised for Stonewall Community Foundation. Y'all are incredible. I cannot I cannot brag on you all enough. This has been absolutely amazing. I am going to keep the fundraiser running for one more day through tomorrow. So, if you know anybody who would like to help donate to the cause, I'm going to leave that $2,500 goal right there. And I would love to see us raise that last $250 to get us to $2,500 total. So, please feel free to help spread the word, help share it around on social media. I will be making a huge post after this. Vixie, thank you for that $5 donation.
Aw.
We're slowly but surely we're gonna get there. Thank you so, so much. And cheers to all of you. Thank you all so, so much. This has been a absolute blast and such an incredible treat to get to roll dice with so many amazing folks. Real quick, I'm going to have our wonderful guests once more tell you a little bit about themselves, where we can find them around on the internet, what they do, and then we are going to find somebody absolutely amazing and wonderful to raid. So let's start things off with our newly minted haunted house cryptid, our cryptid cutie.
Hi, thank you all so much for hanging out with us. This has been a blast. Like, I don't know, I've gotten to play 2 different games this week, and I just had so much fun. You can find me at a cryptid cutie on pretty much anything. Your Twitter, Twitch, TikTok, Instagram, all that stuff. Check out Arcade Cuties and Monster Masquerade, the 2 podcasts. I think that's it for the most part. Yeah. Thank you, Wes, so much for putting this together and inviting us. I hope you have a tall bottle of wine somewhere in your house. And
I have a bottle of champagne waiting for me in my fridge at the end of
there
this.
you go. I want you to drink that whole thing and then just take a nice nap.
Ooh, tomorrow isn't going to exist, everyone. I love all of you to death. Sunday won't happen for me, and that's okay. Next in line, we have the absolutely fantastic Nerdy Birdie.
Hello again. I too am on all of the platforms with Nerdy Birdie, Twitter, Twitch, Instagram, all those things. I do a lot of shit posting of D&D memes on TikTok. If that is your thing that you like, they are not good. I do just want to say that when I say shit post, I mean shit post. But I find myself funny. So, and I'm a variety gamer on Twitch. And yeah, thanks so much, Wes. It was so much fun being able to play the Gulligans again and do some ghost hunting adventures.
I am so, so glad we were able to bring the Gouligans back, and I always love Lush. I love me a vibe check. Love me a good vibe check in game. Then we have the absolutely fantastic Vixie Rose, who has begun running RPG games of their own on their channel.
I am Vixie. I, like Wes just said, I've been doing my own D&D one-shots, loosely based on Narnian lore. I do play a lot of indie and variety games. And you can usually find me sharing random bits about my day on Twitter with either my kids or my pets.
I love that so much. Everyone, thank you so, so much for such a beautiful, beautiful week of streaming. This has been by far one of the most rewarding 8 days I have had in, I cannot begin to tell you. This has been so incredibly wonderful. Seeing this community come together for such an incredible cause and really just showcase exactly how much we can do when we all come together. Thank you so, so much. I am going to go ahead and send us to a cute little starting soon screen. We are going to be uploading all of this week's streams to YouTube. I now have a YouTube channel, so you can actually catch all of the Turf Wars series over on a YouTube channel coming to you very shortly. Likely next week after I rest. So definitely check everything out there. And we are going to go ahead and raid on over to somebody very shortly. Thank you all so, so much. This has been so, so incredible. And today is the Trans Day of Remembrance. If you can, please head out, find wonderful trans folks to support. Support their streams, support their games that they produce. Find wonderful ways you can help uplift trans voices in this community. Thank you all so, so much for an incredible time. And I will see you around very shortly at some point.
Trans rights.
Trans rights, fuck turfs! Bye, everyone.
That was so fun.
So good.
I'm glad we got your sound working.
Partially. I need to figure out what's going on with it. I think I may have fried one of my USB ports.
Oh no.
That sucks. I wish I knew tech so I could offer help, but I don't.